Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗏𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. At the age of 5, 𝗧𝗑 felt a surge of excitement as he anticipated discovering his quirk and wondered why it was taking so long to manifest. Hand in hand with his mother, they made their way to the doctor's office to find out if he truly possessed a quirk. Though she remained silent, 𝗏𝗏 was filled with concern for her son. She didn't care what kind of quirk he might develop or if he would develop one at all, but she understood the challenges faced by those who were quirkless as they grew up. 𝗧𝗑 had always dreamed of becoming a hero, determined to protect the innocent from harm. His fascination with heroes began when he witnessed one thwart a villain's attack on a civilian while he was at the mall with his mother. The idea of safeguarding the powerless captivated him. He didn't care about rankings. While All Might was undoubtedly impressive and the best at stopping villains, 𝗧𝗑 admired him primarily for his ability to protect others, not for being the #1 hero. In the present, they waited for the doctor to call their names for the appointment. 𝗧𝗑, brimming with enthusiasm, asked his mother what she thought his quirk might be. 𝗏𝗏 replied that she wasn't sure, but that they were there to find out if he had a quirk. She explained that discovering what it was would involve some trial and error. 𝗧𝗑 tilted his head in confusion, not fully grasping what that meant. 𝗏𝗏 couldn't help but find her son adorable in that moment. She shared her own experience, recalling how she had discovered her quirk by accident at a similar age while trying to reach for the remote control from the couch. Suddenly, it had appeared in her hand. Their names were called, and they followed the nurse into the examination room. After undergoing a few BLD tests to check for a quirk factor, they met with one of the doctors. The doctor greeted them with a smile, clearly delighted to see a child so full of anticipation. He confirmed that 𝗧𝗑 did have a quirk factor, much to 𝗏𝗏's relief. 𝗧𝗑's happiness radiated as he bounced with excitement, and his mother gently placed a hand on his head to help him calm down. The doctor, observing their interaction, suggested they conduct further tests to determine the nature of 𝗧𝗑's quirk. He explained that they could either proceed with some experiments or leave and figure it out on their own. 𝗏𝗏 considered her options before looking at her eager son and asked what he wanted to do. 𝗧𝗑 enthusiastically declared that he wanted to proceed with the tests, fulfilling his mother's wish. The doctor led them further into the clinic, where they conducted various tests. 𝗧𝗑 attempted to lift a rock without touching it and tried to ignite it. After several tests, the doctor noticed that some weights 𝗧𝗑 had tried to lift had developed cracks in the handles. This led him to suspect that 𝗧𝗑's quirk might be related to his hands. He called 𝗧𝗑 over to try lifting a 10 lb weight again, but 𝗧𝗑 struggled, unable to lift it. The doctor observed a larger crack in the handle and had an idea. He handed 𝗧𝗑 a thinner wooden rod and asked him to try bending it. The rod snapped easily. The doctor then presented a thicker piece of wood, which also broke with minimal effort. Finally, he brought out a wooden 2x4. It took more effort, but 𝗧𝗑 managed to break it in half. 𝗏𝗏 watched in confusion, wondering how her son could break a board but struggle with lifting weights. Next, the doctor handed 𝗧𝗑 a thin metal plate and instructed him to try ripping it apart. With great effort, 𝗧𝗑 heard the metal creak before he grew too tired to continue. To his surprise, he had managed to shear half of it apart. The doctor examined the plate, noting that the metal was torn rather than deformed, suggesting a unique ability. The small group returned to the office, both mother and child puzzled about how 𝗧𝗑's quirk functioned. They sat down as the doctor handed 𝗏𝗏 10 sheets of paper and asked her to rip them, noting the effort it took. He then gave 𝗧𝗑 the same amount. 𝗏𝗏 struggled a bit, while 𝗧𝗑 tore through his sheets with ease. 𝗏𝗏 began to understand her son's quirk, which seemed to be an unusual combination of telekinesis and strength. 𝗧𝗑, still confused, asked how he could rip things apart without being strong enough to lift a weight. The doctor smiled and explained that his quirk allowed him to tear things apart, which was indeed unique. He reminded them that quirks could be strange. As 𝗧𝗂 contemplated how he could use his quirk to become a hero, he almost missed the doctor's next question about naming it. After some thought, 𝗧𝗂 decided to call it 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 found the name a bit aggressive but chose to remain silent, feeling happy that her son had a quirk. As they left the clinic, 𝗵𝗃 asked 𝗧𝗂 if he wanted anything for dinner, already knowing his answer. He excitedly shouted that he wanted 𝗧𝗏𝗏. The following day, 𝗧𝗂 raced to school, eager to share the news of his quirk with 𝗂𝐻, who had already developed his explosive quirk. 𝗂𝐻 had been growing louder and a bit more aggressive, but 𝗧𝗂 hoped he would calm down as they matured. Upon reaching his friend, 𝗧𝗂 exclaimed that he knew what his quirk was, drawing the attention of those around him. 𝗂𝐻, with a look of superiority, responded that he was sure 𝗧𝗂's quirk was nothing compared to his. As 𝗧𝗂 explained and demonstrated his abilities with some paper, 𝗂𝐻 laughed, mocking him for having such a weak quirk and tearing some paper himself. As the other kids began to join in, 𝗧𝗂 attempted to assert that he could tear various materials, but Katsuki pushed him, claiming he was likely lying and questioning his lack of a quirk. Frustrated and unable to defend himself, 𝗧𝗂 pushed Katsuki back and stormed off in anger. Katsuki, feeling insulted, retaliated with his quirk, sending 𝗧𝗂 to the ground while his friends laughed at the scene. Katsuki shouted that 𝗧𝗂 was nothing but a quirkless loser. As teachers rushed over to intervene, 𝗧𝗂 was left feeling a mix of anger, betrayal, and sadness. He couldn't understand why Katsuki would attack him and say such hurtful things. Friends shouldn't behave that way. Later, in his room, 𝗧𝗂 reflected on the day's events. If Katsuki wanted to be mean, that was fine. He wouldn't let it stop him from pursuing his dream of becoming a hero. He began to plan what he needed to achieve that goal. His mother entered to check on him and noticed his determination. Concerned for his safety, she wanted to help him realize his dream. While looking through the mail, she found a flyer for martial arts classes for kids and thought it was perfect. She shared the idea with 𝗧𝗂, who eagerly agreed. As they discussed training, his mother suggested a beach littered with trash as a training ground, thinking it could work if she stayed close by. They signed him up for the class and researched what else 𝗧𝗂 would need to become a hero. Time passed, and at 8 years old, 𝗧𝗂 returned home after practicing at the trash beach. He reflected on how much he had improved. The plate the doctor had given him to test his quirk could now be torn apart like paper. He was serious about his training and worked hard to be the best hero he could be. In martial arts classes, he performed well for his age group, always striving for improvement. When he got home, he showered and headed to his room to finish his homework. His mother often reminded him that wanting to be a hero didn't mean he could neglect his studies. He consistently excelled in school, ranking at the top of his class. Unfortunately, Katsuki's behavior hadn't improved. He remained as unpleasant as ever. 𝗧𝗂 found solace in the fact that he could avoid Katsuki, feeling no need to prove anything to him. If Katsuki wanted to believe 𝗧𝗂 was lying about having a quirk, that was his choice. 𝗧𝗂 had tried to explain, but Katsuki only shouted that he was better. Frustrated, 𝗧𝗂 decided to walk away. His mother called him to help in the kitchen, and he dutifully went to assist her. She asked him to cut the pork into smaller pieces for cooking. As he worked, he encountered a bone he couldn't cut through. He paused and asked his mother what to do. Thinking about his quirk, he realized he had never used it on organic materials, only on metals and plastics. Wood was classified as organic, so why not bone? He had just washed his hands, so he grabbed the bone and tore it apart effortlessly. His mother turned around in shock, nearly giving herself whiplash as she saw her son holding a thick pork bone in each hand. 𝗧𝗂 was surprised at how easily he had broken the bone. It felt as simple as tearing paper. His mother expressed concern, reminding him of the potential dangers of quirks and advising him not to use it on anyone unless it was an emergency. He nodded and continued cutting the pork, occasionally tearing through bones that got in his way. About a year later, 𝗧𝗂 was walking home after dark. In his safe neighborhood, where heroes patrolled day and night, he felt little to worry about. He stopped by a local grocery store to pick up some 𝗧𝗵𝗃s and sweets he had sneakily added to the shopping list. While snacking on his treats, he suddenly heard a growl from a dark alleyway. He froze and turned to see a large dog approaching him, colorless and seemingly stray. Fearful, 𝗧𝗂 slowly backed away, realizing the dog was eyeing him as if he were its next meal. He reached for his phone to call for help, knowing he was skilled in martial arts but not equipped to handle a dog of that size. The thought of being attacked and leaving his mother alone fueled his determination. He would not be a victim. Just then, the dog lunged, narrowly missing 𝗧𝗂's leg. In a panic, he tried to call the police, but the dog bit down on his leg. In pain, 𝗧𝗂 looked down to see the dog shaking its head, trying to tear a piece of his leg away. He punched at the dog, desperate to make it let go. With tears in his eyes, he steeled his resolve and grabbed the dog by the jaw, tearing it apart. The dog whimpered and went limp beside him. Eraserhead was just beginning his patrol, enjoying his coffee when he heard a cry of pain that sounded young. He sprinted toward the sound, leaping from roof to roof, and heard a loud crack followed by whimpering. He found the young green-haired boy with a nasty bite mark on his leg, bleeding heavily. Ignoring the lifeless dog nearby, he rushed to the boy and applied pressure to the wound. The child was crying and in distress. Eraserhead tried to calm him, assuring him that an ambulance was on the way and asking for his name. The hero inquired about 𝗧𝗂's late-night outing. Gritting his teeth in discomfort, 𝗧𝗂 explained that he had been getting something for his mother at the store when a dog had attacked him. He winced, trying to distract himself from the pain while also feeling curious about the man assisting him. He asked for the hero's name. The man introduced himself as Eraserhead, an underground hero, and asked for 𝗧𝗂's name. 𝗧𝗂 replied that he was 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 and hoped his mother wouldn't worry too much. Eraserhead chuckled lightly and handed 𝗧𝗂 a phone he had found on the ground, suggesting he call his mother since he thought he heard an ambulance approaching. After 𝗧𝗂 called her, his mother expressed her concern and asked about his well-being. After some back and forth, he handed the phone to Eraserhead, who took it and received a flurry of thanks from 𝗧𝗂's mother for helping her son. He assured her it was part of his job and informed her where the ambulance would take 𝗧𝗂. As they waited for the ambulance, Eraserhead asked 𝗧𝗂 what had happened with the dog. 𝗧𝗂 explained his quirk and shared his dream of becoming a hero. The sleep-deprived hero encouraged him to keep working hard. When the ambulance arrived, it was accompanied by a police car to investigate the scene. The officers were shocked to learn that 𝗧𝗂 had defended himself using his quirk, though they understood the necessity of his actions. Later, 𝗏𝗏 burst into the hospital room, searching for her injured son. After being directed to the right place, she found 𝗧𝗂 on a bed with his leg bandaged. She rushed to his side, enveloping him in a tight hug. After reassuring her that he was okay, she calmed down. Since the injury wasn't severe, the doctors decided 𝗧𝗂 would stay overnight for further treatment in the morning. Once settled, 𝗏𝗏 sat beside 𝗧𝗂 and asked how he was feeling. 𝗧𝗂 replied that he was okay, just scared. 𝗏𝗏 clarified that she was concerned about how he felt regarding the incident with the dog. She emphasized that while she didn't care about the dog's fate, she wanted to know how he was coping with what had happened. 𝗧𝗂 reflected on the situation, acknowledging that his defense had been brutal, but he understood it was a matter of survival. He didn't feel remorse, though he admitted to feeling a bit queasy about the violence. He realized he would need to adapt and perhaps study biology to find non-lethal ways to utilize his quirk. He contemplated other applications for his abilities, which were primarily focused on tearing things apart. Feeling reassured, he told his mother he was all right. Grateful for her son's resilience, 𝗏𝗏 left to grab an overnight bag for both of them. The next morning, 𝗧𝗂 experienced some discomfort as the pain medication wore off, while 𝗏𝗏 rested on a couch in the room. They met with a doctor who examined 𝗧𝗂's injury. After testing to ensure the dog had not carried any diseases, the doctor confirmed that 𝗧𝗂 was healing well and would have only a minor scar. The doctor humorously remarked that girls often found scars attractive, causing 𝗧𝗂 to blush. After the doctor handed 𝗏𝗏 some release forms, the family returned home. 𝗧𝗂 headed straight to his room to research Eraserhead and explore how he could better use his quirk on living beings. After several hours of searching, he concluded that his quirk, designed for ripping and tearing, was not suitable for use on people without causing serious harm. He resolved to focus on martial arts while continuing to train his quirk, seeking new ways to apply it. At 10 years old, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 set off for a metal shop to test the limits of his quirk. He had been steadily improving, having previously torn through various materials at the beach. However, he needed to challenge himself with tougher substances. The metal shop offered a range of metals, from aluminum to tungsten, which would provide the challenge he sought. Upon arriving, he asked the shop owner if he had any scrap metal available for testing. The owner looked at him curiously, prompting 𝗧𝗂𝘁 to explain his quirk and his aspiration of becoming a hero. The owner agreed to help and provided him with some thicker steel to try. As 𝗧𝗂𝘁 worked through the materials, he managed to create a small crack in the thickest steel, impressing the shopkeeper with the strength of his quirk. They continued experimenting with various metals, finding aluminum easy to tear, while brass and copper were similarly manageable. When they reached the tungsten, a high-density metal, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was able to tear through it as well. After their session, the owner fused the metal back together using his own quirk, and they returned to the counter. As 𝗧𝗂𝘁 left, he thanked the man for his assistance. The shopkeeper watched him go, marveling at how incredible it was to see a boy with such a powerful quirk, capable of tearing through metal as if it were paper. He hoped to remain on the hero's side because if he were to turn villain, all he would need to do was gain a grip on his opponent to secure victory. 13 years passed, and as 𝗧𝗂𝘁 grew, he began to understand his quirk and its potential dangers. It wasn't just the incident with the dog that made him aware. He recognized how easily he could harm someone, but he chose when to use his quirk rather than letting it control him. He had come to terms with this, not viewing his quirk as inherently dangerous, even though he could rip and tear through anything he touched. So far, he had been practicing at the beach, determined to clean up while he worked. He dismantled a car to drag its parts to a dumpster, collecting trash along the way. He was halfway through the task when he discovered a new method to utilize his quirk. Instead of searching for an edge or a way to pry things apart, he began jamming his hands directly into the metal and pulling it apart. After all, if he was tearing into the metal, why wouldn't it work? To his delight, it did. Now he could simply move his hands into anything, splitting it in two with ease. He was thrilled with this development. However, he couldn't shake the thought of how dangerous his quirk could be. Sitting at his desk, he pondered the theoretical possibility of tearing a hole in the air before him. If he succeeded, one of several outcomes could occur. He might create a portal, which would be a fantastic new application of his quirk, or he could tear a hole in space that 𝗧𝗂𝘁 everything around him in, which would be disastrous. Or, worst of all, he could break the universe itself, an idea that lingered in his mind from a movie he had watched with his mom. Yet, the longing to open a portal was strong. He felt content with his abilities, but how could he become the best hero possible if he didn't explore all that he could do? In the dojo, he utilized all his limbs and muscles, so he reasoned that as a hero, he should use every skill he possessed. With determination, he decided to head to the beach. Upon arrival, he focused intently on what he wanted to tear, the space in front of him, extending 5 feet ahead. He envisioned a portal forming at that point, knowing he couldn't simply ask his teacher how to rip a hole in space. He needed to give it his all. Concentrating on point A and point B, he moved his hand into the air before him and felt something shift, perhaps the air he had torn. He continued to try again and again, drawing the attention of passers-by who shook their heads at the sight of a child flailing his arms. Undeterred, he persisted in his attempts to tear a hole in the space ahead. After the 20th try, he noticed something unusual, a green and black outline forming around his hands. He paused to examine them, feeling fine, and then attempted to summon that green and black light once more. After 4 more attempts, he succeeded. Green and black lightning crackled from the tips of his fingers. He observed it, feeling its energy, and pushed his hands deeper into the muted light. It was a struggle, but he managed to push his hands in until they were nearly at the center of his palms. Then he pulled apart, gradually enlarging the hole. After some effort, he released his grip, expecting it to snap shut, but to his astonishment, he had succeeded. A green and black tear in space, with arcs of lightning dancing along its edges, stood before him. With a triumphant shout, he raised his fist in celebration, gazing at the tear. He could see through it about 5 feet ahead, just as he had envisioned. He dashed to the other side, smiling as he prepared to test it. Knowing he was on a littered beach, he decided to throw some objects through first. After a few items passed through successfully, he felt reassured. Next, he picked up an apple he had brought for a snack and tossed it through. When he retrieved it, the apple appeared unscathed, and after taking a bite, he confirmed it tasted fine. By that logic, everything seemed safe. After finishing the apple, he decided to conduct the ultimate test. He ran and jumped through the tear in space. To his relief, he emerged unscathed, though his heart raced with excitement. He began to laugh, then cackle in delight, realizing he could create portals. He envisioned how many people he could help as a hero with the ability to transport them to safety. However, when he turned to look at the tear again, it had vanished. He was relieved as he had no idea how to close it. That would be his next challenge. Determined, he attempted to open another tear, succeeding on his third try. He needed more practice to open them instantly. This time, he created a tear as far as he could see along the beach, about 125 feet away. Everything seemed fine, so he shrugged and jumped through. The tear closed behind him, leading him to wonder if it would always close when he passed through. But what if he wanted to close it without stepping through? He opened a tear, this time directing it toward the ocean to test his limits. It opened effortlessly, and he felt no strain or pressure. Everything was good. Peering through the tear, he saw only blue. Unsure of how far he had opened the portal, he hesitated to step through, not wanting to risk drowning far from shore. Focusing on the edge of the tear, he attempted to close it, but nothing happened. Grabbing it didn't work either. It remained fixed in place. So he simply thought about closing it, and to his delight, it worked. This was fantastic. As he celebrated, he received a message from his mom that dinner would be ready soon. Looking at the time, he realized he had spent hours working on this. With a happy smile, he headed home, but not before envisioning a tear in his living room for one last test. He managed to create a tear on his second attempt and looked through it to see his mother standing in the kitchen, gazing directly at him. Izuku laughed with excitement at his success and jumped through the tear. His mother, still staring at him, awaited an explanation. He smiled even wider and rushed to hug her. She returned the embrace but insisted on knowing why there was a hole in the living room that startled her. He was puzzled and asked why she had been scared when it had been quiet. She explained that the tearing sound from the living room had startled her. Reflecting on the beach, he realized he hadn't heard a noise, perhaps only from the end of the tear. He shrugged and began to explain his theory about creating a hole in space, essentially forming a portal from one place to another. He chose not to mention the potential dangers involved. His mother looked at him with admiration, marveling at how he had developed his simple quirk into something remarkable. Filled with pride, she hugged him again and expressed her joy. The next morning, he set off for school, preparing to face Katsuki and his loud declarations of superiority, calling Izuku a useless Deku. Izuku had long since given up on correcting him and simply accepted whatever. Insults were hurled his way. He defended himself, but never with his quirk, knowing that doing so could jeopardize his chances of attending UA. The teachers often found themselves puzzled, as they had access to his records showing that Izuku possessed a quirk and was quite strong, so they wondered why Katsuki insisted on calling him quirkless. They intervened to prevent Katsuki from outright attacking him in front of them, which was a small relief. His routine continued: school, then the dojo, followed by cleaning the beach and practicing his quirk. In martial arts, he excelled at grappling and other techniques that involved getting close to his opponents. Izuku never used his quirk during class, fearing he might accidentally harm another student. However, at the dojo he encouraged his opponents to use their quirks during sparring sessions, understanding that in real life, villains wouldn't hold back just because he chose not to. Life wasn't fair. At 15, Izuku headed to school after a quick breakfast. He spotted a massive villain near the train tracks and decided to leave as he heard a hero shout out their special move. Although he admired heroes and their quirks, he had calmed down from writing down every quirk he saw to appreciating the uniqueness of each one. He noted another strength quirk user, someone whose eyes seemed to hold a galaxy, in his notebook. Arriving at school with some time to spare, he waited for the teacher. Katsuki showed up, sneering at him for simply existing. At the end of the day, the teacher encouraged everyone to think about their futures, but Izuku already knew that most of his classmates aspired to be heroes. Katsuki loudly proclaimed that he would be the only one to attend UA and that he was the best. The teacher glanced at Izuku, who slowly shook his head, indicating that he wanted to keep his application private. Class ended, and the teacher reminded everyone to start studying for the entrance exam. As he left, Katsuki attempted to grab his notebook, but Izuku quickly pulled it away and stored it in his backpack. Katsuki muttered something, but Izuku didn't pay attention as he jumped down the stairs, with Katsuki in pursuit. Once Katsuki was out of sight, Izuku opened a tear and jumped through, closing it behind him as he continued his walk home. While passing under an overpass, he heard a noise from the sewers and instinctively backed away, spotting a sludge villain emerging. The villain muttered something about needing a flesh suit, but Izuku ignored him and evaded his attempts to capture him. As he contemplated opening a tear beneath the villain to escape to the ocean, the sewer lid popped off, revealing All Might behind the villain. After All Might subdued the villain and contained him, he asked to sign Izuku's notebook. Izuku offered to open a tear to a police station, and All Might gratefully accepted, thanking Izuku for the assistance. In his mind, Izuku felt relieved to have helped the #1 hero without causing any trouble. As he headed to the dojo, Izuku reflected on how the day had turned out well. He had met All Might after all. He then thought about how to explain the encounter to his mother, cringing slightly at the thought and deciding to leave it for another time. She was not pleased to hear that her son had been involved in a villain attack but was relieved that he had come out unscathed and had helped All Might. 10 months passed, during which Izuku continued to clean the beach and worked on improving his ability to create tears more quickly. He had become quite fit since joining the dojo and maintained his training. After finishing the beach cleanup, he decided to take his mother to see where he had started. Finally, the day of the UA entrance exam arrived. As he walked, he heard Katsuki yelling that Izuku shouldn't be there. After Katsuki finished, Izuku dodged a shove and followed him to the entrance. While walking, he tripped on a loose brick and attempted to catch himself, only to spin awkwardly in midair. Talking to himself, he wondered if he had activated a part of his quirk he hadn't known about when he heard a giggle from his right. A girl his age with a bob of brown hair apologized, saying she didn't want him to fall before the exam. As she helped him regain his balance, he was at a loss for words. He had only ever had Katsuki as a friend, and look how that had turned out. He had never spoken to a girl before, so he decided to go with his gut. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, perhaps a bit too loudly. She smiled and introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka. As they engaged in small talk, they made their way to the exam site. After numerous tests, he found himself in front of the practical exam area. Spotting Uraraka, he decided to approach her to offer some encouragement, but he was stopped by a tall teen with a square build, who claimed he would distract her from the exam. Choosing to act maturely, Izuku ignored him completely. Before he could prepare, the exam commenced, and he quickly opened a portal into the simulated city. As he stepped through, he noticed numerous robots approaching him, and a smile spread across his face as he anticipated his performance. He began to dismantle any robot that came near, using one hand to grasp parts of a robot while he skillfully removed components. He dashed through the city, sometimes disassembling a robot and at other times distracting one to assist another test taker. At one point, he ran straight through a robot, pushing his hands into its chest and pulling it apart without hesitation. Years of practice had left his hands calloused from relentless tearing and ripping. Although his quirk functioned with gloves, they often tore after a short time, so he preferred to use his bare hands. He had discovered that, for him, an offensive approach was the best defense. He wasn't exceptionally strong or durable, he simply excelled at ripping and tearing. Instead of blocking a robot's attack, he would seize its limb and pull it apart with ease. He had long lost track of his score, so he needed to ensure he had accumulated enough points. As others observed him, they felt a mix of horror and awe at how effortlessly he dismantled the robots, mistakenly believing he possessed super strength. High above, the teachers of UA monitored the exam, most of them fixated on a screen displaying the green-haired boy tearing through a robot with remarkable skill. Present Mike inquired about the boy's quirk, thinking it might be some form of super strength. Nizu, the principal, responded with the name and a brief description of the quirk, noting its uniqueness. Ectoplasm remarked that it wasn't about strength but rather a talent for disassembling things. Midnight began to speculate further when Eraserhead interrupted her, recalling the boy from years past and feeling pleased to see his progress. The Chimera suggested it was time to proceed, pressing a button next to his chair. Back in the exam area, Izuku had just finished removing the head of a 3-pointer when he felt a tremor beneath him. A massive 0-pointer rounded a corner, prompting Izuku to exclaim in surprise at its size. As other test-takers fled from the colossal robot, he noticed someone had fallen and was pinned beneath debris. Realizing he had to act quickly to save them from being crushed, he sprinted toward the trapped individual. Upon getting closer, he recognized Uraraka through the dust. She informed him that she was pinned and unable to use her quirk to lift the rubble. Without hesitation, began to tear into the block to lighten the load, finally managing to shove it aside. However, the pale expression on her face made him turn to see the 0-pointer looming dangerously close, its fist raised to strike. In a split second, he tore a portal into the ground, leading to the entrance of the simulated city. He scooped Uraraka into a princess carry just as she gasped in surprise. He jumped through the portal just in time, narrowly avoiding the robot's fist as it crashed down, obliterating the space they had just vacated. As they fell, Izuku turned to cushion her fall with his body, ensuring she wouldn't sustain further injuries. Shaken from the near-death experience, he glanced down at Uraraka, who was still clinging to him. He asked if she was all right, trying to catch his breath as a buzzer signaled the end of the exam. She weakly thanked him, mentioning her ankle hurt but that it was better than the alternative. They both heard a steady tapping and turned to see Recovery Girl, the school nurse, approaching with a small smirk at their position. Both of them blushed at the sight, quickly separating as Izuku helped Uraraka to her feet to avoid further injury. He requested Recovery Girl to examine her ankle, and as she healed it, the nurse handed out gummies. She informed them that the results of their tests would be mailed out in a week and encouraged them to head out. Izuku assisted Uraraka as they made their way outside. He asked her how she had performed, to which she replied she hoped for a decent score. He shared that he had lost count after a while and focused on ensuring he had enough points. As they continued to discuss the exam, they exchanged numbers to stay in touch before parting ways. Izuku returned home, feeling happy about possibly making his first friend in a long time. He shook off the thought, arriving home a bit fatigued from the adrenaline. His mother greeted him, inquiring about his performance and well-being. With a smile, he mentioned he was tired and that he had made a friend. His mother beamed with pride and told him to take a shower, assuring him dinner would be ready soon. As he agreed and headed off, he felt a buzz from his phone and saw a message from Uraraka. "Gravity Girl, I made it home and am ready to sleep for the rest of the week." He smiled and began to reply when his mother peeked down the hallway, confused by his pause. When she asked what he was doing, he replied without thinking, stating he was texting Uraraka. Hearing a cry, he turned to see his mother with tears in her eyes, exclaiming, "A girl! My baby is growing up." She tackled him in a hug, and he tried to explain it wasn't what she thought, but his words were drowned out by her joyful cries. A week later, he was doing light exercises in his room while occasionally texting Uraraka. His mother burst in, holding an envelope with the UA stamp. He informed Uraraka that he had received his results and opened the envelope with his mother beside him. A disc slipped out, activating loudly, with All Might's voice booming from it. Startling the green-haired family members, he threw the device, which landed upright and continued from where it had left off. All Might announced that he was there to deliver the exam results. He introduced himself as UA's newest teacher and revealed that Izuku had ranked number 2 in the test, just behind a recommended student. He congratulated Izuku and moved on to the practical exam results, where Izuku scored an impressive 78 villain points, placing him in first place. Overwhelmed with joy, Izuku felt tears welling up as he realized he was on the path to achieving his dream. His mother joined him in tears, hugging him tightly with pride. All Might continued, emphasizing that a hero school should reward heroic actions. He showcased clips of Izuku assisting other test takers, culminating in a moment where Izuku rushed to help Uraraka from beneath the rubble. The video cut off awkwardly, leaving only a scene of Izuku with Uraraka on top of him. Feeling his mother poke him with a teasing smirk, Izuku turned away, embarrassed, but continued to watch. All Might announced that Izuku would be awarded 70 rescue points, bringing his total to 148 points. He expressed excitement about what kind of hero Izuku would become and signed off as the device powered down. Filled with joy, Izuku looked at his mother, who commented on how closely Uraraka had been clinging to him in the last clip. She asked if there was anything he wanted to share, her smirk making him blush even harder. His mother laughed at his embarrassment and hugged him tightly, celebrating his acceptance into the hero program. They noticed a buzz from Izuku's phone, which was filled with messages from Uraraka. His mother wiggled her eyebrows at him before heading to the kitchen to prepare a celebratory meal. Once he calmed down, Izuku checked his phone and saw that Uraraka had also passed and would be in the same class as him. He blushed again, recalling his mother's teasing moments earlier. On the morning of his first day at UA, Izuku struggled to tie his tie, growing frustrated and tempted to tear it apart. After a moment of contemplation, he decided it was good enough and headed out, giving his mother a big hug before leaving. During the short train ride to campus, he gazed up at the imposing gate of UA. With some time to spare, he finally located his classroom door, feeling as if the building was a maze. He silently prayed that Katsuki wouldn't be in his class. Upon opening the door, he was met with a chorus of shouts, confirming his fears. As he stepped inside, Uraraka appeared behind him, greeting him with a bright smile. She noticed his messy tie and frowned slightly. Embarrassed, he admitted that he had never learned to tie one properly. To his surprise, she reached forward, untied it, flipped his collar, and tied it correctly. After patting it with satisfaction, she realized how close they had been and quickly apologized, backing away with a slight blush. Izuku, also blushing, thanked her and promised to learn how to tie it properly next time. Uraraka glanced around the classroom, observing the unique personalities of her classmates. Her attention was drawn to a pair of golden and black eyes that were teasingly fixed on her. Knowing that could lead to trouble, she looked away, only to find another pair of eyes glaring at Izuku with intense hostility. Concerned by the look, she was about to ask Izuku about it when she noticed him staring at something behind her. Turning around, she spotted a large worm wriggling toward them. With a small shriek, she jumped behind Izuku, staring at the creature in surprise. In his curiosity, Izuku crouched down and poked the worm, which wriggled in response. Uraraka exclaimed in alarm, questioning what it was. Izuku speculated that it might be a caterpillar, perhaps a result of someone's quirk. The rest of the class began to take notice, some shaking their heads at his unasked question. He reassured the worm, promising to find its owner. As he patted it, the creature suddenly stood up, and a zipper sound echoed as a tired black-haired man emerged from his sleeping bag. The man looked at Izuku with a perplexed expression and asked why he thought a caterpillar was roaming the halls. Embarrassed to have been patting his potential homeroom teacher, Izuku could only respond with a question of his own, asking why the man had been crawling on the ground in his sleeping bag. Feeling ready to be expelled on his first day, he pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. The man introduced himself as Shoyuta Aizawa, the homeroom teacher, and instructed the class to change into their gym uniforms and meet him at the field. As Izuku rubbed his face in an attempt to dispel his embarrassment, he felt a pat on his shoulder. He turned to see Uraraka, who was holding back laughter. She remarked that things could have been worse as they lined up in front of their teacher. Aizawa explained that they would be participating in a quirk apprehension test. When Uraraka inquired about the introduction ceremony, he dismissed it as a waste of time. Aizawa tossed a ball to Izuku and asked him about his longest throw in middle school. Izuku replied that it was about 70 meters. Aizawa instructed him to perform the throw using his quirk, emphasizing that he should stay within the circle. Katsuki sneered at Izuku, questioning how someone without a quirk could have placed first in the entrance exam, suggesting that he must have cheated. Whispers circulated among the classmates regarding Katsuki's comments. Uraraka glared at him, already annoyed by his attitude, while Izuku rolled his eyes and thought to himself that Katsuki had never listened to him before and likely wouldn't start now. As he stepped into the circle, he focused on the farthest point he could see. Scanning his surroundings, an outrageous idea sparked in his mind. With a wild grin, he turned to his teacher and asked if there was something to secure him in place during his turn. Aizawa, looking puzzled, nodded and wrapped his capture scarf around Izuku's waist, intrigued by what he was about to attempt. He instructed the other students to brace themselves as he began. Dropping the ball at his feet, he prepared himself, hoping his plan would succeed. Gazing up at the moon still visible in the daytime sky, he moved his hands forward and, with an immense effort, tore a hole in front of him. Instantly, he was met with the vast blackness of space and the breathtaking view of Earth. The sudden pull of the void caused gasps among the students, but the scarf held him securely in place. As everything around him began to be drawn into the tear, he watched the ball disappear through it before quickly closing the rift. He fell backward, relieved to no longer feel the pull. Grateful to Aizawa for keeping him anchored, he stood up and dusted himself off, while Aizawa glared at him for the reckless stunt he had just pulled. His device beeped with an error message indicating it was out of Earth's range, which he showed to the students. He cautioned them that while Izuku had accomplished what was asked, they should never attempt something so dangerous again. Amid the excited chatter of his classmates, one student remained silent, anger boiling within him. Katsuki rushed at Izuku, demanding to know how he had done that. With Aizawa's scarf still wrapped around his waist, Izuku couldn't stop Katsuki in time as he charged forward. Izuku quickly took the offensive, grabbing Katsuki's arm as he swung at him and throwing him to the ground, pinning his wrist behind his back. Aizawa, ever the pro, rushed in to prevent the situation from escalating further. Katsuki continued to yell and struggle, but it was futile. As Aizawa approached, Izuku released Katsuki and stepped back, ready for another attack. Before Katsuki could charge again, Aizawa managed to restrain him with his scarf. Katsuki yelled in frustration, questioning the strength of the scarf. Aizawa, glancing at Izuku but not worried about him attacking, turned his attention back to Katsuki. He warned him that he was on very thin ice and demanded a reason why he shouldn't expel him for attacking another student unprovoked. Katsuki, taken aback by Aizawa's words, defiantly proclaimed himself the best and the future #1 hero, insisting that Izuku had lied about being quirkless all their lives. Izuku calmly responded, clarifying that he had never claimed to be quirkless. It was Katsuki who had spread that belief. He had chosen not to correct him, feeling that Katsuki didn't deserve the truth he had ignored. Aizawa gave Katsuki one last chance, warning him that any further misconduct would result in expulsion. Katsuki, still fuming, turned away. As the other students murmured about Katsuki's aggression, Uraraka felt relieved to see Izuku unharmed and glared at Katsuki, piecing together what she had overheard. Izuku returned to his class, greeted by congratulations for his impressive feat. Overwhelmed by the praise, he stuttered a thank you and rejoined the line. Someone mentioned having fun, but Aizawa quickly reminded them that they were there to learn to become the best heroes possible. He warned that the last-place student would be removed from the hero course. Most students complained, but they had no choice but to continue. Izuku, not overly concerned about the tests, felt confident he would place in the upper middle. Uraraka approached him, complimenting his performance. Blushing slightly, he thanked her, and they proceeded with the remaining tests. As he observed the unique quirks of his classmates, he wished he had his notebook to jot down every detail. When it was time for the 50-meter dash, Katsuki glared at him, boasting that he would destroy him in this event. As the race began, Izuku leaped into the air, tearing open a portal while rolling forward, finishing first in that exercise as well. He could hear Katsuki grinding his teeth in frustration, wondering how much damage he was doing to them. Izuku gave his all, utilizing his portals for the distance jump and high jump, ensuring he performed well in the tests. Throughout the day, he was met with friendly interactions from his classmates, and one girl, Mina, playfully grabbed his arm, trying to provoke a reaction from Uraraka. Feeling the strength in Izuku's muscles, Mina blushed and quickly let go when he asked her to. As the tests concluded, Izuku was surprised to find himself in first place, thinking he would land in the middle of the pack. Meanwhile, Mineta lamented about being in last place, crying over his fate. Izuku felt a mix of disgust and relief, glad to see him go. However, Aizawa revealed it was a ruse to motivate them, shattering that bubble. After changing back into his school uniform, Izuku chatted with the other boys before heading out to meet Uraraka. Together, they made their way to the train station, ready to head home. While walking, she realized she didn't know how his quirk worked and asked him about it. Izuku explained that his quirk allowed him to rip and tear anything he touched, not flashy but unique to him. When she inquired about how he created those portals, he laughed and recounted the first time he opened a tear, almost breaking the universe. Concerned, she warned him not to attempt such things, fearing he might hurt himself if it didn't go as planned. He reassured her that it worked because he focused on the other side of the tear, adding that otherwise, they wouldn't be having this conversation. The next day, as Izuku walked to Yue, Uraraka caught up with him. They laughed together as he adjusted his tie, not wanting to learn how to tie it if it meant this would be their new greeting. They chatted casually, enjoying each other's company. Izuku had expected hero school to be more thrilling, with professional heroes teaching every class, including serving lunch. However, it turned out to be quite average after the excitement of meeting the pros. Some teachers, like 𝗬𝗵𝗲 and ectoplasm, were straightforward, while others, like Mike, were extravagant and loud. Midnight was particularly interactive with the students, leaving Izuku wondering how she maintained her role as a teacher. After a satisfying lunch, hero class began, with students buzzing about who would be teaching them. All Might burst through the door in a dramatic pose, announcing his entrance with enthusiasm. He instructed the class to meet him in the training city for a battle trial, reminding them to wear the gear they had requested. As he activated a remote that opened the students' suits, Izuku noticed Katsuki's intense excitement at the mention of battle, hoping it wouldn't lead to trouble for him. After grabbing his suitcase, Izuku headed to the locker room. Once equipped in his suit, he admired his reflection in the mirror. After much contemplation about what to submit for his suit, he finally achieved the design he wanted. Considering how his quirk worked, he opted for a sleeveless black vest that was bullet and piercing proof, covering his vitals like bomb unit armor. He wore a dark green helmet with a visor that matched his hair and chose simple combat breathes with knee pads and combat boots. The only equipment he requested was an emergency knife and a first aid kit attached to his lower back. He decided on a basic design, planning to modify it as he progressed through his classes. Stepping out with his helmet in hand, he joined his classmates. Observing their costumes, he noted the lack of armor and the tight-fitting designs, wondering if he should have chosen something more colorful. He spotted a pair of floating gloves and boots, hoping the wearer was appropriately dressed. Uraraka approached him in her own skin-tight suit, complimenting his appearance and likening him to a character from a war movie. Unable to look directly at her, he returned the compliment. When he noticed one of his classmates leering at the girls, he shot a glare at Mineta, who quickly scurried away. All Might greeted his students again, praising their suits while internally questioning who approved some of the designs. He glanced at his notes and explained the trial, a 2v2 battle between villain and hero teams with random pairings. After answering questions, he issued a stern warning to Katsuki not to go overboard. When the teams were announced, Izuku was pleased to find Uraraka as his partner. However, they soon discovered they would be facing Katsuki. With his usual sneer, Katsuki glared at Izuku, who remained calm and sealed his helmet to his suit. Uraraka gave Izuku a determined look, and they began strategizing. He proposed two options. They could use a portal to quickly locate the bomb or go in without portals to showcase their abilities. Uraraka chose to approach through the front door, and they planned to split up once Katsuki attacked. As expected, Katsuki leaped at Izuku, furious about his quirk, while Uraraka dashed toward the stairs. The fight commenced with Izuku skillfully redirecting Katsuki's explosions and seizing every opportunity to strike back. Although Katsuki's attacks caused minor burns, his frustration grew, and he unleashed a powerful right hook, questioning Izuku about his quirk. Izuku found the nickname Deku irritating, like a persistent fly. In a moment of anger, he caught Katsuki's punch and tore apart the gauntlet, exposing his arm. With Katsuki momentarily stunned, Izuku seized the opportunity to pin him to the ground, just as he had done before. Realizing he had been captured with tape, Katsuki shouted in frustration, and All Might's voice declared him out. Izuku looked at him, hoping he would accept the loss, but he knew Katsuki might not take it well. He could only hope that Katsuki wouldn't act recklessly. Izuku hurried up the stairs, searching for Uraraka. He learned she was one floor above, in a room with Ida, and he couldn't catch him. He instructed her to corner Ida against a wall and waited. Once he received the signal that Ida was in position, Izuku burst through the wall, catching Ida off guard. Seizing the moment, Uraraka leaped for the bomb, securing victory for their team. She praised Izuku for his efforts but froze when she called him by his first name, quickly trying to backtrack. He reassured her that it was fine to call him Izuku, his cheeks flushing even though his helmet concealed it. She shyly suggested he could call her Ochako. As they prepared to return, Katsuki stormed through the doorway, declaring he wouldn't lose to someone like Izuku. He raised his gauntlet, aiming it directly at him. With the announcer warning against firing, Katsuki insisted that Izuku wouldn't be harmed if he dodged. He pulled the pin, ready to unleash his power. Izuku, standing protectively in front of Ochako and Ida, braced himself for the confrontation. Realizing the danger, he opened a large portal to shield himself and the others, leading to the outside. He waited until the heat subsided before closing that portal and opening another right behind Katsuki. With a swift motion, he struck Katsuki, disarming him and pinning him to the ground. He glanced back to ensure Ochako and Ida were safe, noting the tremor in Ochako's hands. Fueled by adrenaline, he kept Katsuki immobilized, ensuring that any further use of his quirk would backfire. The announcer finally arrived at the bomb room, assessing the students and confirming they were all unharmed. He commended Izuku for his performance and took Katsuki away, who was still howling in frustration. Afterward, Ochako and Ida expressed their gratitude to Izuku for saving them. Relieved to see them safe, he waved them off. As they exited the room, they were immediately surrounded by their classmates. Not accustomed to being the center of attention, Izuku stepped back slightly. He reassured everyone that they were fine, allowing them to give him some space. The announcer returned after ensuring Katsuki was secured in the nurse's office. He remarked that things could have been worse and shifted the focus to determining the MVP of the round. Yorozu raised her hand, suggesting Izuku deserved the title for his planning and timely intervention. The announcer agreed, and they moved on to the next match. The day continued with various matches, some more exciting than others. Ochako sat beside Izuku, quietly listening as he muttered to himself. Mina smirked and pointed them out to Hagakure, who giggled with her new friend, anticipating a fun year ahead. The day concluded with only minor injuries, and as the majority of the class exited together, chatting about the trials, they gradually split off. Meanwhile, the announcer and Eraserhead met with the principal and Katsuki to discuss the trials events. Katsuki clenched his teeth, blaming Izuku for everything. The principal informed him that, as punishment, he would be suspended for the rest of the week and required to attend anger management classes. This was his second strike, and one more would jeopardize his place in the hero course. Accepting his punishment, Katsuki left, already plotting how to confront Izuku. The next morning, Izuku woke up with a slight headache and got ready for the day. He carelessly threw his tie around his neck, letting the ends hang. He sensed that something chaotic was bound to happen. After downing his coffee, he met up with Ochako, who noticed his disheveled appearance and asked if he was all right. As she adjusted his tie, he smiled at her kindness, feeling some of his headache fade. He explained that he had woken up with a headache and had a feeling something was off. She giggled, noting that she had never heard him swear before, though she had heard worse at her parents' construction sites. Curious, she asked what made him feel that way. Izuku recounted past experiences where a headache preceded trouble, including losing his phone and encounters with villains. He assured her he was fine, as he had been unharmed during those incidents. As they walked, they encountered a crowd of reporters, prompting Izuku to wave his hands dismissively, expressing his frustration. Ochako agreed, sharing his sentiment about the situation. They brainstormed ways to navigate past the reporters without causing a scene. Just as they were about to give up, other students from UA joined them, also looking for a way through. With a glance at the time, Izuku decided to take matters into his own hands. He raised his arms dramatically, announcing his intention to break the rules. He created a portal leading to the other side of the UA gate, right next to the entrance doors. Eraserhead, on his way to disperse the crowd, recognized the portal's familiar green edge and prepared for a confrontation, but relaxed upon realizing it was Izuku. He gestured toward the tear in space, encouraging the other students to go ahead while he remained behind. Kirishima and Kaminari thanked him as they passed through, followed by the rest of the UA students. Ochako stood beside Izuku, asking if he wasn't going through. Izuku felt a sense of urgency as he realized he needed to be the last one through the tear, or it would close behind him. He watched as the last of the students passed through, with Ochako going last and Izuku following closely behind her. They emerged to find their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, looking at them with an expression that seemed devoid of emotion. Izuku braced himself for a reprimand, but Aizawa simply turned to shoo away the reporters. Relieved, Izuku and Ochako shared a light laugh as they made their way to class. Upon entering the classroom, Izuku noticed that Katsuki was absent, which he chose to ignore as he waited for class to begin. A weary Aizawa eventually arrived and began discussing their performance in the previous day's battle trials. He mentioned that Katsuki had been punished and would be returning in a week. Izuku braced himself for a lecture about his quirk usage or his rough handling of Katsuki, but to his surprise, Aizawa simply acknowledged his efforts with a nod and a good job. Unsure of what Aizawa was referring to, Izuku accepted the praise with a smile. Aizawa then instructed the class to elect a class president before retreating to his sleeping bag. The room buzzed with excitement as nearly everyone expressed interest in the position. Ida suggested they hold a vote to determine the winner. Ultimately, Izuku was elected president, with Momo as vice president. He caught Ochako's eye and silently mouthed, "More nonsense." With that, he stepped up to deliver his speech, stating that he believed this was a bad idea, and that was all. Momo chuckled beside him and began jotting down her phone number to create a group chat for Class 1A. The students quickly agreed, and a chat room was established in no time. When lunch arrived, Izuku sat with Ochako, letting out a heavy sigh as he began to eat. Ochako teased him, telling him to calm down, as it wasn't that bad. Izuku expressed his feelings about the added responsibility he hadn't wanted. Laughter erupted around the table, and Mina chimed in, reassuring him that he would do fine, which was why she had voted for him. She also mentioned how he had opened a portal past the reporters, and others at the table nodded in agreement. Suddenly, alarm blared, and a third-year student announced that it was an intruder alert, urging everyone to evacuate. Instead of following the crowd, Izuku climbed onto the table to survey the situation. He soon realized it was just the reporters causing the commotion. Spotting Ochako getting swept up in the crowd, he felt a surge of anger at the thought of her getting hurt. He quickly tore open a portal to the top of the door next to the exit sign, creating a handhold in the wall. He shouted for everyone to remain calm and jumped down to check on Ochako, relieved to find she was okay. He gathered the rest of Class 1A and headed back to class, noticing that the gate had been reduced to dust, indicating that more trouble was on the way. The next morning, Izuku awoke with a sense that something was about to happen. He felt fine physically, but the unease lingered. Hoping it was just something he ate, he prepared for the day and met up with Ochako, adjusting his tie as they walked in comfortable silence. Suddenly, Mina called out to them, her energy infectious. She asked how they were doing, and Ochako responded positively. With a teasing smirk, Mina inquired if they were a couple, noticing how often they were together. Both Izuku and Ochako blushed, and Izuku hurriedly clarified that they were just good friends who had met during the entrance exam. Mina, undeterred, hooked her arm through Izuku's as they continued walking, prompting Izuku to affirm that he was single. Not liking how close Mina was getting, Ochako also linked arms with Izuku on the other side, ready to defend her territory. Mina grinned back, enjoying the reaction she had provoked. Izuku felt caught in the middle, glancing between the two girls in confusion. As they arrived at school, many students cast looks of confusion and jealousy at the sight of Izuku with two attractive girls on his arms. Once they reached the classroom door, Mina released her hold and entered with a triumphant grin directed at Ochako. With the door open, everyone could see Ochako on Izuku's arm, causing her to blush and quickly retreat to her seat, shooting a glare at the giggling Mina, who was already plotting her next move. Izuku sat down, trying to shake off the feeling of Ochako leaving his side, which he didn't like at all. Just then, Aizawa entered and announced that they would have a special class focused on rescue operations. They would take a bus to a different facility, change into their suits, and meet him outside. With that, he stepped back out, and excited chatter filled the room as everyone filtered out. In the locker room, Mineta made a crude remark about a peephole into the women's locker room, grinning as he approached it. Ida was about to reprimand him, but Izuku intervened first. With a calm yet intense demeanor, he grabbed Mineta by the top of his head, ensuring he wouldn't get hurt. Mineta's expression shifted from surprise to fear as Izuku whispered something in his ear that left everyone else in the room silent and curious. Once released, Mineta hurriedly gathered his suit and scurried to the far corner of the room to finish changing, leaving the others wondering what had just transpired. In the other locker room, 𝗓𝗪 had one of her jacks ready to poke an eye out. She overheard Izuku's conversation with Mineta and felt a mix of horror and relief knowing there was a good person in their class. Momo noticed 𝗓𝗪's pale complexion and asked if she was all right. 𝗓𝗪 reassured her that she was fine, just glad Midoriya was on their side, and requested Momo to create something to cover the hole in the wall. The girls exchanged odd looks but complied, finishing their changes and sealing the gap. When they met up with the rest of the class, Izuku approached Momo to mention the peephole, but she had already taken care of it. After counting heads, he confirmed that everyone was present and ready to board the bus. Ida blew his whistle and instructed everyone to line up in alphabetical order. Izuku walked up to him, suggesting he tone it down since the bus layout was different. They all boarded, with Izuku sitting next to Tsuyu and Ochako on the other side. After a moment, Tsuyu asked Izuku about his quirk, noting it seemed to involve both strength and a portal ability. This caught everyone's attention, and Izuku explained that he didn't mind sharing. He clarified that his quirk, called Rip and Tear, allowed him to tear apart anything he could grasp. He demonstrated by closing his hands, glancing at Mineta, who looked away nervously. Izuku elaborated that while he couldn't lift a car or bend steel like others, he could easily rip through thick paper as if it were a single page. Kirishima inquired about the portals, and Izuku recalled that he had stumbled upon that ability a few years ago, thinking if he could tear anything, why not the space in front of him? Momo paled at the thought of tearing through space, and Izuku shrugged, acknowledging the potential dangers. Kirishima then asked why Izuku hadn't used his quirk on Bakugo during the trial. Izuku simply stated that it would have resulted in serious injury, emphasizing the risks of his quirk. The class began to realize just how powerful Izuku truly was, with his mobility and destructive capability. Kaminari broke the tension, expressing relief that Izuku was on their side. Soon, they arrived at the USJ Dome, where Ochako excitedly shook Izuku, gushing about her favorite hero. Hero 13 greeted them and spoke briefly with Aizawa before addressing the class. She expressed excitement about the day's lesson and introduced her quirk, Black Hole, explaining how it had helped many people but could also be used for harm. The mood shifted as some students glanced at Izuku, who remained silent, contemplating the dangers of his own quirk. 13 reassured them that all of their quirks could be harmful, which was why they were there to learn how to use them responsibly. As the class applauded, the lights suddenly went out, and a purple mist appeared in the center of the plaza. A sinking feeling washed over Izuku as he shouted for Eraserhead's attention. Turning around, he spotted numerous villains emerging, including 3 notable figures: a large bird-like creature, a lanky villain with hands all over him, and a man formed from the purple mist. The man demanded to know where All Might was, suggesting that harming students might draw him out. With a wild look in his eyes, he ordered the villains to move forward. Eraserhead quickly commanded Izuku to evacuate the students. As he charged forward to confront the villains, Izuku wasted no time and opened a portal to the front of the UA main building, urging his classmates to go through immediately. While they escaped, he glanced back at Eraserhead, who was holding his ground but beginning to slow down. The lanky villain watched Izuku leave and asked Shigaraki if he should stop them. Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to pursue Izuku. As Izuku saw the Nomu disappear and reappear in front of 13, blocking the path to the escaping students, he felt a surge of urgency. The Nomu struck 13, and Izuku quickly grabbed Ochako, pushing her through the portal just before the Nomu reached him. On the other side, the students watched in horror as the Nomu seized Izuku by the arm. Fearing for everyone's safety, Izuku shut the portal just in time. Ochako tried to go back but was too late, expressing frustration that they had managed to save at least one person. As Eraserhead defeated the last villain, Shigaraki rushed toward him, but Eraserhead blocked the attack, breathing heavily. He glanced back to see Izuku in the grip of the Nomu. Shigaraki commanded the Nomu to bring Izuku to him and eliminate the hero. The Nomu sped off, dragging Izuku along as he struggled to escape. The creature backhanded him into a fountain, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Determined not to succumb to defeat, Izuku decided to take decisive action and tore off the Nomu's hand that was gripping him. He then targeted its leg, successfully tearing it off as well. The Nomu fell to its remaining knee and hand, but Izuku noticed its limbs starting to regenerate. The Nomu's handler boasted about its abilities, but Izuku, seeing Aizawa still down, resolved not to let fear dictate his actions. He remembered the promise he made to his mother long ago to be careful. He would do whatever it took to return home safely, no matter the obstacles in his way. As he charged at the Nomu, just as it was regaining its footing, he dashed past and disabled one of its legs. Leaping onto its back as it screeched, he swiftly incapacitated its other limbs, ensuring it couldn't rise again. Aware that he needed to act quickly before it could regenerate, he began to tear at its back, reaching for its spine and then its heart. He paused for a moment, hoping that would be enough. However, he noticed the wound beginning to close. Determined, he resumed his efforts just as the creature attempted to rise. Cursing himself for neglecting the limbs, he buried his head into its back and held on tightly. As it thrashed about, Izuku climbed higher and seized its head, tearing it off with a fierce determination. The creature fell to its knees and then face down, unable to rise again. Shigaraki, witnessing the teenager covered in the creature's blood while holding its severed head, shouted in disbelief. The misty figure, momentarily shocked by the brutal display, opened a portal for Shigaraki to reach through. Out of breath and stained with blood that was not his own, Izuku saw a hand reaching for him from the mist. Recognizing the situation from his training with portals, he grabbed the hand by the forearm and tore it off without hesitation. Shigaraki screamed in agony, pulling back with a missing hand, and shouted his threats. But before he could act further, the front door burst open, and multiple shots rang out, injuring Shigaraki even more. With a murderous glare directed at Izuku, he vanished. Izuku rushed over to Aizawa, checking to see if he was all right. He found him bloodied but breathing steadily, just unconscious, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The heroes at the top of the stairs looked down at the headless corpse of the creature, with its limbs scattered around. One of them remarked in disbelief at the sight. Noticing the villains were all incapacitated, Nizu and Am approached Izuku. Standing up, he greeted them and explained the situation, mentioning that Aizawa needed help. Coming down from the adrenaline rush of the close encounter, Nizu noted Izuku's appearance and asked if he was hurt. Am followed up with concern for his well-being. Looking down, Izuku saw his arms covered in the creature's blood, with some splattered on his visor. He removed his helmet with a hiss, insisting that none of it was his. Pointing at the headless Nomu, he explained that Shigaraki, the main villain, had said it was bioengineered with multiple quirks designed to kill him. Izuku noticed Am's face had paled slightly, and Nizu looked only a bit better, understanding the implications of multiple quirks. His legs gave out, and he fell to his knees as paramedics arrived to assist Aizawa. Am and Nizu rushed to support him, helping him regain his footing. They informed him that his classmates were safe and that 13 would make a full recovery, though young Uraraka was particularly distressed. Nizu led Izuku up the stairs and out of the USJ. Wincing at the thought of 𝗧𝗪𝗀 panicking, he quickly pulled out his phone and sent a mass text to his friends and his mother, assuring them he was safe and with the heroes. Arriving at UA a few minutes later, he saw his class waiting for him. They rushed over, but halted when they noticed the BLD covering his arms and chest. Looking down, he realized the extent of the mess. He reassured them that it wasn't his BLD, wincing as he did so. He waved them off, indicating he was still in one piece. Before he could explain further, 𝗧𝗪𝗀 enveloped him in a tight hug. He stuttered that it might not be the best time for a hug, feeling embarrassed. She called him an idiot, and he quickly returned the embrace, careful not to get her dirty. Pulling away, she wiped her tears and looked at him with a worried smile. 𝗬𝗏 guided him to the nurse's office to clean up and get checked out. After confirming he was unharmed except for a bruise from when the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 had grabbed him, they led him to a conference room with the staff. Besides 13, Eraserhead, and 𝗬𝗏, there were two others Izuku had never met before, a very cliché detective and a tall, skinny blonde with sunken blue eyes. Understanding that the detective was there for a police report, he focused on the skinny blonde. Nizu introduced them, explaining that the detective was 𝗧𝗪𝗁 and the other was Yagi Tashinori, who would be discussing the events at the USJ. Izuku inquired about the detective's role, and Yagi introduced himself as 𝗬𝗏's secretary. With Nizu's nod of approval, Izuku began recounting the events, starting with 13th's lecture on the dangers of quirks. He described how Kurogiri appeared with the mob, followed by Shigaraki and the 𝗏𝗏. He explained that Eraserhead had ordered him to evacuate the class, knowing Izuku had a portal ability. When asked why he hadn't followed his classmates, he clarified that his intention was to do so, but Shigaraki had commanded the 𝗏𝗏 to stop him. Unable to get through the portal in time, he had pushed Uraraka through and closed it behind her to prevent the 𝗏𝗏 from following. As he continued, he detailed 13th's injury, how the 𝗏𝗏 had brought him close to Shigaraki, and how Eraserhead had managed to free himself from the creature. He explained the nature of his quirk to the detective, ensuring he understood what had transpired. He described how the 𝗏𝗏's arm had begun to regrow after he had torn it off, with Shigaraki laughing maniacally, claiming it was engineered with multiple quirks to kill 𝗬𝗏. Regeneration, shock absorption, strength, speed, and likely stamina were among the abilities it possessed. A heavy silence fell over the room as Nizu gestured for him to continue. Izuku pressed on, explaining that he had no choice but to confront the monster if he wanted to survive. He took decisive action, removing the limbs to hinder its movement, then targeting the spine, hoping that would incapacitate it. When he witnessed the spine regenerate, he aimed for the head to finish it off. Vlad King questioned whether he believed he had made the right choice in eliminating the 𝗏𝗏. Izuku expressed his commitment to his mother, stating that he promised to be as safe as possible as a hero, and if that meant taking down the creature, so be it. He looked at his teacher with frustration, pondering how else he could stop something designed for destruction. The detective interjected, noting that while the multiple limbs matched the 𝗏𝗏, there was also a normal arm at the scene. Izuku explained that it belonged to Shigaraki, who had become enraged after witnessing the 𝗏𝗏's demise. With Kurogiri's assistance, Shigaraki's arm had been warped to attack him, prompting Izuku to remove it. Following this, he was sent home to his mother. Their reunion was emotional, with her checking every inch of him for injuries before they headed home. Upon arriving, he noticed that all his classmates had already left, leaving him feeling uneasy about how to explain his appearance, which resembled that of a ruthless fighter. He hoped that perhaps 𝗧𝗪𝗀 would understand. This was a concern for Izuku to address in the future. The next morning, Izuku found his mother at his door, informing him that some classmates had come to see him. She quietly asked which one was 𝗧𝗪𝗀, her gaze landing on a girl with brown hair. With a mischievous smile, she looked back at her son and hurried off. Quickly putting on a shirt, he rushed out to prevent his mother from embarrassing him. In the hallway, he saw 𝗧𝗪𝗀 and most of his classmates, except for Todoroki and Katsuki. He greeted them, surprised at how they had found his home. A few chuckled at his messy hair, which he attempted to fix without success. Yaoyorozu explained that they had looked him up in a phone book, with Uraraka narrowing down the search based on their previous meetups. Izuku realized he would need to explain himself as he noticed most of his classmates crowded in his small apartment. He suggested they go somewhere with more space to talk. He ran off with a smile at Ochako, while Inko, in the kitchen, noticed her son's blush and anticipated a fun day ahead. After changing, he returned to the living room and opened a portal to the beach where he had trained. Mina asked where it led, and he replied that it was to the beach. When she expressed concern about the smell of the infamous trash beach, he explained that it was where he had trained for a long time and was private enough for quirk use, omitting the fact that he had cleaned it up. As his classmates entered the portal, he waved goodbye to his mother, who smiled back. He felt a rush of warmth when Ochako grabbed his hand and pulled him through. With a hint of color in his cheeks, he squeezed her hand and moved on to join his classmates, who were amazed by the pristine beach and clear water. Tsuyu remarked on the transformation, while Mina recalled how it had once been covered in trash. Izuku looked away, feeling a bit embarrassed. He led them to the pier to explain what had happened after he evacuated them. He detailed how he had to eliminate the creature to prevent it from causing harm, and Ida expressed his disapproval, stating that heroes do not kill. Izuku, while trying to contain his anger, explained that he had no choice against something designed for destruction, especially when it posed a threat to his friends. He emphasized that he had done everything in his power to return safely and would not apologize for his actions if it made anyone uncomfortable. Ochako was the first to reassure him that he had done what was necessary, and soon others joined in, expressing their understanding and gratitude for his actions. Hagekure suggested they shift their focus from heavy emotions to enjoying the beach, standing up and stretching. Yaoyorozu, who had never had a beach day with friends, began preparing towels and snacks, using her resources to provide for everyone. Izuku guided his classmates to a small shop for food, where the owner recognized him and praised his efforts in cleaning the beach. Izuku froze, aware that his classmates would soon learn the truth. Kirishima questioned the owner about his comment, and Izuku tried to slip away, but Ochako held onto his arm, still looking at the owner. The owner explained that Izuku had been cleaning the beach over the years, and everyone turned to him in surprise. He attempted to appear nonchalant while selecting a snack, feeling Ochako's curious gaze on him. Kaminari broke the silence, expressing disbelief that Izuku had cleaned the beach, recalling how terrible it had once been. Izuku clarified that he had only recently opened a tier to the moon and had indeed spent years cleaning the beach. His classmates began to commend him for his efforts, calling him impressive. Once back at the beach, Izuku settled onto a towel while some classmates dashed into the water. Tokoyami, Jairu, and Koda sat nearby, sharing similar thoughts. With Yaoyorozu organizing everything, including beach attire, everyone enjoyed their day off from school while the institution updated its security measures. Eventually, Ochako managed to persuade Izuku to join her in the water. Taking off his shirt to reveal the results of his training, he stepped into the water, drawing the attention of several onlookers who marveled at his physique. Hagekure quietly remarked on how impressive his muscles were, while Ochako, caught off guard, covered her mouth and hurried to the bathroom, steam rising around her. Mina and Hagekure shared a laugh at her reaction, while Yaoyorozu shook her head in amusement. As the day came to a close, everyone enjoyed a relaxing time, though Mineta ended up with a sunburn. After tidying up, Izuku walked everyone back to the train station to bid farewell. Waving goodbye, he joined Ochako for her ride home. She expressed concern about him walking her home, but he reassured her, saying he could get back quickly. They chatted about their beach day, enjoying each other's company as they disembarked from the train and approached her apartment. Izuku asked if she lived alone, to which she explained that her parents worked far away, making this place closer to school and more affordable. A moment of silence passed as she hugged him tightly, recalling the fear she felt when he was pushed through the portal. Surprised by her embrace, Izuku returned the hug, and she quietly expressed her relief that he was okay. She reached up to kiss his cheek before smiling and entering her apartment. Stunned by the moment, he stood there for a few minutes before smiling and using his quirk to return home. In his living room, his mother, accustomed to him creating portals, noticed his dopey smile as he held his cheek. Sipping tea and momentarily distracted by the TV, she chuckled and asked what had made him so happy. Startled by her voice, he quickly glanced at her and decided to dash to his room, hearing her continue to ask questions behind him. Upon entering Class 1A, he greeted his classmates, noticing Katsuki glaring at him. Choosing to ignore the hostility, he sat down as everyone discussed who would substitute for Aizawa, who had been injured at the USJ. The class settled in as the start of the lesson approached. Suddenly, Aizawa entered, bandaged from his encounter with Shigaraki, and the room fell silent. After scanning the classroom, he relaxed upon seeing Izuku, remembering the panic he felt when he woke up, fearing the worst. He was relieved to learn that Izuku was unharmed, though the League of Villains had escaped, leaving behind serious injuries to their leader and a defeated Nomu. Standing at the podium, Aizawa was met with questions about his well-being. He waved them off and began homeroom, informing the class about the upcoming sports festival. As excitement filled the room, he called out to Izuku, asking him to meet after school for an assignment that would aid him in his hero training. Confused but intrigued, Izuku agreed to the meeting. After class, some friends, including Ochako, approached him, curious about the assignment. He thought about the kiss on the cheek before break, feeling his face heat up as he told them he had no idea what it entailed but was eager to help. The day progressed, and soon it was time for his meeting with Aizawa. He waved goodbye to his classmates and headed to the teacher's lounge, knocking on the door. Present Mike welcomed him in, and Izuku pointed out the same caterpillar he had seen on his first day at UA. Once settled in a private office, Aizawa asked how he was doing, having received reports about the incident after he lost consciousness. Izuku sighed, recalling a past experience where he had to defend himself against a dog. He explained that he felt no remorse for defeating the monster, having learned to use his quirk without causing harm, though it was challenging against those who resisted. Aizawa felt relieved to see Izuku still committed to being a hero despite the difficulties he faced. Aizawa continued, noting Izuku's remarkable quirk for moving people out of danger, emphasizing its value in emergencies. He inquired about how Izuku's portal ability worked. Izuku explained that he could create portals to places he had visited or could see, with the moon being the farthest he had traveled. Aizawa encouraged him to establish as many portal points as possible, from hospitals to crowded areas, creating a network for emergencies. He handed Izuku a list of locations across Japan, emphasizing that this would be a long-term assignment. After their meeting concluded, Izuku spotted Ochako waiting at the gate for him. He felt a flutter in his stomach as he approached her. She smiled and asked about the assignment. Sharing the details, she agreed it was a great idea and asked if he could help her train for the sports festival. Realizing their quirks could complement each other in combat, he agreed to assist her, excited about the possibilities ahead. With shining eyes, he looked at Ochako, excited to teach her his fighting style. He offered to help her and asked if she wanted to start right away. Nodding, he glanced around and noticed they were alone before quickly stepping through the doorway to her apartment. As she unlocked her door, she inquired about the plan. He paused at the entrance, explaining that he would demonstrate his fighting style, which would be beneficial for her. Turning back, she saw Izuku lingering at the door and pulled him inside. She mentioned that she would change into something more suitable before they could head out. Embarrassed to be in the home of a girl he had feelings for, he stood in the apartment, taking in its minimalist yet cozy design. After a moment, she returned wearing sweats and a tank top, tying her hair back into a ponytail. She suggested they get moving to find a training spot. Izuku rushed to his living room, where he found his mother and a blonde woman on the couch. Ochako greeted them as Izuku entered. His mother, Misuki, teased him about bringing a girl home, knowing that she and Inko had been friends since high school. Despite the teasing, Izuku quickly clarified that they were there to change and train for the upcoming sports festival. After a brief hug from his aunt, he hurried to his room to change. When he emerged, he saw Ochako laughing with the two women, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him as he wondered what stories they might be sharing. Once outside, they tore a hole through space and arrived at the beach, seeking a more secluded area for training. He explained his grappling fighting style, which complemented his quirk, and assured her it would be perfect for her as well. She nodded in agreement, and they began their training. Over the next 2 weeks, their routine consisted of alternating between their homes and the beach, focusing on endurance training. With each passing day, they grew closer. On the final day before the sports festival, as they prepared to leave, a group of students waited outside the door. Izuku informed Ochako that it would be a rest day before the festival and opened the door to greet. Katsuki pushed past him, declaring his presence and demanding everyone move aside. As he walked out alone, a purple-haired student stepped forward, unimpressed by Izuku's class. Izuku introduced himself as the representative of Class 1A and noted that Katsuki was just being himself. The purple-haired student declared war on their class, stating that anyone who performed poorly in the sports festival could be replaced. Another student chimed in, mocking Class 1A's reputation. Angered by their assumptions, Izuku spoke up, clarifying that he had evacuated everyone during the villain attack and that any issues they had were with him, not his classmates. As the blonde student approached, Izuku instinctively grabbed his arm to stop him, causing his classmates to wince, fearing a violent confrontation. The blonde explained he was merely curious about Izuku's quirk, but Izuku's grip remained firm. Before the situation escalated, Ochako intervened, urging Izuku to leave with her. They headed to a nearby park to relax before the festival. Ochako expressed her gratitude for his help with her training, and he smiled, assuring her he was happy to assist. They enjoyed their day off, sharing light moments before the competition. On the day of the festival, Class 1A gathered in the waiting room, preparing to enter the stadium. Ochako and Izuku chatted with their classmates, some feeling more nervous than others. Ochako felt anxious, knowing that Izuku had helped her train to the point where she nearly defeated him in their sparring sessions. Their quirks were similar enough that she could often mimic his techniques, making grappling and throws effective for her. As Izuku focused on the upcoming event, he noticed Todoroki approaching. Having never spoken to Izuku before, Todoroki's expression suggested he wasn't there for a friendly conversation. He coldly declared that he was stronger and intended to win that day. Confused by the confrontation, Izuku responded that he wouldn't simply give up if they fought. He acknowledged that Todoroki's fire quirk would make things more challenging but kept a secret technique in mind that even Ochako didn't know about. Todoroki, with an even colder demeanor, stated he would never use his fire and walked away. Katsuki was furious upon hearing that one of the top students in class had challenged Deku instead of him. Just as he prepared to shout that he would take the spot, the intercom interrupted, instructing all students in the room to move to the stadium. Izuku and Yaoyorozu led the class through the doors, revealing thousands of fans cheering for the students to showcase their abilities. Izuku had never experienced anything like this before, and as he glanced back, he noticed that many of his classmates were just as overwhelmed. However, some, like Ishido, embraced the attention of the crowd with confidence. Present Mike announced their class, referencing the USJ incident in the process. Once seated next to Ochako, the introductions continued until the umpire walked out. Midnight questioned whether the school wanted a lawsuit on their hands, but Izuku wondered how she had ended up in that position. She called for silence, announcing the start of the festival with the students' oath and summoned Izuku to the stage. Pointing her riding CRP toward him, he felt completely taken aback. He looked at Ochako, who shared his confusion, then turned to Yaoyorozu, who quickly reminded him that he had placed first in the entrance exam and needed to give a speech. Accepting his fate, he walked to the stage and took the microphone from his teacher. As the crowd quieted, he quickly gathered his thoughts. He looked up at the box where his homeroom teacher was seated and expressed his gratitude for the heads-up. He heard Eraserhead's voice through the speakers. Realizing he had forgotten to turn off the mic, turning back to face his classmates, he encouraged everyone to give their all and not to give up until the bell rang, finishing with a spirited plus ultra. The crowd erupted in cheers as he returned to his classmates, receiving pats on the back. Midnight then announced the first event, the obstacle race. Everyone sprang to their feet, rushing toward the starting gate. Izuku grabbed Ochako's hand before she could dash off and told her to wait. Trusting him, she nodded but asked if he planned to race to the finish. With a smile, he replied that there was no fun in that. The race began with a loud bang, and the class was nearly crushed by the narrow exit. Izuku spotted a gap at the end of the gate above the crowd of students. He tore a hole in the barrier and motioned for 𝗀𝗧𝗪𝗀 to go through, followed by 𝗧𝗪𝗀, who decided to join them. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 shrugged and ran through himself, entering the race as quirks activated all around him. He sprinted toward the next obstacle, robots from the entrance exam. Without hesitation he charged forward, doing what he did best. He faced a three-pointer head-on, dodging its first swing before getting into range and moving through the robot. He jumped out of the back, continuing his run. Ahead he spotted a pair of zero-pointers and recalled his previous near-miss with them. He had experienced too many close calls to feel comfortable. As he looked ahead, he saw Todoroki freeze both zero-pointers in a precarious position. When Todoroki safely passed, Izuku noticed another student still trapped beneath the collapsing robots. Thinking quickly, he tore a hole beside the student and pulled him to safety. Satisfied that the student was all right, he decided to tease Todoroki. Climbing atop one of the zero-pointers, he created a portal in front of Todoroki. With no way to stop, the half-and-half boy ran through the portal, ending up about 100 feet behind Izuku. Glaring at the only one who could have caused his delay, he then watched as the green-haired boy dashed through the same portal to where he was supposed to be. As the portal closed behind him, Izuku spotted the next obstacle, a pit. Without a second thought, he jumped through the portal and continued. The following challenge was a minefield. He noticed Katsuki nearing the finish line, using explosions to propel himself through the air. Izuku thought of replicating his earlier trick with Todoroki. He placed the portal exit in front of the minefield and tore it open right in Katsuki's path. Katsuki managed to stop himself, but his actions triggered the mines. With a loud explosion, he was sent flying out of control. Laughing maniacally, Katsuki dashed through the still open tear, reaching the end of the race. He walked confidently, as if he were at a park, greeting the cheering crowd with smiles and waves. The first-place winners settled onto a patch of grass to wait. More of his classmates followed, two in particular eager to confront Izuku. Katsuki finished in 7th place, while Todoroki came in 10th. Neither looked particularly pleased, but Izuku didn't mind much. 𝗀𝗧𝗪𝗀 joined him, plopping down beside him to rest. Eventually, the 42nd place competitor crossed the finish line, and the next event was announced. The roulette wheel was about to land on Cavalry Battle when it unexpectedly landed on King of the Pillar. Midnight, though confused by the change, proceeded with the announcement. She explained that King of the Pillar was straightforward. There would be pillars, and the higher one stood, the more points they would earn. By the end of the round, the top 16 would enter the tournament. While there were no teams, teamwork was encouraged. Stepped off the stage, and Cementos created pillars of cement, the tallest reaching 15 feet high, with many more below. As everyone began to scatter, some forming teams, 𝗀𝗧𝗪𝗀 stayed close to Izuku. She suggested they team up, agreeing not to attack each other if they ended up on the same pillar. Izuku considered it for a moment before agreeing. As the countdown for the round began, many classmates formed teams, while others, like Katsuki and Todoroki, remained solo. When the countdown hit 1, Izuku tore a portal to the top pillar, with 𝗀𝗧𝗪𝗀 going through first as always. They landed on top to witness a fierce battle unfolding on each pillar. As Izuku surveyed the battlefield, he noticed Todoroki soaring toward him on an ice pillar, with Katsuki not far behind. Katsuki reached Izuku first, shouting a curse before unleashing a powerful explosion aimed at the ice structure. In a swift maneuver, Izuku created a portal beside Katsuki, redirecting the blast back at him. The force sent Katsuki flying backward. Just then, Todoroki arrived, crafting a slope of ice to dislodge the pair from their elevated position. 𝗀𝗧𝗪𝗀, unable to stop herself, slid off but managed to land safely thanks to her quirk. Izuku, however, braced himself against the slope with his hand, trying to regain his footing when he spotted Todoroki's foot coming down toward him. Instead of being caught, he let go and leaped onto a different pillar. He landed directly in front of Kendo, the class representative from 1B. Without hesitation, she swung her large hand to knock Izuku away. Thinking quickly, Izuku moved his hand forward like a spear, tearing into her palm. She recoiled, surprised by the sudden pain, and instinctively examined her hand, which only had a small cut. Looking up, She saw Izuku grabbing her and tossing her off the pillar. Satisfied that she landed safely, he turned his attention to the next challenge. Every time he attempted to reach the tallest pillar, Todoroki sent a mini glacier his way. Frustrated, he failed to notice the purple-haired student who had previously declared war on his class, approaching his pillar. Looking back, Izuku saw the insomniac attempting to push him off, but he was weak, as if he had never exercised a day in his life. With a venomous tone, the student remarked about Izuku's luck in having a strength quirk. Izuku tried to respond, but the other's quirk took hold, clouding his mind. Hearing the command to vacate the pillar, he had no choice but to comply. Jumping off, the impact jolted him awake. With an annoyed expression, he resolved that no one would claim the top pillar now. Positioning himself at the base of the tallest pillar, he prepared to bring it down in a way that would strike the one he had just vacated. With a fierce shout, he called out a playful phrase about lumberjacks. Many heads turned to see what he was doing, and his classmates scrambled to avoid being caught beneath the falling debris. Some shouted at him for his recklessness, while others screamed in alarm. As the pillar began to topple, he leaped onto the nearest one and started to climb. Digging his fingers into the surface, he reached the top, where he found 𝗧𝗏 staring at the fallen pillars. Without hesitation, Izuku delivered a swift kick, sending 𝗧𝗏 tumbling off and securing his own position. Minutes later, the end of the round was announced. Checking the leaderboard, Izuku saw he was in second place, with Todoroki in first and Katsuki in fourth. Surprisingly, Ochako held third place, indicating that her training had paid off. The tournament matches were then revealed: Midoriya vs. Shinso, Todoroki vs. 𝗧𝗏, and others. Spotting Shinso's picture, he recalled the student who had used his quirk against him earlier. Approaching Ochako, he congratulated her on her performance. With a smile that confirmed his feelings for her, she expressed her gratitude, attributing her success to his support and suggesting they grab some food together. Izuku remarked on the advantages of having a powerful quirk, feeling a mix of frustration and determination as he awaited the start of his match. He knew Shinso had no idea of the hard work he had put in to earn his place in the hero course, and he was ready to show him the true meaning of fighting. As the match began, Midnight called for the start, and Izuku charged forward without hesitation. Shinso attempted to retreat but wasn't quick enough. Ignoring the insults hurled at him, Izuku focused solely on the fight. In a flash, he caught a wild punch from Shinso and swept his feet out from under him, pinning his arm down for a tap-out. With his face pressed against the ground, Shinso struggled to muster one last insult but ultimately surrendered. The announcer declared Izuku the winner, and he helped Shinso to his feet, sharing a brief moment of understanding about their training journeys. Returning to the stands, Izuku was met with cheers and congratulations from his classmates. He took a seat next to Ochako, who waved him over. They watched the matches unfold, noting that Todoroki and 𝗧𝗏's fight ended dramatically, while Mina and Aoyama's bout was entertaining, featuring a powerful uppercut. Finally, it was Ochako's turn. As she entered the waiting room, she remarked on the tough fight ahead, and Izuku encouraged her to give it her all, emphasizing that effort leads to improvement and victory. With the announcement of her match, he hugged her tightly, wishing her luck with a bright smile. As she stepped into the arena, he found a way to get a better view, tearing a hole in the stands, which startled his classmates. Watching the match unfold, he hoped for the best. It quickly became apparent that the fight was one-sided, with Katsuki landing most of the hits and keeping Ochako at bay. Yet she refused to give up, rising each time she was knocked down. As the battle progressed, she began hurling debris, which flew through the air in a chaotic display. Despite the smoke obscuring her vision, she managed to land a couple of solid hits on Katsuki, one striking his knee and causing him to falter in pain, while another hit him on the temple, drawing blood. Seizing the opportunity, Ochako moved in closer, but Katsuki, like a cornered animal, unleashed a powerful explosion in response to the sound of her footsteps, launching himself to his feet to search for her. Worry consumed him more and more until he spotted her. She was struggling to get back on her feet, and he felt immense pride for her. Midnight was calling out to see if Ochako could still fight, but it seemed she didn't want her to continue. Ochako waved Midnight off and charged at Katsuki again, but she only stumbled a few feet before collapsing. Katsuki sneered and glanced up at the stands, locking eyes with Izuku. With a cruel glint in his eyes, he walked away to get patched up and prepare for his next match. As Ochako was loaded onto a stretcher and taken to the infirmary, Izuku followed, bumping into Katsuki along the way. Without acknowledging him, Izuku walked past. Katsuki, angered by this, declared that Ochako didn't stand a chance and neither would Izuku. This made Izuku turn to meet Katsuki's gaze, where he saw the seething anger and promise of pain. Without saying a word, he continued on to see his crush. When he arrived and saw her battered but awake, a weight lifted off his shoulders. She didn't meet his eyes, and as she left the healing station he pulled her aside, concerned for her well-being. He asked if she was all right, worried that she was still hurt. When he said something he couldn't hear, he requested her to repeat herself. She admitted with a sad tone that she had lost. Still avoiding eye contact, she felt his arms wrap around her as he reassured her that she did great out there, almost landing that last hit. He expressed how proud he was of her clever strategy using the rubble. Tears streamed down her face as she looked up at him, asking if he was mad about her loss despite all the training he had given her. He squeezed her tighter, assuring her that it was a tough matchup and that she had done wonderfully. With a smile to comfort her, more tears fell as she hugged him back, relieved that Izuku didn't think less of her. She knew he wouldn't, but that nagging voice in her head wouldn't quiet. After her tears subsided, he steeled himself once more and asked if she wanted to go with him. Not looking at her while feeling a heat rise to his face, Ochako pulled away and looked at Izuku. Rushing back into his arms, she muffled a yes against his chest. Their classmates wondered where the two, not a couple, had gone when they heard a tear and turned to see them walking out of the portal hand in hand. They froze when they noticed all their classmates watching them. The girls, especially Hagakure and Mina, squealed and grabbed Ochako, while some of the guys patted Izuku on the back with smiles. Kirishima teased him about getting closer, and Sato stroked his invisible beard like a wise old man. Shoji and Tokoyami offered their silent support from their seats. Grateful for the encouragement, Izuku turned his attention back to the match, noticing Kaminari held upside down by vines. A blonde head popped over the divider between classes, sneering that it looked like they would win and taunting Izuku about being knocked off his pedestal. The class ignored him, focusing instead on the two friends, and as he prepared to say something else, he was knocked out. Another head appeared to apologize but saw that no one was paying attention. The class settled down with Izuku and Ochako next to each other, holding hands. Izuku analyzed each match while Ochako felt relieved she didn't have to make the first move. As the matches progressed, Izuku's predictions came true, with Ida winning by default. Finally, it was Izuku's turn to fight Todoroki. After receiving a good luck kiss on his cheek from Ochako, he left with a goofy smile. On his way to the waiting room, 𝗏𝗏 turned the corner and saw his son's next opponent. Izuku had never liked the number 2 hero, finding him too aggressive and indifferent to the people he saved. 𝗏𝗏 approached Izuku, acknowledging him as the one who fought the beast at the USJ, stating that he would be a good stepping stone for Shudo and expected him to put up a good fight. Izuku, mood shifting, replied that he had fought and defeated that beast meant for all might and assured 𝗏𝗏 he would indeed put up a good fight. As he stared up at the hero, 𝗏𝗏 grew angry and reached out to grab him, but Izuku reacted faster, gripping his hand tightly and drawing BLD. He remarked that 𝗏𝗏 reminded him of Katsuki, thinking himself a god, and questioned what the press would think of the number 2 hero attempting to rig the match for his son. With a cold voice and a deadly look in his eye, he pulled his hand back, stopping the bleeding on his wrist. 𝗏𝗏 took another look at Izuku, recognizing both great potential and greater danger. Huffing in frustration, he turned and left, not wanting to escalate the situation further. He decided to keep an eye on Izuku. After ensuring 𝗏𝗏 wouldn't try anything, Izuku waited until he turned a corner. Looking at his hand and the BLD on his fingers, he wondered how 𝗏𝗏 treated his son. Wiping his hands clean on his breathes, he walked out to the arena, ready to fight. He saw Todoroki across from him and decided to make some banter, quietly commenting that his father was an unpleasant person and asking if he was just as bad at home. Surprised by the remark, Todoroki nodded, wondering what Endeavor had done to provoke such a statement. He glanced up at the stands, spotting his father with a bandaged wrist that hadn't been there before, then back at Izuku, noticing the BLD on his breathes and wondering what had transpired. Izuku declared that he would not hold back and suggested Todoroki shouldn't either if he wanted to win. Todoroki responded with finality that he would win using only his mother's ice. Izuku understood that he would need to show Todoroki that he was holding himself back. With that, Midnight shouted for the fight to begin. Todoroki initiated the match with a wave of ice, and seizing the opportunity, Izuku tore a portal in front of him, appearing next to Todoroki. The ice user, noticing the portal, dodged as he halted the ice, looking back to see the other end of the portal close with Izuku out of sight. Not having the opportunity to look back, Izuku felt a strong punch to his ribs. He jumped through the portal just as Todoroki dodged to close the distance, and it worked perfectly. Now in close combat, Izuku was eager to demonstrate his skills, but he didn't want to win just yet. He planned to wait until Todoroki unleashed his fire before going for the victory. Staggering back from the hit, Todoroki sent another wave of ice toward his opponent. Izuku, already prepared for the attack, leaped over it and charged at Todoroki, the cold biting at his hands with each touch. He hoped he wouldn't suffer frostbite, especially since he suspected Todoroki would if he didn't use his fire. Seeing his attack fail, Todoroki braced himself for close combat, an area where he felt less confident against the approaching specialist. He covered his chest and fists in ice for protection. Izuku noticed the armor but didn't think much of it. He could tear it off quickly. However, the icy gauntlet posed a threat, and he needed to be cautious. As he got closer, he dodged a jab from Todoroki and grabbed the icy fist. Before he could break it apart, ice began to crawl toward him on the ground. Jumping back, he observed Todoroki for a moment, recalling the ice spikes from the earlier attack. The smile on Izuku's face should have made Todoroki uneasy. Spotting what he wanted, Izuku tore the sleeves from his gym uniform, exposing his toned arms. He wrapped the sleeves around the tip of one of the spikes and broke it off, fashioning himself a club. He quickly did the same with another spike and charged at Todoroki with 2 icy clubs. With a flurry of swings, he forced his opponent to retreat. Unable to get close, Todoroki shot more ice at Izuku, but he had trained hard to improve his speed and mobility. Izuku taunted Todoroki, suggesting that fire would be a better option against ice. Todoroki, shivering, insisted he would win using only his ice. As the ice waves continued, he began to slow down. Izuku encouraged him to use his fire and fight back, swinging his clubs and breaking through Todoroki's chest armor and gauntlet. When Todoroki attempted to send more ice, one of the clubs struck his arm, causing him to cry out in pain. He realized he might have sustained a serious injury. Izuku challenged Todoroki to show his fire, readying himself for another onslaught. Despite not being skilled with weapons, he had grown fond of his makeshift clubs. Hearing Izuku's voice, Todoroki recognized that it was his own fire he needed to unleash, not that of his father. He was holding back. With determination, he fired a blast of flames directly at Izuku, who smiled and raised his clubs as a shield. The force pushed him back, and he noticed the melting handles of his clubs. Fueled by a fierce determination, he rushed at Todoroki, realizing he couldn't get close without risking burns. Instead, he created portals around Todoroki, unsure of where he would emerge. Todoroki began to heat the air and freeze the ground, preparing for an explosion. Aware of the consequences of mixing hot and cold, Izuku sought cover. Behind one of the ice spikes, he dug into the arena floor, creating a shallow trench to shield himself. Laying flat, he anchored himself in place, waiting for the impending blast. With a deafening boom, the explosion cleared the arena, pushing everyone in the stands back. Ochako stood up, worried for her soon-to-be boyfriend, while Aizawa in the announcement booth felt a twinge of concern for his favorite student but relaxed upon noticing something unusual in the arena. Todoroki was taken aback by the strength of the blast and glanced at Midnight, wondering why she hadn't called the match. He feared he might have seriously injured Izuku, but unbeknownst to him, Izuku's plan had worked. He was still in the fight. Peeking over the trench, Izuku spotted Todoroki with his back turned. He sprang up and rushed at him, grabbing him by the neck and his uninjured arm, the fireside. In his mind, he thought of it as a decisive blow, a habit from his martial arts training. Even though the match wasn't officially called, he felt he had won. Pinning Todoroki down, he noticed his opponent was exhausted. He asked Todoroki if he yielded. Todoroki replied affirmatively, and Izuku rolled off him to rest on the floor. As they lay side by side, the audience erupted in cheers. Todoroki was the first to speak, asking how Izuku had managed to stay in the arena. Izuku pointed to the shallow trench he had dug, explaining that he had kept himself lower than the blast. He apologized for Todoroki's arm, which had been injured during the match. Todoroki reassured him that it was fine and thanked him for opening his eyes. After getting patched up, they returned to the stands, where their classmates greeted them with congratulations and praise for a great match. Ochako gave Izuku a big hug, celebrating his victory. As the next matches unfolded, Ito won against Miss Vines, Tokoyami advanced after defeating Ishido, and Katsuki triumphed over Kirishima with a series of explosions. Meanwhile, Izuku sat next to Ochako, enjoying popcorn from a bucket she had brought. He soon prepared for his next match against Ida, waving goodbye to Ochako as he walked out to face the speedster. With determination, he declared that may the best man win as he took his ready position. Ida responded in kind, and the match began. Without wasting time, Izuku tore a hole behind Ida, right at the edge of the ring, quickly grabbing a handful of ground to use in the fight. As Ida turned to see Izuku at the edge, he sprinted toward him. Izuku thought a well-timed kick would push his opponent out of the ring. However, as he approached, he threw the rubble in his hand at Ida's face, temporarily blinding him. Ida, unable to see, kicked wildly, but Izuku had anticipated this and dodged, watching as Ida sailed over him and out of the ring. After helping Ida clear his eyes, they made their way back to the stands, but Ida received a call and split off. Izuku waited for his next match, already aware it would be against Katsuki. He knew Tokoyami was strong with Dark Shadow, but he also recognized that light was its weakness. An explosion would create a lot of light. Ochako joined him in the waiting room, and they chatted easily, having clicked well since their first meeting at UA's gates. Their conversation continued until the final fight was announced, and Ochako hugged him tightly, expressing her concern. Knowing Izuku's complicated feelings about Katsuki, she urged him to be careful. Izuku smiled and reassured her that he would finish the match quickly so they could grab a bite to eat together. He opened a portal for her to return to the stands before closing it behind her. As he stepped into the ring, he locked eyes with Katsuki, who sneered back at him. He felt a surge of determination at Katsuki's taunt, ready to prove him wrong. Izuku had long planned for this moment, knowing he wanted to save certain places for himself, like the beach, a serene clearing in the woods by a river, and even underwater in the ocean. When the match began, he remained still until Katsuki was too close to dodge effectively. He opened a wide portal, and with a swift motion he swam beneath the water's surface. Katsuki noticed the portal opening and attempted to move, but he was met with a rush of salt water. The pressure of the ocean swept him away, and without his sweat to aid him, he found himself unable to escape. Izuku, having studied Katsuki's quirk closely, knew that removing his sweat would hinder him. As Katsuki was washed out of the ring, Izuku smiled, though he winced at the sight of fish being drawn into the ocean portal. Once he confirmed Katsuki was out, he closed the portal and turned to Midnight, who was observing the scene with a shocked audience. With a loud announcement, Midnight declared Izuku the winner of the sports festival, and the crowd erupted in cheers. As he walked off, he heard Katsuki's frustrated shouts, filled with anger and threats. Izuku had expected this reaction, but he was taken aback by the intensity of it, especially with cameras rolling. He quickly grabbed Katsuki's arm as he charged, pinning him down with a firm grip. The crowd gasped at Katsuki's behavior, and Midnight rushed in to prevent the situation from escalating further. Seeing Katsuki thrashing beneath him, Midnight activated her quirk, releasing a lavender mist. Izuku held his breath and released Katsuki, who, focused solely on Izuku, inhaled the mist and quickly fell unconscious. Aizawa, watching from the announcement booth, was furious about Katsuki's actions, especially since they were broadcasted worldwide. Many heroes reconsidered their offers for Katsuki, while others in a dark bar noted how well he would fit into their group. Katsuki was lifted onto a stretcher and taken away, leaving Izuku to ponder what would happen next. Midnight approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder and asking if he was all right. She spoke in a more nurturing tone than usual. Izuku assured her he was fine, and she informed him that the award ceremony would take place shortly. Feeling a bit lazy, he opened a portal to the class stands to greet his classmates. As he stepped through, he was met with a warm hug from Ochako, who excitedly asked about the water. He explained that he had created a portal to about 20 feet under the beach they had visited, just in case he needed to extinguish a fire or something similar. Kaminari questioned why he hadn't used it against Todoroki or someone else during the festival. Izuku replied that he wanted to save it for a grand finale, as using it earlier would have diminished its impact. Kirishima chimed in, noting that it had worked exceptionally well against Katsuki, perhaps too well, as he surveyed the flooded arena and wondered if saltwater would damage the grass. Soon, the finalists were called to the podium. Only Izuku and Tokoyami were present, as Ida had left for a family matter and Bakugo had not been seen since being taken away. The crowd remained lively as Midnight introduced All Might for the medal presentation. Arriving dramatically, All Might received a loud cheer. As he awarded Tokoyami his medal, offering words of encouragement, Izuku noticed Tokoyami tearing up, a sight that resonated with him, given his own family's history of emotional moments. All Might then approached Izuku, presenting him with the first-place medal. He praised Izuku for his determination and strategic approach to combat, emphasizing that the most dangerous opponent is one who has a plan. A few tears escaped Izuku's eyes as he felt overwhelmed with emotion, thinking about how his mother would likely be celebrating at home. Turning to the crowd, All Might thanked them for their support before leaping away. Izuku walked with Tokoyami as they discussed their performances, with Dark Shadow occasionally chiming in with comments. Upon arriving in their classroom at UA, they took their seats, noting Aizawa was already present. Bakugo's absence was palpable, but no one mentioned it, assuming he had been expelled. Aizawa commended the class for their efforts, stating that UA knew how to teach its students. He dismissed them for the day, reminding them to be careful on their way home. As he left, he headed toward his office for a discussion with a certain student, knowing that this would be the second strike for Katsuki, one more chance, and he would face expulsion. The students changed back into their clothes and headed out. Izuku sent a text to his mother, letting her know he was dropping Ochako off at her apartment. As she walked out of the locker room, he asked if she was ready. She replied that she was tired and hungry, then inquired about their date plans. Hooking her arm with his, Izuku paused to create a portal, responding that he had a good idea. They stepped through to her front door. Curious, she asked if he wasn't going to tell her his plan. While unlocking the door, she glanced behind him and noticed two familiar figures approaching. Startled, Izuku turned to confront whatever had frightened her, only to see her parents. He sighed in relief, realizing it was just them. Ochako reassured him, explaining that it was only her parents. Her mother was the first to speak, teasingly asking if he was the Izuku she often heard about over the phone. Feeling a bit uneasy, Ochako looked to Izuku for support, but her father was already engaging him. He remarked that Izuku didn't seem very strong. Izuku thought back to his achievements at the USJ and the first-place medal still hanging around his neck. He replied that while he might not be able to lift a car, he could certainly dismantle one if needed. Her father studied him for a moment before smiling and extending his hand for a shake, introducing himself as Myheroacademia, though he preferred to be called Mako. They exchanged greetings in a manner typical of men. Izuku noticed Ochako being playfully teased by her mother. Mako then pulled his wife away so they could go inside. As Izuku prepared to leave, her mother stopped him, insisting he come in because they had brought food. She pulled him by the sleeve, her smile reminiscent of Izuku's own mother when Ochako and the class had visited. Introducing herself as Kana, she added that he would soon be calling her mother-in-law, which made him feel a bit anxious. He was ushered inside and seated as her parents began to unpack the food. Izuku accepted that he would be dining with them and sat next to Ochako. They enjoyed a pleasant meal, chatting about the festival and how the school year was progressing. By the end of the dinner, Izuku felt more at ease meeting his girlfriend's parents. As he stood to leave, he mentioned he needed to talk to his mother. The Urarakas got up to see him off, and without thinking, he hugged Ochako, promising to pick her up the next day and message her a time later. He felt her return the hug, but then he froze, remembering her parents were still in the room. Kana was grinning in a way that made him want to escape. Mako then asked what he meant by picking her up the next day, wanting clarification from Ochako. In a moment of panic, Izuku opened a portal to his living room and stepped through, allowing Ochako to handle the situation. Before the portal closed, he heard her exclaiming in frustration. The weekend after the sports festival was brief but enjoyable. After discussing their date plans, Izuku prepared a picnic basket. His mother teased him throughout the process, just as Ochako mentioned her parents did the same. Mako had warmed up to Izuku after seeing his strength and hearing about how he had saved their daughter twice. The picnic was simple yet delightful. A scenic trail in the woods led them to a clearing that Izuku had cleared for this occasion. Ochako arrived in a lovely sundress, while Izuku wore a darker button-up shirt. They spent their time talking about various topics, from Ochako's aspirations to be a hero to the affordability and quality of the school's food. As darkness began to settle in the clearing, they decided to pack up and call it a night. Izuku created a portal to drop off the picnic basket and walked her home. They remained arm in arm until they reached her doorstep, where they shared a brief kiss before parting ways. The entire weekend after the sports festival was filled with conversations and companionship, making it easy for Izuku to create a portal to her front door. Ochako felt comfortable at Izuku's house, almost like it was her third home. Inko treated her as if she were already part of the family, which caused some embarrassment for both of them. Finally, the day arrived for them to return to school after a night of staying up too late on the phone with Ochako. The morning began with the ringing of his phone, waking him up. Thinking it was his girlfriend wishing him good morning, he answered with a smile. However, the voice on the other end was frantic, urging him to hurry because they were going to be late. Fully awake now, he glanced at the clock and realized he had overslept, missing the time to portal to Ochako's place to walk to school together. Leaping out of bed, he created a portal to her living room, forgetting that he was only in his sleepwear. Ochako rushed through, only to freeze in surprise. Flushing red, she couldn't help but glance at him. He apologized for oversleeping while hurriedly searching for clothes. Realizing his state, he quickly covered himself, jokingly calling her a pervert, which snapped her out of her daze. She retorted that he was the one who brought her there and dashed out of his room, averting her gaze. After getting dressed, he rushed to the living room, realizing he had forgotten to put on his tie. Ochako quickly tied it for him, reminding him that Aizawa would be upset if they were late. They glanced at the clock, noting they had only 1 minute before the bell rang. Izuku decided they wouldn't be late and tore open a portal to the hallway where Class 1's door stood. They both dashed through, only to find Aizawa standing at the other end, having noticed them. Izuku and Ochako froze, caught in the act. Aizawa glanced at the clock, then began counting down. In a moment of panic, Izuku grabbed Ochako's hand, and they sprinted toward the door. Banging the door open, the startled classmates turned to see their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, walk in. He welcomed them back, pleased to see everyone in their seats and ready for the day. His gaze lingered for just a moment on Izuku and Ochako before he began explaining the internships. Depending on their performance in the sports festival or if a hero expressed interest, they would receive offers to join them for a. The class buzzed with excitement as they shared their offers. Todoroki had over 5,000, Izuku a little over 3,000, while Bakugo received just under. Some students questioned why Bakugo had received fewer offers despite winning first place. Todoroki shrugged it off, explaining that many were eager to be associated with the number 2 hero. He appeared more relaxed than before the festival. Izuku, not bothered by his own offer count, speculated that his readiness to use the main aspect of his quirk might have deterred some heroes. As they received their packets of offers, Izuku noticed Katsuki was quieter than usual, likely due to trouble from the final match. Aizawa instructed them to choose one offer and a backup before the week ended. Suddenly, Midnight entered the room, her WHP in hand, and distributed white bards for them to present their hero names. Izuku and Ochako discussed names, and he settled on one while she had her own idea. When it was time to share, some names stood out like 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏, while others were less favorable, such as King Murder Explosion and I Cannot Stop Twinkling. After Ochako presented her name, Izuku stepped forward to reveal his choice, the hands-on hero, Rip and Tear. Midnight raised an eyebrow, questioning the brutality of the name. Izuku confidently explained that his quirk would always be fierce, and he believed villains would be more inclined to surrender once they witnessed his resolve. His cheerful demeanor contrasted with his fierce words, prompting a classmate to whisper about his manliness as he returned to his seat. By the end of the naming session, only 3 students kept their given names: Katsuki, Tenya, and Shoto. The next class turned into a study hall where they reviewed their offers, but Izuku's mind was elsewhere, on food. In his rush to leave for the bell, he had forgotten to eat. As his classmates examined their offers, Izuku opened a portal to his favorite snack shop, quickly grabbing some treats before creating another portal to pay at the cash register. The owner, accustomed to Izuku's unique method of acquiring food, checked him out without a second glance. Celebrating his stealth mission, he turned to find Ochako watching him with a curious expression. Maintaining eye contact, he slowly opened a bag of sweet bread and took a big bite, while she silently communicated her longing for some. Tearing another portal to her desk, he dropped a piece of sweet bread, knowing she would appreciate it. Mina, noticing the exchange, threw an eraser at Izuku to grab his attention, but her aim was off, and it bounced off his desk, hitting a sleeping classmate on the floor. The room fell silent as Aizawa opened his eyes, quickly piecing together the situation. He inquired whether Izuku had enough for the entire class. After a moment of thought, Izuku replied affirmatively and opened another portal to gather enough treats for everyone, including Aizawa. Returning to class with a bag of sweet bread, he handed one to Aizawa, who accepted it without a word. Izuku then tossed the rest to his classmates, receiving grateful responses in return. He playfully threw one to Mina, hitting her in the face, which made her smile and apologize. Once settled, Izuku began to review his offers. Most were from lesser-known heroes, but one caught his eye: Mirko. Surprised that she had sent him an internship offer, he considered what he could learn from her. He recognized her fierce fighting style might resonate with his own approach, making her offer particularly intriguing. With his choice in mind, he felt ready to take the next step in his hero journey. After completing his paper for his internship, he began to pack up. Spotting Ida leaving first, the expression on his face reminded him of Ida's brother, who had been severely injured by the hero killer stain. As class representative, he felt it was important to check on Ida. Once he finished gathering his things, he hurried to catch up with Ida to see how he was holding up. He approached Ida and asked if he had a moment to talk. Ida responded stiffly, making it difficult to discern whether it was his usual demeanor or something more troubling. Izuku led Ida to a more private area to discuss things. He initiated the conversation by asking about Ida's internship plans. Ida mentioned that he would be working with pro-hero Manuel, expressing his eagerness to learn from him. He also preemptively addressed any concerns about his brother, assuring Izuku that he was fine. After that, Ida quickly excused himself and left, and Izuku caught a fleeting glimpse of anger on his face before he disappeared. Ochako soon caught up with Izuku and inquired about the conversation. When he shared the details about Ida's brother, it cast a shadow over her mood. Izuku could empathize. He couldn't imagine what he would do if someone like Stain harmed his mother or Ochako. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, he and Ochako headed to the teacher's lounge to submit their paperwork. She asked him whom he had chosen for his internship, and upon hearing that he would be working with Mirko, she expressed her jealousy and excitement. Mirko was Ochako's second favorite hero. Ochako had chosen to intern with Gunhead, seeking more combat training to complement what Izuku had taught her. After waking a sleeping caterpillar once more, they left for dinner at Izuku's house. Inko, his mother, insisted that they come over for dinner every night since she learned that Izuku would be alone in his apartment. He was more than happy to teleport her whenever she wanted. The week flew by, and soon the class gathered at the train station to embark on their separate internships. Izuku attempted to speak with Ida again, but Ida was resolute in his insistence that he was okay. Feeling helpless, Izuku turned to his girlfriend. After sharing a big hug goodbye, Jiro teased from the background, noting that it wasn't like Ida was going off to war. They boarded their trains, setting off to meet their mentors for the week. Soon, Izuku found himself in front of a small building. Upon entering, he noticed only a reception desk with a woman seated there. He inquired about the internships and introduced himself. Just as he was about to shake her hand, a sudden instinct kicked in, and he dove backward. A loud crack echoed as he sprang up, ready to confront an unexpected ambush. Dust filled the air from the shattered ground, revealing the outline of a figure in the newly formed crater. Drawing on instincts honed over the years, he swiftly prepared to neutralize the threat while ensuring the receptionist remained safe until a hero arrived. He dashed forward to attack from the front, creating a portal to the side closest to the receptionist. He sprinted faster than ever, aiming to grab the assailant before the situation escalated, but the ambusher narrowly evaded his grasp. Still obscured by the dust cloud, he couldn't see his opponent clearly, so he opened a portal to Yue's front gates and urged the receptionist to seek safety. To his surprise, she appeared calm, as if she had anticipated the chaos. Backing away from the dust and the so-called receptionist, he took a defensive stance, uncertain of their quirks. The figure in the dust likely possessed some form of physical enhancement quirk, while he couldn't discern the other's abilities. Just as he was about to create a portal to the physical assailant, a woman's voice broke through the tension, acknowledging his readiness. Dropping low and bracing for an attack, he watched as the figure emerged from the dust with hands on her hips. 𝗵𝗲 stepped forward with a grin that radiated confidence. She remarked that he was one of the few who triggered her instincts to avoid, and only a select few had managed to do so after she trained herself to suppress those instincts. Izuku recognized his mentor for the week and felt a wave of relief. 𝗵𝗲 expressed her excitement for the upcoming week and explained that this encounter had been a test to gauge his abilities, especially after hearing about his past achievements. She instructed him to grab his bag, directing him to his room down the hallway on the second floor, the first door on the left. He was to change into sportswear and prepare for training. The eager smile never left her face. Finally relaxing, Izuku retrieved his hero suit and bag, noticing the receptionist's apologetic expression and her worried glance at 𝗵𝗲. Once he left, 𝗵𝗲 allowed herself to relax and took a deep breath. The receptionist, a friend of hers, approached and asked if 𝗵𝗲 truly meant what she said about her instincts. She had observed Izuku's speed but didn't find him particularly threatening. 𝗵𝗲 confirmed that based on his file from UA, he was indeed extremely dangerous in close combat and exceptionally fast. She explained that his quirk could make him a formidable opponent, capable of inflicting serious harm with a single grab. 𝗵𝗲 recalled the events at the USJ and how the teachers had discovered his potential. As she attempted to tame her unruly hair, she noted that her instincts had compelled her to avoid Izuku's hands during their earlier encounter. It had been a reflexive response, a product of her years as a hero. Meanwhile, Izuku sent a text to Ochako, informing her that he had arrived safely at his internship. After changing into workout attire, he returned to the lobby, only to bump into 𝗵𝗲, who led him to a large gym downtown. She asked him questions about his quirk and fighting style, eager to learn more so she could help him improve. Izuku shared everything he could, hoping to enhance his skills. 𝗵𝗲 inquired about his quirk, questioning why he limited himself to tearing with just his hands. She suggested he consider using his legs or even his entire body. Izuku explained that he had tried to utilize his quirk in various ways, aspiring to become an unstoppable force capable of tearing through anything that came into contact with him. As he made a grabbing motion with his hands, he expressed that it wasn't just his hand he was referring to. Accepting this, she moved on to another topic. She inquired about his portal ability, noting that he typically used both hands to open it. She suggested that he might try using just one hand, which could be quicker. This gave Izuku pause. He realized he probably could do that. He lifted one hand into the air, feeling space tear open into a portal. While he wouldn't be able to pass through it, his hand could easily slip in. This made reaching his target simpler. One hand tore a portal while the other reached for the decisive strike. However, when he attempted to open another portal with his other hand, the first one closed, as had happened before. It was a disappointment. 𝗵𝗃 observed the process with a slight shiver. He was quick to learn and smart, as his file had indicated. Smart, dangerous, and willing to use lethal force, she found it intimidating and wondered if he was single. After experimenting with his quirk for a while, 𝗵𝗃 instructed him to prepare for a spar. Izuku felt a surge of excitement at the chance to fight 𝗵𝗃. He knew he would likely lose, but he learned the most when he fought for real. A few hours later, a sweaty Izuku knelt on the ground, trying to catch his breath. After many losses and one close victory, they decided to call it a day. The last fight had lasted the longest, with Izuku dodging and weaving in an attempt to land a hit on 𝗵𝗃. They had established a rule. If Izuku touched any part of 𝗵𝗃, that part would be considered out of the game. If he landed a hit on her arm, she couldn't use that arm. If he hit her leg, she would only have one leg to stand on. It was a crucial part of the match, and while it ended with a kick to his chest, leaving 𝗵𝗃 with one leg down, he would have lost anyway due to exhaustion. He relished every fight, eager to become faster and better, aspiring to be the best so he could save the most lives. After catching his breath, he looked up to see his mentor also appearing tired, though not as much as he was. She declared that it was enough for now and suggested they get something to eat and clean up before heading out to patrol. She helped him up from the ground. After a hot shower, they ate and changed into their hero suits. Izuku was thrilled about his updated gear. When he opened the case, he revealed his helmeted visor, similar to the original but with an updated HUD system. The rest of the suit was new, featuring green metallic chest armor that covered just below his pecs, with interlocking smaller metal pieces for his abs. Green pauldrons protected his shoulders down to his biceps, allowing for full mobility. His legs were completely covered, with patches of green armor on his thighs and calves. Once suited up, he admired his reflection in the mirror, feeling quite intimidating. After taking a picture and sending it to Ochako and his mom, he headed out, helmet in hand, to meet 𝗵𝗃. She whistled in appreciation when she saw his armor. After a quick spar to test its mobility, he felt ready. When she asked why he wasn't wearing gloves, he explained that they would get torn apart by his quirk. He moved around to demonstrate the suit's full range of motion, noting that it was only slightly heavier than his old suit but provided more protection. Once they were ready, they exited her small office building. He mentioned wanting to visit a nearby hospital to establish a portal for any injured individuals they might encounter. She agreed and jumped up to the roof, urging him to keep up. After a quick portal, he found himself running on the rooftops behind 𝗵𝗃. She granted him permission to use his quirk whenever necessary while under her care, assuring him that both their backs were covered. As they jogged along the rooftops in search of trouble, they soon found it. A mugging was taking place in an alleyway. One man was threatening a woman with a knife, demanding her belongings. 𝗵𝗃 assessed the situation and then looked at Izuku, gesturing for him to take action. Izuku was eager to help. He dropped down behind the mugger, catching him off guard. Without a word, and faster than the mugger could react, Izuku seized the man's wrist and neck, pulling him down and pinning him to the ground. The mugger attempted to use his quirk, conjuring a small flame in his other hand, but Izuku warned him against it, stating that surrender would be wise. The voice that emerged from his helmet was firm. Ignoring the warning, the mugger hurled the fireball at Izuku's head, only for it to harmlessly splash against his helmet. In response, Izuku slammed the mugger's head down, rendering him unconscious. After tying him up, Izuku turned to the woman, who appeared frightened by the armored figure before her. He raised his hands to show he meant no harm, assuring her that he was with 𝗵𝗃, who was perched on the ledge of the roof, giving a thumbs up. She quickly calmed down and asked who he was. Izuku introduced himself as 𝗵𝗃, and in turn with 𝗵𝗃 and a first-year student at UA. 𝗵𝗃 jumped down, giving him a hearty slap on the shoulder, congratulating him on his first successful capture of a villain. Though he cringed at her choice of words, he reminded her that he had already faced a villain during the USJ incident. After reporting the mugger and ensuring the woman was all right, they continued their patrol, with her hanging back when appropriate and jumping into more serious situations where lives were at stake. When they encountered a bad car crash, first responders were struggling to open the crushed doors to reach the victim inside. 𝗧𝗂 effortlessly ripped the door off its hinges and created a portal to the hospital. In that moment, he felt a sense of fulfillment, finally doing what he had always wanted. The other drivers were fine and could wait for an ambulance. As darkness fell, 𝗧𝗂 and 𝗵𝗃 made their way back to base. She considered tying him to her agency after he opened a portal directly to her building. After a shower and dinner, 𝗧𝗂 relaxed in the lounge that 𝗵𝗃 had set up for herself. He settled into a recliner and checked his phone to see how Ochako was doing. He discovered that she enjoyed sparring and fighting just as much as he did. She had saved a picture of him in his new armor and sent one of herself, sweaty with her hair tied back, smiling alongside Gunhead in a cute pose. His mother had also reached out, complimenting how cool he looked. As a responsible class representative, he checked in with his other classmates. Everyone seemed to be doing well, though Yaoyorozu expressed her frustration that her hero was focusing too much on the public side of heroism. Todoroki was managing well with his father, and Mineta was complaining about being stuck doing chores, which he deserved. Katsuki, as expected, did not respond, and Ida's silence worried him. 𝗧𝗂 turned to 𝗵𝗃, who was lounging on the couch next to him, and asked about the hero Manuel. She admitted she didn't know much but thought he was based in Hosu. When 𝗧𝗂 mentioned that Ida had gone with Manuel, a water hero despite being speed-based, 𝗵𝗃's expression shifted. She pondered aloud whether Ida was the type to seek revenge, given that Stain was still reported to be in Hosu. 𝗧𝗂 doubted it, but he knew that loved ones could lead one to make reckless decisions. He suggested they visit Hosu sometime that week to check on Ida, and 𝗵𝗃 agreed without hesitation. That night, 𝗧𝗂 went to bed, preparing for another day of training ahead. The following 2 days followed a similar routine with 𝗵𝗃. They would wake up and spar with such intensity that it resembled life-and-death battles to any onlookers. After showering and eating, they would patrol the area for trouble. In just 2 days, 𝗧𝗂 had begun to build a small reputation for himself. His imposing figure in armor instilled fear, but his kind and caring nature balanced that out. A phone camera had captured him at the scene of a car crash, where he tore off the car door and transported the unconscious driver to the hospital through a portal. He was becoming known as a formidable yet benevolent presence in the area he and 𝗵𝗃 patrolled. 𝗧𝗂 enjoyed his time with 𝗵𝗃. While she was serious about her work during patrols, she would crack jokes whenever the opportunity arose. She taught him how to handle specific situations, such as contacting dispatch for backup during a villain encounter. He had saved her and dispatch's contact information in his helmet. During their downtime at the base, she showed him the paperwork that needed to be completed after a day's work, though she often passed it off to her friend and secretary. He also met other local heroes, including Hawks, who greeted him with a smile while carrying Tokoyami as he flew down to land. Hawks commented on 𝗧𝗂's size and asked if he was learning anything from 𝗵𝗃, whom he referred to as Bunny. 𝗵𝗃, displeased with the nickname, attempted to grapple him to the ground. While they wrestled, Tokoyami approached, watching them with an amused expression. He had been one of the first not to blame 𝗧𝗂 for the events at the USJ, making him easy to talk to. As they shared stories about their internships, their mentors chatted nearby before parting ways to continue their patrols. The next day, 𝗧𝗂 woke up ready to spar with 𝗵𝗃, though he would never refer to her as the Battle Bunny aloud. He felt himself improving with each session, getting faster and closer to winning. After their training, she instructed him to prepare for their trip to Hosu, planning to arrive by nightfall. Once he finished changing into his armor, which had only sustained minor scuffs after a few days of hero work, he called his mother, Ochako, and Ida. Both his mother and Ochako were well and wished him luck, but Ida's lack of response only heightened his concern. After donning his armor, 𝗧𝗂 met up with 𝗵𝗃. She inquired if he had any portal points near Hosu, to which he replied he did not. It would be beneficial to have another city to access in the future. On their way to the train station, they made a brief stop to help a lost child reunite with her mother before continuing on their journey. They boarded a bullet train and settled in for a short ride. While waiting, a little girl approached them, initially frightened by Izuku's armored appearance. Realizing he was scaring her, he removed his helmet. The girl recognized him as the winner of the sports festival and excitedly approached for autographs and photos before returning to her mother, who smiled at her. A few more children approached, but it was manageable. The train ride concluded after some unexpected social hero training, and Izuku felt he had handled himself well. Upon disembarking, they ventured into the streets of Hosu, which appeared bustling with larger buildings and more people. He glanced at Mirko to see which route they would take, rooftops or streets. With a smirk, she leaped to the nearest roof, creating a portal and stepping through. Izuku quickly followed her. To his surprise, there were more heroes in Hosu than he had anticipated. As the sun began to set, the city felt peaceful, but that tranquility was shattered by an explosion, revealing a familiar Nomu emerging from the chaos. This one looked different, lacking eyes and with a jaw that seemed disconnected. It was nearly as large as the one from the USJ, but there were more of them, one flying overhead and another leaping in a different direction. Mirko shouted in alarm as she moved closer to Izuku, both of them ready to face the unfolding danger. Nomu, similar to the one he had encountered before, but with different abilities, prepared to intervene and restore order. He instructed everyone to stay close and assist any civilians in reaching safety, emphasizing that their priority was protecting lives over confronting the beasts. With determination, she dashed from the building towards the Nomu. He followed her lead, guiding people off the streets and into a nearby building. Once he confirmed the area was clear of civilians, he turned his attention to aiding Mirko in her battle. Before he could reach her, he heard a hero calling out for Ida. Recognizing the hero Ida was meant to be with, he watched Mirko fight with admiration and decided to approach the hero. Upon confirming that Ida had indeed run off, he felt a surge of urgency and began to sprint, moving from rooftop to rooftop. As he ran, he heard the sound of clashing metal followed by a scream. He quickly tore open a portal, drawn to the commotion, and found Ida. Facing the hero killer, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Ida was still alive, shouting at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 about his brother. Izuku noticed another hero nearby, motionless but alive. While Ida confronted 𝗧𝗵𝗲, he swiftly created a portal to the unmoving hero and pulled him through. He observed that the hero only had a shallow cut, which eased his worry. He quickly inquired about the hero's condition and learned that the cut had rendered him unable to move, possibly due to a quirk or a paralyzing agent. Understanding the danger, he resolved to avoid any cuts himself. He opened a portal to the hospital, signaling a guard before leaving the hero on the ground. Returning to Ida, who was in a precarious situation, he leaped down to intervene. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was caught off guard as an armored boot struck him in the back, pushing him away from Ida. Izuku positioned himself protectively between Ida and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, asserting that it was inappropriate for a hero not to respond to their class representative's calls. Ida, still on the ground, protested that this was his fight and urged Izuku to leave. Izuku replied that he could see Ida had 𝗧𝗵𝗲 right where he wanted him, and reminded him that it was 𝗵𝗃𝗃 while they were active in the field. He had called for backup but was informed it would take time. He regretted not mentioning 𝗧𝗵𝗲's identity but was too focused on the immediate danger. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, recognizing Izuku as a new hero, expressed his disdain for the idea of killing him to join Shigaraki's group. He offered Izuku a chance to walk away and live another day, while pointing his sword at him. As he scanned the area, he realized the other hero was gone. Izuku informed him that the hero was already at the hospital, and he intended to do the same with Ida. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was taken aback, realizing that perhaps Izuku was not just another fake hero. Despite Ida's insistence that this was his fight, Izuku ignored him and quickly tore open a portal to the hospital, tossing Ida through before closing it just as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 attempted to throw a blade toward the portal. The battle was about to commence. With a manic gleam in his eye, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 hurled 3 knives at Izuku, who, instead of dodging, opened a portal to 𝗧𝗵𝗲's side with one hand. The knives passed through and struck 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in the arm. Distracted by the pain, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 barely evaded Izuku's grasping hands. Although 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was faster, he resorted to dirty tactics, trying to throw dirt in Izuku's eyes and kick him. While he couldn't inflict damage on Stain, 𝗧𝗂 began to disarm him, ripping weapons away. His armor absorbed the slashes, allowing him to evade serious injury. Finally, he managed to grasp the hilt of Stain's sword and tore it apart, leaving only the blade to clatter to the ground. Stain retaliated by kicking 𝗧𝗂 back, inadvertently causing a small cut on 𝗧𝗂's arm. Stain quickly consumed the BLD from his boot, momentarily freezing 𝗧𝗂 in place. He praised 𝗧𝗂 as a true hero for saving others before attacking him, contrasting him with those who sought fame and fortune. Stain explained that Shigaraki wanted him dead because he had thwarted his plans against All Might, leaving him wounded. As they spoke, the sound of approaching heroes echoed down the alleyway. Stain, still on the ground, remarked that more heroes were arriving. 𝗧𝗂, feeling the urgency to act, knew he had to move before Stain could harm anyone else. Just as Stain prepared to take another step, 𝗧𝗂 seized his foot. Before Stain could react, 𝗧𝗂 had him pinned down, gripping his neck tightly while immobilizing his arms. With determination, 𝗧𝗂 warned Stain not to move, knowing the stakes were high after their intense battle. A small group of heroes arrived, frozen at the sight of Stain subdued beneath 𝗧𝗂. He urged them to stop staring and help him secure Stain. The heroes snapped out of their shock and rushed to assist in restraining the serial killer. After thoroughly searching Stain for weapons, 𝗧𝗂 finally relaxed. He called 𝗵𝗃𝗲, surprised when she answered, her voice filled with concern and frustration. She demanded to know where he was, expressing her worry that he had vanished. 𝗧𝗂 reassured her that he was fine and had sent a ping with his location. He noticed a hint of distress in her voice as she asked if everything was okay. He promised to arrive as soon as possible and instructed her to watch out for the flying 𝗏𝗏. They had managed to neutralize 2 others but were still searching for this one. After hanging up, he scanned the area for the 𝗏𝗏 but found nothing. Suddenly, a winged figure descended upon him. Reacting instinctively, he moved his arm forward, striking the 𝗏𝗏 in the chest. It attempted to claw at him, but his armor held firm. With a swift motion, he tore the creature in half, ending its threat immediately. Just then, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and 𝗏𝗏 arrived, witnessing the decisive way 𝗧𝗂 had dealt with the 𝗏𝗏. Todoroki, observing from a distance, recalled 𝗧𝗂's earlier actions at the USJ. 𝗧𝗂 shook his arms to remove some of the BLD and greeted them with a light-hearted comment about being fashionably late to a party, noting that he rarely received invitations. He pointed out that Stain was being loaded into a transport for high-profile villains. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 approached him, concerned about his appearance, which was marred by BLD and scratches from the battle. He assured her that the BLD was not his. A sense of déjà vu washed over him, reminiscent of when the teachers had found him at the 𝗎𝗏. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 continued to inquire about his classmate, and he explained that he had taken him and another hero to the hospital, having found a waypoint near their base. He opened a small portal, releasing a cascade of seawater to clean his arms. Noticing that his only injury was a minor cut from the hero killer, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 relaxed a bit. She suggested they proceed with his debriefing and patted his shoulder. As they walked, 𝗧𝗂 waved goodbye to Shoto and gave 𝗏𝗏 a subtle sign before getting into a car headed for the police station. Shoto watched his friend leave, taking in the aftermath of the battle. 𝗏𝗏, having witnessed the entire event, felt a mix of nausea and admiration. He reflected on the difference between leaving a burned corpse and the brutal efficiency with which 𝗧𝗂 had dispatched the 𝗏𝗏. At the police station, where Stain would be processed, 𝗧𝗂 found himself in a conference room. He quickly sent a message to his mother and Ochako, reassuring them that he was okay and would talk later. He removed his helmet, pondering where 𝗵𝗃𝗲 had gone. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a stern-looking man with a dog-like head introduced himself as the chief of police. He accused 𝗧𝗂 of breaking the law by pursuing Stain, labeling him a vigilante. To cover this up, the chief claimed they would credit 𝗏𝗏 instead. He warned that if 𝗧𝗂 did not cooperate, he could face charges and potential expulsion from UA. 𝗧𝗂 remained silent, waiting for the chief to finish. When asked for his response, he firmly stated that he deserved credit for taking down Stain and had not broken any laws. The chief barked back, insisting that 𝗧𝗂 had used his quirk without a license. 𝗧𝗂 challenged him, noting that he had not consulted 𝗵𝗃𝗀. Just then, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 entered, her expression fierce. She confirmed that 𝗧𝗂 had acted under her permission and that he was still under her care for the week. With that, she motioned for 𝗧𝗂 to leave with her, and he nodded, ignoring the chief as they exited. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 explained that 𝗎𝗏r was trying to take credit for Stain's capture, but everything had turned out fine. As they walked, 𝗧𝗂 received a message from his mother, inviting him home for dinner. He shared this with 𝗵𝗃𝗀, suggesting she join him. She quickly agreed, and they opened a portal to his home. Upon arriving, 𝗧𝗂 was nearly tackled by his mother, who rushed to check on him. Relieved to see him unharmed, she pulled him and 𝗵𝗃𝗀 inside for a family dinner. The rest of the week passed relatively peacefully, with only minor villains causing trouble. 𝗧𝗂 spent his time training with 𝗵𝗃𝗀, and during their final spar, he managed to hold his own, though they both ended up in a draw. As the week came to a close, he prepared for school the next day, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for the time spent with 𝗵𝗃𝗀. After changing, he had one last spar with her, which ended in defeat, as expected. He bid her farewell, keeping her number for future contact. The next day, he used a portal to pick up Ochako and greeted her with a warm hug. However, she responded with a punch to his gut, having seen him on the news and fearing the worst. After receiving a message and call explaining the situation, she felt immense relief. In a playful act of revenge for worrying her, 𝗧𝗂 pretended to be hurt, joking about how he would show up to class with a black eye. Ochako, in turn, embraced him tightly and scolded him for causing her distress. He comforted her, and as she tied his tie, they made their way back to 𝗬𝗓. She shared stories about her training at Gunhead's agency, which had built upon the foundation 𝗧𝗂 had given her. She had the opportunity to go out on patrol a few times, sharing that there was a lot of hand-holding involved. 𝗵𝗃𝗀's teaching method was akin to tossing a child into the pool for swimming lessons. They arrived at school hand in hand, with Ochako animatedly recounting her experiences. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Kaminari, Siro, and Mina, who were trying to stifle their laughter at Katsuki's new hairstyle. He had opted for a look inspired by Best Jeanist, moving away from his usual sidekick cut. Katsuki sat at his desk, silent and simmering, ready to explode. Ida was in his seat, deliberately avoiding eye contact with 𝗧𝗂. 𝗧𝗂 had attempted to visit Ida in the hospital, but the speedster had ignored him the entire time, which frustrated 𝗧𝗂, though he refrained from forcing a conversation. Everyone else seemed to be doing well. Class began as Aizawa entered the room, appearing less fatigued than usual, perhaps benefiting from a week away. The day proceeded normally. During lunch, most of the class gathered to share stories about their internships. However, a hush fell over the group when Kaminari inquired about 𝗧𝗂's internship. They had all seen the news about their classmate taking down the hero killer, and there were murmurs about him defeating a Nomu on camera, though the footage had been blurred, so they were not too disturbed by it. As 𝗧𝗂 prepared to respond, he felt a sharp elbow jab into the back of his head. Monoma, with a sneer, remarked that 𝗧𝗂 should leave some of the spotlight for others, implying that he had enough attention already. The tension in the room escalated as 𝗧𝗂 bristled, ready to confront Monoma. But Ochako stepped in front of him, defending him by pointing out Monoma's lack of success. She exaggeratedly counted off on her fingers, declaring, "No wins, no screen time, no friends. Just go away, you bull-haired loser." The room fell silent for a moment before Kaminari burst out laughing, exclaiming that he had expected a fight but not like this. Soon, the entire cafeteria erupted in laughter, with Monoma turning red from embarrassment and anger. Before he could retaliate, Kendo intervened, leading Monoma away, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. 𝗧𝗂 joined in the laughter, feeling grateful for Ochako's boldness. The atmosphere lightened, and they finished lunch with smiles still lingering. When class resumed, Aizawa entered with his usual deadpan expression, which elicited a few giggles. He glanced at Ochako and asked if she had indeed called Monoma a bull-haired loser. She nodded, and Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, reminding them that bullying was not tolerated at 𝗬𝗓. He issued a warning, stating that Ochako would have detention after school, while Monoma had already received his punishment. Izuku stood up, eager to defend Ochako, insisting that he should share the punishment since it had started because of him. Aizawa sighed and asked if Izuku had done anything to provoke Minoma. Izuku fell silent, glancing at Tokoyami nearby. Tokoyami, in a moment of frustration, muttered something that drew everyone's attention, causing Yaoyorozu to snort unexpectedly, which only added to the hilarity of the situation. Aizawa at the front kept his head down, muttering about detention for all of them. Once the laughter subsided, they headed to the locker room to change for hero class. Dressed in his armor, Izuku met up with his classmates. Shiro turned to see Izuku in his battle-worn gear, covered in claw and blade marks, making him look like a seasoned veteran. Shiro, startled, screamed when he recognized Izuku. The others were wary until Izuku removed his helmet to reassure them. With everyone calmed down, All Might gathered their attention, announcing that they would be racing in an industrial zone and reminding them to minimize collateral damage. He specifically instructed Izuku not to use portals, declaring that it would ruin the fun. With that, he leaped away to a silo, and Izuku was among the first to take off, racing alongside Ida, Shiro, Mina, and Ojiro. Though Izuku didn't finish first, he managed to beat Ojiro. After hero class concluded, they returned to their seats for homeroom. Aizawa discussed the upcoming midterms and urged everyone to prepare for the practical. He then flopped down on the floor with his sleeping bag. Izuku felt confident, having placed second in the entrance exam, and was determined to do his best. He noticed Ochako tugging at his sleeve, her eyes wide and pleading, making it hard for him to refuse her request for help with studying for the midterms. Without hesitation, he picked her up in a bear hug, promising to assist her. For the next 2 weeks, the class studied diligently, both in groups and individually. Izuku focused on helping Ochako prepare for the practical, occasionally inviting Todoroki or other friends to join their training sessions. Many nights, after studying too late, Ochako would end up falling asleep on the couch, eventually finding her way into Izuku's bed. His mother teased them when she discovered them together, but they never crossed any lines, simply sharing the space. When the day of the tests arrived, Ochako felt confident, and Izuku was equally prepared. By the end of the testing session, he felt he had performed well. The practical had the entire class lined up in their suits in front of Aizawa. Nizu appeared and announced that it was time for their midterm, where they would be paired off to face their handicapped teachers. The class groaned at the daunting task ahead. Izuku found himself paired with Katsuki, and they awaited the announcement of their opponent. Suddenly, a booming voice declared, "I am here to fight as a villain." All Might descended from the sky in front of them. Izuku raised his hands in frustration, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. The matches that followed were a mix of excitement and unpredictability. Some, like Sato's and Kirishima's fight against Cementos, lacked thrill, while watching Kaminari and Mina scramble around in confusion was entertaining. Ochako's battle with 13 was tough, but she managed to secure a win in the end. Izuku and Katsuki's match was saved for last, likely so everyone could witness the #1 hero take on the students. Izuku suspected that this was just a way for the teachers to showcase their strength, but he kept those thoughts to himself. As the match approached, Izuku contemplated strategies for passing the exam while Katsuki stood off to the side, visibly frustrated. Izuku attempted to approach Katsuki to discuss a plan, but was met with a glare and a dismissive response. It was clear that Katsuki remained focused solely on himself, despite Izuku's hopes for a more cooperative approach. Their match was about to begin, and Ochako offered Izuku a quick hug before he followed Katsuki out of the room, receiving pats on the back for good luck from their classmates. They boarded the bus to their exam location, with Izuku still brainstorming strategies that might work with Katsuki or on his own. He held on to the hope that Katsuki might be willing to collaborate. Plan A was to avoid confrontation altogether, given that they were up against All Might. In this scenario, Katsuki would cooperate, and they could both escape. However, Izuku doubted this plan would ever come to fruition. Plan B involved Katsuki charging ahead to confront All Might while Izuku provided backup. If things went south, Izuku would drag Katsuki to safety. This seemed like the most likely outcome. Plan C was to use 𝗧𝗪𝗐 as a distraction to make his own escape, a strategy that felt underhanded but effective. Lastly, Plan D involved 𝗧𝗪 confronting All Might directly, a risky move that could have serious consequences. Upon arriving, they disembarked the bus to find All Might waiting with his signature smile and costume. He informed them they had 5 minutes to strategize before the match began, then leaped into the mock city. 𝗧𝗪 attempted to speak to 𝗧𝗪𝗐 about their plan, but 𝗧𝗪𝗐 interrupted him, insisting he stay out of the way and that the fight would be over quickly. With that, he strode into the city, leaving 𝗧𝗪 to make one last effort for cooperation. As 𝗧𝗪𝗐 walked away, 𝗧𝗪 caught up to him, trying to reason with him, but was met with a gauntlet swung in his direction. 𝗧𝗪𝗐 reiterated his demand for 𝗧𝗪 to stay back, and it became clear that Plan B was in motion. Just then, 𝗧𝗪 noticed a wave of destruction rushing down the main road. He quickly dropped to the ground, gripping the earth to avoid being swept away. The force of the wind was immense, scattering everything in its path. 𝗧𝗪𝗐 struggled to maintain his footing, tumbling across the ground. Once the wind subsided, 𝗧𝗪 could hear All Might laughing and delivering a monologue, clearly enjoying his role as the villain. Without hesitation, 𝗧𝗪𝗐 charged forward to confront All Might. 𝗧𝗪 searched for a vantage point and spotted a 10-story building overlooking the battle. He created a portal to the roof and noted the exit in his line of sight. He could escape now and pass the exam, but he hesitated, feeling uneasy about how that would end. Instead, he positioned himself near the exit, ready to act when the moment was right. Observing the fight, it was evident that All Might was toying with 𝗧𝗪𝗐, absorbing his explosions while taunting him. 𝗧𝗪 considered offering support, but his portals were stationary once opened, and the risk of friendly fire was high. So, he waited for an opportunity to catch All Might off guard. Eventually, 𝗧𝗪𝗐 appeared to be wearing down, with All Might seizing him by the face. 𝗧𝗪𝗐 retaliated with small explosions, but it was clear he was struggling. All Might commented on how 𝗧𝗪𝗐 should have worked with 𝗧𝗪, to which 𝗧𝗪𝗐 could only growl in response. With a swift motion, All Might tossed 𝗧𝗪𝗐 aside, then turned to search for 𝗧𝗪, suspecting he might have taken the exit. Just as he began to turn, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. A hand gripped his neck, and he could feel the pressure increase, a reminder of the fear he had only experienced before with All for One. He relaxed slightly upon seeing 𝗧𝗪, who was using a portal to maintain his grip. 𝗧𝗪 warned All Might not to move, making it clear that he was serious about his intentions. All Might, maintaining his composure, questioned the severity of the situation, reminding 𝗧𝗪 that it was just a test. 𝗧𝗪, however, explained that he viewed this as a real battle, where All Might posed a significant threat. The only way to neutralize that threat was through decisive action or negotiation, and he was determined to keep his grip firm. There are alternative methods to resolve conflicts without resorting to lethal force, 𝗵 argued, feeling increasingly anxious about the situation. He believed that with his quirk, there was no time to waste, especially with a villain capable of wreaking havoc on a city so swiftly. 𝗧𝗪 gestured towards the desolate street and the ruined buildings, prompting 𝗵 to remain silent. He was reminded of a villain he had faced 6 years prior, one that matched the description perfectly. 𝗧𝗪 then produced a pair of HND-CFFs and tossed them to 𝗵, suggesting surrender. 𝗵, without hesitation, secured the cuffs around his wrists. 𝗧𝗪 kept his hand in place until an announcement echoed through the area. 𝗵 exhaled in relief, wincing as he touched the wound on his neck. It wasn't deep, but it stung. They were unaware of 𝗧𝗪𝗐, who was waking up in response to the announcement of 𝗧𝗪's victory. 𝗧𝗪𝗐 was furious at having lost again, especially to someone he considered inferior. He was determined to eliminate 𝗧𝗪 once and for all, believing that doing so would restore his status as the best. 𝗧𝗪 remained oblivious to 𝗧𝗪𝗐's breakdown until he saw him rise, aiming his charged gauntlet with wild eyes reminiscent of Shigaraki's during the USJ incident. 𝗵 was unable to intervene before 𝗧𝗪𝗐 unleashed his attack. 𝗧𝗪 managed to create a barrier with one hand, but the blast was too close, sending him crashing through a wall. The armor he wore absorbed much of the impact, but one of his arms was severely injured. Despite the pain, he stood ready to fight, but 𝐬𝐵 had already subdued 𝗧𝗪𝗂𝘁, pinning him to the ground. The rest of the class in the observation room erupted in celebration upon witnessing 𝗧𝗪𝗁's attack on Izuku, followed by 𝐬𝐵's swift response. However, their joy turned to horror as 𝗧𝗪 rushed to find Recovery Girl. "Are you all right, Midoriya?" 𝐬𝐵 inquired, glancing up at him. Soon, two teachers, Eraserhead and Present Mic, arrived. Izuku, still in excruciating pain, remarked that he didn't think bones were supposed to be on the outside. He knelt, trying to suppress a scream as he felt the bone protruding from his forearm, blood seeping from the wound. Present Mic was the first to reach Izuku, while Eraserhead restrained the struggling Katsuki. "Hey kiddo, that doesn't look too good," Present Mic said, trying to maintain his composure despite his panic. He noticed 𝗧𝗪 sprinting back with Recovery Girl. Izuku managed a laugh through the pain before losing consciousness. Present Mic attempted to catch him, but the weight of the armor caught him off guard, causing Izuku to fall to the ground. "Hizashi!" Aizawa and Recovery Girl exclaimed as they rushed to present Mic's side. "How can he move in that? It weighs a ton." He grumbled, struggling to roll onto his back. 𝗧𝗪 arrived, setting Recovery Girl down and deactivating her quirk. When she saw Izuku collapse, her heart sank with fear. Recovery Girl examined Izuku and, noticing her distress, reassured her that he was merely unconscious from pain and blood loss. She explained that a small surgery would be necessary to set his bone, but he would recover. This calmed 𝗧𝗪, but her anger towards Katsuki flared up. She shot him a glare filled with fury that made Aizawa consider restraining her to prevent any rash actions. Instead, she focused on helping to get Izuku onto a stretcher for transport to the infirmary. Once the students and Recovery Girl left with Present Mic as an 𝗧𝗪, Aizawa and 𝗵 took hold of the now subdued Katsuki. "This was your last chance, do you understand?" Aizawa stated as they escorted him to the principal's office for the third and final time. Meanwhile, Katsuki simmered in silence, blaming Izuku for his misfortunes. He thought to himself that if Izuku had never existed, he would be reigning supreme at UA. 2 hours later, Izuku awoke in the infirmary, with 𝗧𝗪 and his mother quietly chatting beside him. He noticed his mother giggling and shifted to get their attention, wanting her to stop sharing embarrassing stories about him. As he adjusted his weight on his bandaged arm, he winced in pain. His mother cautioned him to be careful, reminding him that he was still healing and offered to help him sit up. Although he felt it was unnecessary, he appreciated the care. He asked what had happened after he passed out, recalling the amusing sight of 𝗧𝗪 carrying Recovery Girl like a football. 𝗧𝗪 explained that she thought it would be more efficient since Recovery Girl was taking too long. After they brought him to the infirmary, Recovery Girl had set his bone and healed him as much as possible. They had called 𝗵𝗀, and now they were waiting for him to wake up. Izuku felt a mix of happiness and concern about how well the two women were getting along. He then inquired about Katsuki, curious about the consequences of his actions. Aizawa entered the room, looking tired as usual, and informed him that Katsuki had been expelled. He had been given 3 chances to improve but had chosen to attack Izuku instead. Now, he was blacklisted from all hero schools. Izuku was not shocked. He had anticipated such an outcome. Katsuki had always been arrogant and aggressive, lashing out whenever things didn't go his way. He could only hope that Katsuki would find a better path, but he knew that was unlikely. While Izuku accepted this reality, 𝗧𝗪's expression conveyed her relief, and 𝗵𝗀 felt troubled, concerned for her friend Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother. "Well then, what's the plan now?" Izuku asked, breaking the silence. Aizawa replied that class would resume as usual the next day and that he would be discharged when Recovery Girl deemed it appropriate. As he shrugged, he was suddenly struck in the leg by Recovery Girl's cane. "Who are you calling an old lady?" she exclaimed as she walked past him. As for him, it was time to head home. 15 minutes later, the Midoriyas and 𝗧𝗪 stepped through a portal to the apartment for dinner. 𝗵𝗀 busied herself in the kitchen, with 𝗧𝗪 assisting wherever she could. Izuku noticed the kitchen was bustling and decided to take a nap on the couch. Aside from his childhood friend's earlier antics, it had been a good day. 𝗧𝗪 chose to stay the night at her boyfriend's place. Although they had shared a bed before, they had never taken things further, feeling unprepared for that step. She woke up first, as usual, and gently shook 𝗧𝗂𝘁 to rouse him. The first time she did so, she was startled when he opened his eyes wide. It turned out that 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was a light sleeper, only waking if he heard something during the night. After waking him, Ochako shuffled into the bathroom, wearing pajamas made from clothes borrowed from 𝗧𝗂𝘁's closet. They freshened up, had breakfast, and followed their routine of Ochako adjusting his tie. On their way to school, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 felt the new scar on his forearm. It wasn't large but was noticeable, just something he would have to get used to. He had never been bothered by scars, like the one on his leg from his childhood. They walked hand in hand, enjoying each other's company and chatting about nothing in particular. Upon arriving at the doors of Class 1A, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was met with a chorus of his classmates calling his name. He had completely forgotten that everyone had witnessed him being blasted and taken to the infirmary. He apologized for not informing them sooner, stretching out his arms to show he was fine. Mina pointed at him, playfully accusing him of worrying them. Kirishima checked on him, his gaze lingering on 𝗧𝗂𝘁's new scar. Sue, with her usual stoic expression, expressed concern about the BLD scene in the footage, noting that Aizawa hadn't shared any details the day before. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 reassured them that he was okay, having only suffered a broken bone that had been healed. He felt a warm glow inside from the concern his classmates showed for him. That warmth quickly faded when Aizawa entered the room, asking why they weren't seated. In an instant, everyone was in their seats, awaiting their teacher's next words. Aizawa informed them that Bakugo Katsuki had been expelled for his actions and previous warnings. He cautioned that no one was safe, noting that the only reason others hadn't been expelled was that they had been following the rules. The class shivered at his words but wasn't overly surprised by Katsuki's expulsion. Aizawa then shifted the focus to the midterms, announcing that everyone had barely passed the written test, directing a pointed comment at Kaminari and Mina. He informed those who had failed the practical that they would have extra lessons during the training camp over the break. As he distributed reviews of their fights, 5 quietly wept for not passing the practical. Aizawa placed a list of supplies needed for the camp on 𝗧𝗂𝘁's desk, then flopped back into his bag. After handing out the lists, Mina suggested they go shopping together, making plans for a group outing. Todoroki mentioned he couldn't join them as he visited his mother on Saturdays. The rest of the classes passed without incident. At the end of the day, while packing to leave, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 received a message from Mirko. Just as he was about to open it, she called him instead. Everyone turned to see his phone ringing, with Ochako thinking it was Inko and not giving it much thought. When he answered, Mirko's voice came through, demanding to know why he was taking so long to respond. She expressed concern about someone being expelled from his class, hoping it wasn't him. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 quickly pulled the phone away from his ear, surprised by her volume. His classmates were intrigued, especially since they recognized it was a woman's voice. Ochako narrowed her eyes at him, feeling a surge of jealousy. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 explained that it was Mirko checking in on him, as she had heard about the expulsion. He mentioned the guy who had attacked him during the midterm practical and was now expelled. Mirko's call was unexpected but pleasant, and he was grateful for her concern. He invited her over for dinner, thinking his mom would be happy to see her again, oblivious to the tension building behind him. Ochako, feeling a mix of emotions, was taken aback by his invitation. Everyone was watching the exchange closely, and she felt her frustration rising. Mirko agreed to come over, asking him to text her the details and not to keep her waiting before hanging up. After sending a quick message to his mom to set an extra plate at the table, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 noticed the silence in the room. Turning around, he found 19 pairs of eyes fixed on him, confused by the sudden attention. Ochako was the first to break the silence, asking who had called him. With an oblivious smile, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 explained that it was Mirko checking in, and that she would be joining them for dinner. Ochako feigned excitement, relieved that nothing inappropriate was happening. The rest of the class felt reassured that 𝗧𝗂𝘁 would never betray her trust. They left, glad to avoid any further drama. Later, as dinner approached, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 sent a message and opened a portal to Mirko's building lobby. Mirko stepped through, dressed casually in jeans and a light jacket, and approached 𝗧𝗂𝘁. She inspected him, stepping back after finding nothing out of place. She complimented him, glad to see he was keeping up with his training. Izuku expressed his gratitude and asked how she had been. Mirko waved her hand dismissively, stating that her hero work was the same as always, before noticing a girl his age nearby. Who was this? Ochako Uraraka, Izuku's girlfriend, stood nervously in front of one of her favorite heroes. Izuku proudly introduced her, showcasing her like a treasured prize. Rumi examined Ochako, recalling her impressive performance at the festival against that explosive brat, even if she ultimately lost. With a firm handshake, Rumi welcomed her, then pulled her close, warning her not to hurt Izuku. Ochako's initial nervousness vanished as she assured Rumi that she would never do such a thing. Their serious expressions momentarily worried Izuku, but Rumi soon broke into a smile, affirming that Ochako would be good for him. Ochako returned the smile, feeling grateful that Izuku had such a supportive older sister figure. Izuku, however, felt a rush of anxiety seeing them connect without exchanging words. They shifted their focus to dinner, with Izuku sitting between the two. After finishing their meal, they settled down as Izuku recounted stories about the midterms. Inko quietly enjoyed the warm atmosphere in the apartment while Rumi shared her experiences dealing with minor criminals. They moved to the living room, Inko grabbing a book from the shelf along the way. As they chatted about light topics, Inko brought up a childhood moment of Izuku that she had captured on camera. The scrapbook emerged, and Izuku's face turned pale while Ochako and Rumi expressed their excitement. Ochako quickly used her quirk to keep Izuku from reaching for the book, and Rumi playfully kicked him away. As he spiraled away, he heard the trio cooing about how cute he was. Eventually, he returned to his seat, feeling embarrassed about the scrapbook's contents. Laughter filled the room, and he felt grateful for his wonderful family. As the evening progressed, Izuku opened a portal for Rumi to step through. Before leaving, she gave him a quick hug and disappeared into the portal. The rest of the night was spent relaxing and watching movies, with Inko already having gone to bed, leaving just the two of them on the couch. They received a text from the group chat, where Mina informed everyone about the mall meetup time. After some back and forth, they settled on early mid-morning. With that, they returned to the movie and soon dozed off, Ochako resting on Izuku while he fell asleep first. The next morning, they prepared for their shopping trip, both needing only a few small items. They were excited to spend time together at the mall, especially after being busy with internships and midterms. They decided to treat this outing as a small date, focusing on shopping and enjoying each other's company. Izuku noticed Ochako seemed a bit anxious about shopping, aware of her family's financial struggles. While they were on the couch, Inko approached Ochako, handing her a wad of cash. Izuku raised an eyebrow as Ochako stared at the money in disbelief. Inko encouraged her to have fun shopping, insisting it was a part of her dowry for the future, which made both teens blush. After changing, they headed out to meet their friends, finding Mina on the same train to the mall. They chatted, with Ochako doing most of the talking while Izuku enjoyed the break. Some passengers recognized them, waving and taking pictures discreetly. A little boy with deer-like horns approached Mina, asking for a photo, which she happily obliged. Once the boy returned to his mother, they disembarked and soon arrived at the mall, where their entire class was gathered. Momo approached them, welcoming them and asking about their plans. Izuku, momentarily forgetting he was the class president, looked to Mina for direction. Mina, with a sigh, suggested they split into groups and meet at the lunch area in 2 hours, laying down some humorous rules. However, Izuku quickly intervened, covering Mina's mouth to prevent her from saying anything too attention-grabbing. They all agreed to split up, and Izuku and Ochako wandered the mall hand in hand, discussing what they thought the upcoming camp would be like. Ochako expressed her hope of making 𝗬𝗄𝗡, while Izuku mentioned he had never been camping before. Surprised, Ochako asked if he had ever gone with friends or family. Izuku explained that it had always been just him and his mom, and that his childhood friend Katsuki had made it difficult to form friendships. Ochako offered her sympathy, playfully stating she would have been his friend, albeit after stealing his lunch. They shared a laugh as they continued to explore the mall. Finding a discreet area, Izuku opened a portal to drop off their bags at home. Ochako found some lovely clothes, and Izuku encouraged her to use the money Inko had given her. She attempted to resist the situation but ultimately found herself using it. With only 15 minutes until their class was scheduled to meet at the food court, they began their journey there. As they walked, Izuku took in the serene atmosphere around him, but his peace was shattered when he spotted a figure in a black hoodie with piercing red eyes. He froze in place, prompting Ochako to stop and inquire about his sudden stillness. Without a word, he handed her his phone, his serious demeanor causing her concern. He instructed her to call the police and inform them that Shigaraki was at the mall, then to contact Eraserhead, all while keeping his gaze fixed on the villain. Ochako hesitated, trying to respond, but Izuku's firm tone cut her off. She complied, moving behind him to make the call, determined not to leave his side as she scanned the area for any additional threats. Shigaraki withdrew his hands from his pockets, revealing one mechanical hand. Izuku couldn't see his expression, but the thought of facing a quirk like Shigaraki's in a crowded mall unsettled him. He attempted to engage Shigaraki in conversation, hoping to keep him distracted. Shigaraki's response revealed his anger, claiming that Izuku was the one responsible for the demise of his Nomu. He raised his prosthetic hand, which appeared simple and devoid of artificial skin. As the tension escalated, Izuku could hear Ochako hurriedly speaking on the phone behind him. Izuku continued to try to keep Shigaraki talking, but he could see the villain beginning to tremble with rage. Suddenly, Shigaraki shouted that he would kill Izuku and charged at him. Izuku shouted for everyone around him, including Ochako, to get back. The crowd reacted, scattering in panic. In the chaos, Izuku noticed the sharpness of Shigaraki's mechanical hand just as he narrowly avoided a strike that grazed his temple. Staggering back, Izuku tried to grab Shigaraki's real hand, but a kick to his stomach sent him tumbling. He quickly regained his footing, only to see Shigaraki lunging at him again. Izuku dove back and kicked out, sending Shigaraki crashing into the glass doors of a nearby shop, causing screams to erupt from within. Amid the chaos, a mother and her child chose to hide in the same shop instead of fleeing. Izuku shouted at Shigaraki, urging him not to engage with them, but the villain's cruel grin suggested he had other intentions. Just as Shigaraki reached for the terrified pair, his hands were suddenly pulled through a green portal. Izuku, on the other side, gripped Shigaraki's hands tightly, preventing him from advancing further. With the mother and child now safe, they fled the scene as Shigaraki raged, threatening to turn Izuku to dust. Izuku held on firmly, feeling a crack in the mechanical hand as it went limp. Ochako soon joined him, her concern evident as she noticed the BLD on him. Izuku acknowledged the BLD, noting that it was a recurring issue whenever villains attacked. He asked Ochako to keep watch on his left side since he couldn't see well. She panicked, realizing he might be injured more seriously than he let on. The mall was now deserted, leaving only the two of them and the struggling Shigaraki in the shop. Just then, footsteps echoed, and 6 police officers arrived, guns drawn, along with Present Mic. Izuku pointed towards the shop, insisting that he was not the villain. Present Mic intervened, clarifying that Izuku was his student, which prompted the officers to lower their weapons. They rushed into the shop, and Present Mic managed to restrain Shigaraki with quirk suppression cuffs. Exhausted, Izuku released Shigaraki's hands and sat down, feeling the adrenaline fade. Ochako knelt beside him, tears in her eyes as she examined his injury. He reassured her that he was fine, despite the BLD obstructing his vision. Their playful banter continued, even as the police skirted a handcuffed and gagged Shigaraki out of the shop, who glared at Izuku with malice. Present Mic approached the two, inquiring about their ordeal. Izuku explained that Shigaraki had attacked him at the mall and mentioned feeling dizzy from BLD loss. Present Mic provided him with gauze to stem the bleeding and helped him to his feet. He informed them that they would need to go to the police station for an interview and some first aid. As they were skirted outside, they encountered a crowd behind a police barricade, including some of their classmates. Mina was particularly vocal, expressing her frustration at the situation. As they climbed into the police car, Izuku responded, confused, that no one had died. Once inside, Ochako leaned against him, relieved that they were safe. She pulled out his phone and opened the camera app, ready to document the ordeal. She captured a photo of them in the back of the police car, Izuku with a bandaged head and Ochako leaning against him. Upon seeing the phone, Izuku suddenly remembered the need to inform his mother. He expressed his concern about needing to tell Inko, prompting present Mike, who was seated in the passenger seat, to chuckle lightly. The officer driving reassured them that perhaps she wouldn't react too badly. Ochako remained silent, extending the phone toward Izuku, who hesitated to take it. He waved his hand over the bandage, explaining that he couldn't manage it due to his head injury. Mike and the officer shared a laugh at his expense. Ochako shot him a look that suggested trouble, then dialed Inko's number. When Inko answered, she immediately began to panic upon hearing Ochako mention a villain attack. Ochako quickly reassured her, explaining that they were fine and just heading to the police station for an interview and some first aid. Realizing she shouldn't have mentioned first aid, she hung up in a fluster. In a rush, she attempted to call Inko back, but Izuku took the phone and texted the police station instead, returning the device to her. He remarked on her lack of delicacy, while she unlocked her phone to send another message, not noticing who it was directed to. Aizawa awaited them at the police station when they arrived, arms crossed and a look of disapproval on his face. He addressed Izuku as problem child, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. They proceeded to a conference room equipped with a first aid kit. Aizawa tended to Izuku's injuries, who winced as the wounds were cleaned and bandaged. Aizawa informed him that he would need stitches or a healing quirk, advising that they should visit the hospital afterward. Ochako and Izuku were interviewed together, with Aizawa acting as a temporary guardian. It was evident that Izuku had acted in self-defense, using his quirk only to open a portal and save 2 civilians. The interview concluded quickly, allowing them to head to the hospital. Inko was in the lobby, pacing anxiously. Upon spotting them, she rushed over and enveloped them in a tight hug, then inspected them for injuries. Aizawa informed her that Izuku would need to go to the hospital for stitches, which caused Inko to tear up as she took in his bandaged head and blood-stained shirt. Determined to get him help, she instructed Izuku to open a portal. He complied, creating a portal inside the police station that led to the hospital near their apartment. As they stepped through, Aizawa shook his head at the illegal use of a quirk within the police station. Once at the hospital, they were seen promptly due to the quiet night. While waiting in the doctor's office for the nurse to return with supplies, Izuku felt his phone buzz. It was a call from Rumi, along with several missed calls and a message that read, "Portal to you." Now, confused about how she knew, he glanced at Ochako, who quickly looked away. Frustrated, he tossed his phone at her and stood up, ready to face Rumi. The phone hit her head as he opened a portal to Mirko's lobby. Rumi entered swiftly, locking her gaze on him and assessing his condition. Noticing only the bandage, she nodded and playfully punched him in the stomach, questioning why he had taken so long to respond. Izuku lamented about the women in his life being so tough on him while clutching his stomach and lying down. The nurse arrived with supplies, surprised to find Izuku on the floor with Rumi standing over him, conversing with Inko and Ochako. After receiving stitches and having the nurse use her quirk to speed up his healing while he rested, they all left together. Rumi decided to stay for dinner with the Midoriyas. Izuku, still bandaged and feeling drained, sent a text to their group chat to let everyone know he was okay, receiving numerous well wishes in response. Once home, Izuku fell asleep on the couch, lulled by the sounds of his mother, girlfriend, and mentor chatting and cooking in the kitchen. The girls opted to let him rest while discussing him. Inko expressed pride in his dedication to being a hero, while Ochako reminisced about their first meeting at the entrance exam and how well they connected. Rumi shared her admiration for Izuku's skills during the sports festival and how she felt a sibling-like bond with him as they trained together, which made her appreciate their relationship more than pursuing him romantically. Ochako felt a pang of jealousy but tried to hide it, though Inko noticed. Izuku woke up not long after, still groggy, and went to eat what had been set aside for him. After finishing, he headed to clean up and shower. When he returned to the girls, he found them getting along exceptionally well. He sat quietly, listening to their conversation. Eventually, it was time for Rumi to head home. Izuku opened a portal to her building lobby, and as they said their goodbyes, she stopped and looked him in the eyes, firmly instructing him to stop attracting villains to himself while playfully squeezing his cheeks. He protested, insisting it wasn't his fault. After a final farewell, she stepped through the portal. With the other two preparing for bed, 𝗧𝗂 settled down on his own bed, reflecting on the day's events. He scrolled through his phone until 𝗧𝗪 entered the room and flopped onto his bed. After a moment, she expressed her concern about the possibility that the League of Villains was not finished yet. 𝗧𝗂, recalling their recent experience at the mall, patted her on the back, sharing her unease. He reassured her that whether it was the end or not, they would face it together, offering her a comforting smile. They soon fell asleep in each other's arms, and for a week, they enjoyed a mix of minor training and relaxation. Both were cautious about going out, fearing that a villain might disrupt their time together. By the third day, 𝗧𝗂's cuts had healed completely, and they decided to remove the stitches at home. With careful hands, 𝗧𝗪 removed the threads without any issues, a stark contrast to 𝗧𝗂's painful first attempt at removing stitches from his leg. The scars were prominent, with 3 claw marks extending from his hairline to above his eyebrow, which he found quite striking. 𝗏𝗏 shed a few tears at the thought of 𝗧𝗂 almost losing his eye, while 𝗧𝗪 thought the scars gave him a rugged charm, reminiscent of what Kirishima would call a manly man. As the weekend arrived, it was time for them to head to UA and board the bus for camp. They packed their belongings and sent them through the portal to UA. On the other side, most of Class 1A watched in surprise as 2 duffel bags appeared out of nowhere, immediately recognizing it as the work of their class's unique quirk. The 2 friends stepped through and greeted their classmates, who quickly gathered around them. Mina was the first to speak, playfully accusing 𝗧𝗂 of being terrible at following rules. 𝗧𝗂 defended himself, claiming that no one had died, to which Mina pouted, frustrated that their class trip to the mall had ended prematurely. Tsuyu, noticing the new scars on 𝗧𝗂's forehead, asked how he was doing, recalling how much BLD he had when he left. 𝗧𝗂 reassured her that he was fine, just some stitches that had healed. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗲's voice cut through the chatter, irritating everyone as he pointed out that one of their classmates was missing, suggesting that it was typical for a 1A student to be expelled. 𝗧𝗂 felt a surge of frustration but focused on staying calm. 𝗵𝗲 continued to taunt him, mentioning 𝗧𝗂's recent altercation with Stain. Spotting what he needed, 𝗧𝗂 opened a portal and swiftly sent 𝗵𝗲 through it before he could react, closing it behind him. Kendo, who had been on her way to intervene, froze in her tracks, worried about where 𝗵𝗲 might end up. The rest of Class 1B continued their conversations as if nothing had happened, while 𝗵𝗲's voice could be heard shouting for help from the roof of UA. Kendo hesitated, unsure whether to ask 𝗧𝗂 to let 𝗵𝗲 down. Ultimately, she approached him and requested that he release 𝗵𝗲, promising to handle the situation. 𝗧𝗂, however, refused, stating that 𝗵𝗲 was in timeout. Kendo accepted this and walked away, uncertain of what to do next. A few minutes later, their teachers arrived to usher them onto the buses. 𝗧𝗂 counted everyone, confirming that no one was missing. As he boarded the bus, Vlad King approached him with an angry expression, asking if he had put 𝗵𝗲 on the roof. 𝗧𝗂 calmly explained that 𝗵𝗲 needed to learn to keep his mouth shut to avoid unfortunate situations. He then opened a portal, allowing 𝗵𝗲 to stumble out. Vlad warned 𝗧𝗂 to watch his tone, but Aizawa interjected, reminding Vlad that he should be teaching 𝗵𝗲 instead. With that, Vlad took his student and shot 𝗧𝗂 one last glare before leaving. Since the USJ incident, Vlad had always given 𝗧𝗂 a hard time, and 𝗧𝗂 couldn't shake the feeling that he might be talking behind his back. Putting those thoughts aside, 𝗧𝗂 settled into his seat next to Todoroki, who nodded at him while wearing headphones. As the bus rolled along, 𝗧𝗂's mind wandered, filled with random thoughts. He wondered if Todoroki grew a beard, would it split like his hair? What would happen if he opened a portal while on a moving bus? Would it stay in front of him or tear through the back of the bus? Why hadn't Aizawa just taken him to the camp location beforehand? Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Aizawa why they hadn't gone directly to the camp. Aizawa, half asleep, opened his eyes and met 𝗧𝗂's gaze before turning back to face forward, telling him to be quiet. 𝗧𝗂 couldn't help but smile, teasing Aizawa about not having thought of it. Aizawa sank deeper into his sleeping bag, not responding. The rest of the trip was spent in relaxation, and at some point, Izuku dozed off. He was awakened by the bus brakes, with Aizawa instructing everyone to get off. Izuku waited for his classmates to disembark, ensuring no one was left behind, displaying his responsibility as class president. Ochako was the last to leave, and she approached him, motioning for him to bend down as if to share a secret. He complied, and she kissed his forehead, smiling at him. This gesture brought a goofy grin to Izuku's face as he followed her off the bus. What awaited them was not a camp but a roadside stop by a cliff. Suspicious, Izuku scanned the area and noticed Aizawa calmly waiting for a black car to arrive. He remained alert, wondering where the rest of their class was. Suddenly, two women dressed in cat-themed uniforms emerged from the car, accompanied by a visibly upset child. Mandalay and Pixie Bob introduced themselves as part of the Wild PP Cats, striking poses that drew the attention of Izuku and his classmates. Izuku turned to Aizawa, inquiring about the location of the camp. Aizawa pointed into the distance toward a barely visible building deep within the forest. Izuku approached the rail and gazed at the building, realizing that they were expected to trek through the forest for hours. He decided against it and attempted to create a portal to the campsite. However, it felt more challenging than usual and he struggled to open it, managing only a portal large enough for his hand. Confused, he glanced around and noticed Aizawa using his quirk on him. Aizawa had anticipated that Izuku would try to portal to the camp and was prepared to counter him. To Aizawa's surprise, Izuku still attempted to create a portal, and he watched in disbelief as Izuku struggled until he could go no further. Pixie Bob, sensing the situation, decided it was time for training. She instructed the students to head northwest, assuring them they would reach the camp in a few hours. With that, she sent them down the cliffside, and everyone yelled as they fell. Some students quickly used their quirks to soften their landings, while others were less fortunate. Momo crafted a parachute, Ochako activated her quirk, and Izuku, falling past a tree, dug his fingers into it to slow his descent. He landed safely and examined the tree, which had been severely damaged, split down the middle as if by an axe. Groans echoed as most of the class picked themselves up, and Kirishima emerged from a hole in the ground. Izuku stared at the tree, impressed, and then turned to check on his classmates, asking who was still standing. More groans followed as they prepared for their trek through the forest. They had taken only a few steps when a creature made of dirt and stone roared and charged at them. Koda attempted to communicate with the beast, but it was unresponsive. He was quickly pulled back through a portal next to Izuku. Izuku took charge, instructing the class on their formation: heavy hitters in front, ranged fighters behind, and anyone needing rest in the middle. The class followed his orders, and Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he charged forward, creating a portal to the creature's back. He landed on it and fought fiercely until it ceased moving. The class was accustomed to Izuku's aggressive fighting style, but this encounter felt too easy. More roars echoed in the distance, revealing that the battle was far from over. After 5 hours of continuous fighting, the class finally arrived at the camp, utterly exhausted. Izuku, though appearing to stand tall, was also spent. When they reached the clearing, he dropped to his knees, fatigue overwhelming him. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Aizawa awaited them, praising their efforts, especially singling out Izuku, Ida, Todoroki, and Ochako. Ochako's training with Izuku had clearly paid off, as she had fought valiantly against the dirt beasts. In a moment of excitement, a blonde student rushed to Izuku and hugged him, claiming him as hers. Ochako, witnessing this, used her quirk one last time to pull Izuku away from the other student, asserting her claim. However, her quirk reached its limit, causing Izuku to fall to the ground with a thud, unable to get back up. Ochako, feeling unwell, turned to the side. Aizawa, observing the situation, inquired about Ochako's condition, showing little concern for the student's struggles. Mandalay explained that Ochako was simply at an age where she worried about her future. Izuku, recovering, held Ochako's hair back as she dealt with her nausea. Once she was finished, Aizawa announced that they would have lunch that day, but from then on, the students would be responsible for their own meals. Though they cheered, their enthusiasm felt drained. Izuku noticed a boy standing to the side and asked about him. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 introduced him as her nephew, 𝗂𝗲, who merely sneered and turned away. Izuku, despite his exhaustion, approached 𝗂𝗲 with a friendly smile, introducing himself. However, 𝗂𝗲 responded with a small punch to Izuku's groin, causing him to double over in pain. The other boys winced in sympathy. Kirishima rushed to Izuku's side, cradling him as the others gathered around, mourning their fallen comrade. 𝗂𝗲 muttered something, but no one paid attention, too focused on supporting Izuku. He managed to deliver 𝗂𝗲 back to 𝗵𝗲𝗍, learning about the boy's troubled past and his disdain for heroes after losing his parents to a villain. Later, Izuku changed into his sleepwear while the others settled in, separated by gender. On the girl's side, Ochako donned one of Izuku's oversized shirts, which she loved. Tsuyu, being her straightforward self, asked if the shirt belonged to Izuku. Mina and 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄 seized the opportunity to tease Ochako, speculating about the shirt's owner. Ochako blushed, defending her choice by explaining that it was easier to wear his clothes than to find her own. Jairu, with a hint of embarrassment, pointed out that they had shared a bed, causing everyone to react with surprise. Ochako quickly clarified that they were not ready for anything beyond sharing a bed. Mina, teasingly, suggested that she should have made her move on Izuku earlier, prompting Ochako to fiercely declare that he was hers, ready to defend her territory. "Just kidding," Izuku shouted from the other side of the building, playfully chastising Tokoyami for ruining their friendship by playing a +4 card against him. Tokoyami simply smiled smugly at the outcome. Meanwhile, Todoroki was focused on the cards in front of him, trying to understand the rules of Uno. Eventually, they all fell asleep, and the next morning, they were awakened for training. As they lined up, Monoma, the boy who never seemed to learn, spoke up, but his words were interrupted when Izuku used a thin portal to spray him with salt water. Without missing a beat, they lined up before Aizawa, some still half asleep. Aizawa explained that they were there to train their quirks, having learned to fight and use their abilities in combat. Now, he intended to push their quirks to new limits. He reminded them of the quirk apprehension test from the beginning of the year and wanted to see how much they had grown. Holding a baseball, he decided against throwing it to Midoriya, noticing the moon still in the sky, and instead tossed it to Sato. Sato caught it and, after downing some sugar, threw it with a yell. Aizawa noted that the distance improved by less than 2 meters. After that, they were divided for specific training. Izuku was grouped with Tiger, a member of the WWPCs. His quirk relied heavily on his physical condition, so he focused on strengthening his body and practicing how quickly he could open and close portals to different locations. Throughout the day of intense training, a flash of green portals appeared as Izuku sprinted in and out of them, surprising many around him, which brought him some amusement as he caught his breath. Ochako was equally determined not to be left behind. She pushed her quirk to its limits, surrounded by floating stones while she levitated among them. When she could no longer maintain her quirk, she joined Tiger for combat training. Izuku taught her the basics of his martial arts style, which complemented her abilities perfectly. As the sun began to set, everyone dragged themselves to the cooking area to prepare dinner. They decided on a simple stew and got to work. Izuku, not wanting to use flint and steel, opened a small portal to retrieve a lighter from the kitchen counter. Momo, who was nearby, raised an eyebrow and mentioned that she could have made a fire if he had asked. Izuku sheepishly admitted he had forgotten. Meanwhile, Ochako was impressing everyone with her cooking skills. When Todoroki asked where she learned to cook, she explained that her mother and 𝗏𝗏 had taught her, and she enjoyed cooking whenever she could. 𝗧𝗵𝗄𝗄, peeling potatoes nearby, asked if 𝗏𝗏 was an aunt, to which Ochako clarified that 𝗏𝗏 was Izuku's mother. Kaminari jokingly suggested that 𝗏𝗏 was grooming Ochako to be a housewife, causing her to freeze and blush at the thought. She quickly pointed her wooden spoon at Kaminari and demanded he either help or leave. Once the stew was ready, everyone gathered to eat. Ochako's pot was emptied quickly, as it was voted the best by everyone, including Izuku, who got the first bowl. While they were eating, Izuku noticed 𝗂𝗲 wandering into the woods alone. Concerned that he hadn't eaten yet, he took a bowl of stew and followed him. When 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 asked where he was going, 𝗧𝗂𝘂 explained that he wanted to check on 𝗂𝗧 and would be back shortly. He followed a small trail to a rocky outcropping that offered a nice view of the forest, where he found 𝗂𝗧 sitting close to the edge, gazing out. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 spoke up, making sure not to startle him. 𝗂𝗧 turned and glared, demanding to know why 𝗧𝗂𝘂 was there. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 offered the bowl of stew, explaining he wasn't sure if 𝗂𝗧 had eaten yet. 𝗂𝗧 rejected the food, insisting he wanted to be left alone. Curious, 𝗧𝗂𝘂 asked why he harbored such hatred. 𝗂𝗧 expressed that it was foolish for them to train only to show off and potentially die. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 frowned at the boy's anger and explained that he trained to survive, not to show off. He shared that 𝗂𝗧's parents were good people, and it was tragic that they had died. 𝗂𝗧 looked down, whispering that it was indeed difficult. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 offered to leave but urged 𝗂𝗧 to eat something. 𝗂𝗧 silently accepted the bowl, and 𝗧𝗂𝘂 left him to his solitude, returning to the others with a heavy heart. He had never experienced grief and hoped he wouldn't have to anytime soon. His attempt to comfort 𝗂𝗧 was more factual than sympathetic, as he sensed the boy had endured enough pity. When 𝗧𝗂𝘂 returned, 𝗧𝗂𝘂 noticed his troubled expression and asked if everything was all right. He reassured her that it was fine, putting on a smile. After everyone finished eating, they began cleaning up and headed to the showers before bed, preparing for another day of hard training. The next morning, 𝗧𝗂𝘂 found himself surrounded by dirt golems attacking him from all sides. He fought through them, standing atop a mound of defeated creatures, feeling as if he had been battling for hours. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 observed his training closely, needing to be nearby to control the numerous dirt and stone creations. She was amazed and shocked by the boy's combat skills. 𝗧𝗏 approached her side to observe how the resident problem child was performing, and it seemed he was doing quite well. She remarked to him that his student was terrifying. 𝗧𝗏 acknowledged this, expressing his concern that the boy could push through his quirk. She looked at him with wide eyes, realizing that no one should be able to do that. Hours later, everyone was resting after a day of intense training. Once they had recovered, Ragdoll approached the students with a lively demeanor. She announced that they would have some fun that night as a reward for their hard work. The classes would be split up, with Class 1B hiding along a trail while they attempted to scare Class 1A as they passed through. Mina excitedly exclaimed that this was prime camping fun, but her enthusiasm was cut short when 𝗧𝗏 wrapped her in a white scarf, informing her that she and the others who had not performed well would be joining him for remedial lessons. As she was led away, Sato, Kirishima, Siro, and Kaminari followed with their heads down. Class 1B was guided down the trail while Class 1A paired off in the fading light. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 was paired with 𝗧𝗏, and 𝗧𝗂𝘂 was with Todoroki. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 pouted at not being with her boyfriend, and 𝗧𝗏 offered her a comforting pat on the shoulder. One pair at a time was sent off, and as 𝗧𝗂𝘂 noticed the darkness settling in the forest, he felt a sense of unease. The next pair was Shoji and Tokoyami, the latter looking uneasy in the dark, as his quirk became more unpredictable in such conditions. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 jogged up to them, offering a couple of flares he had taken from a small portal. Tokoyami's eyes brightened at the sight of the safety measure, and he gratefully accepted them. 𝗧𝗂𝘂, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained that he had bought them because they seemed cool. After they left, he rejoined Todoroki, who appeared bored. Just as they were about to move, 𝗧𝗂𝘂 caught a whiff of something in the air, burning wood. They both spotted a blue glow in the forest, accompanied by smoke. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 called out to Mandalay, alerting her to a fire just as a villain with a reptilian quirk attacked, wielding a massive sword made of smaller blades. Mandalay managed to dodge, but another villain knocked her off her feet with a giant pillar. Tiger distracted the villain, allowing Mandalay to regain her footing. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗂𝘂 scanned the forest, waiting for more threats to emerge, but none appeared. Mandalay interrupted 𝗧𝗂𝘂's thoughts, urgently asking him to find 𝗂𝗧. Realizing the urgency, 𝗧𝗂𝘂 tore a portal to the ledge where 𝗂𝗧 had been hiding. As he rushed through, he spotted a cloaked figure approaching the frightened boy. They both froze, locking eyes with 𝗧𝗂𝘂. The villain, gleeful at the sight of 𝗧𝗂𝘂, revealed himself to be a muscular man with a prosthetic eye. 𝗂𝗧, trembling, recognized him as the one who had harmed his parents. The villain taunted 𝗂𝗧, claiming it was fate that had brought them together. He began to grow in size, muscles bulging as he towered over them. Izuku, unwavering, prepared to protect the trembling boy behind him. The villain, sensing Izuku's resolve, threw a punch aimed at him. In response, Izuku opened a portal behind his head, redirecting the attack. The villain's arm was severed at the elbow, and he howled in rage and pain, losing control as he charged at them. However, he quickly retreated through a portal back to Todoroki. Izuku appeared next to Koda, who was still in shock, alongside a frozen villain and another pinned down by Tiger. Mandalay rushed to embrace them, her voice filled with concern as she bombarded them with questions about their well-being. Izuku reassured her that the villain was severely injured and that they needed to return to camp. As he prepared to pass Koda to Mandalay, the boy clung to him tightly. Gently, Izuku urged him to go with Mandalay, and after a moment, Koda nodded and complied. Izuku tore a portal to the camp building but quickly closed it upon seeing the raging fire beyond. He opened another portal to the edge of the woods, promising to return shortly. He stepped through and found Aizawa engaged in a battle with a villain wielding blue flames. Without hesitation, Izuku created a small portal to the villain's arm, severing it. The villain melted into a puddle of goo, and Izuku quickly ran back to the others, tearing a portal for them to escape. Tiger and Todoroki dragged the incapacitated villains through the portal, setting them aside as Aizawa approached. He questioned Izuku about his injuries, to which Izuku replied that they were under attack, gesturing towards the smoke in the distance. Mandalay, use your quirk to inform the students that they have permission to use their quirks to fight back and retreat to the camp immediately. Midoriya, create a portal to UA. Aizawa instructed urgently as Izuku dashed alongside the building and opened a portal to UA's entrance. Several students from Class 1B emerged from the forest, exhaling in relief at the sight of the building, but Izuku urged them to enter the portal without delay. Shoji soon followed, carrying Tokoyami in his arms, a flare lit in one hand. He handed Tokoyami over to Tiger for examination. He's fine, just exhausted from using his quirk. Dark Shadow went wild when a villain attacked us. Dark Shadow took care of him, and I managed to calm him down afterward, Shoji explained as more students emerged from the trees. Izuku anxiously awaited the arrival of a brown-haired girl. This girl was engaged in a struggle with a blonde girl who seemed intent on attacking them with a manic smile, referring to Izuku by his first name, which irritated Ochako. Tsuyu and Ochako had been ambushed by Toga when they spotted smoke in the distance. Toga had used one of her needles to pin Tsuyu to a tree by her hair, leaving Ochako to face Toga alone for the moment. Toga unleashed needles connected by hoses towards Ochako, who dodged and strategized. Toga expressed her eagerness to meet Izuku, her excitement tinged with a disturbing enthusiasm. Ochako seized one of the needles and pulled Toga toward her, enduring a cut on her arm in the process. With a powerful strike, she sent Toga floating backward. Not relenting, Ochako grabbed more needles and used them to propel Toga into the ground at high speed. Toga screamed as she hit the ground, and Ochako heard a series of cracks, suspecting they were bones. Breathing and staring at the defeated villain, she turned to Tsuyu, who remarked on Izuku's strong influence on her, uncertain if it was a good thing. Looking back at Toga, who was groaning in pain and not getting up, Tsuyu helped pull the needle from her hair. Well, I kind of like his influence. Let's head back to camp, Tsuyu suggested. What about her? Ochako asked, glancing back. Leave her. We need to go. We don't know how dangerous it is out there, she replied, also worried for Izuku. Meanwhile, more students continued to emerge from the forest, some being assisted by others, but thankfully, no one was dead. Aizawa and Vlad King ventured into the woods to locate their students. They were checked over by Tiger before passing through the portal, which was a slow process. Just as Mandalay was about to enter with Koda, something landed nearby. Muscular, missing an arm and looking feral, scanned the area. It was a mystery how he was still standing, but he immediately recognized Koda. A sinister smile spread across his face as he focused on the child whose parents had taken his eye. Koda felt a surge of fear, thinking this was the end for him. Izuku landed on Muscular's back, having just opened a portal. He began to tear at Muscular's muscles, which kept regenerating. Muscular attempted to reach back but lacked the flexibility due to his bulk. Shrinking down, he managed to grab Izuku and throw him aside. As Izuku landed, Shoji tried to tackle Muscular but was sent flying by a powerful punch. Izuku quickly used a portal to return to the fight, going low to sever Muscular's leg at the knee. Muscular howled in pain, but Izuku pressed on, jumping onto his back again to tear at his remaining arm. Eventually, Muscular succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain and blood loss. Izuku surveyed the area and noticed that everyone was alright, though Class 1B regarded him with suspicion. Covered in blood, he checked on Shoji, who had a broken arm and some bruised ribs. Izuku helped him through a portal to the arriving ambulance. More students continued to emerge, some assisted by Aizawa or Vlad. Aizawa felt a rush of panic upon seeing Muscular's body but calmed when he realized no one was dead and that Midoriya was merely covered in blood. He was reassured by the class president that Shoji was the only injured student and that he would be fine. Aizawa then returned to the forest, where the same villain with blue flames attempted to attack but was quickly dealt with by Todoroki and Izuku's portals, melting him away. Just as the heroes decided to pass through the portal from Yue, Ochako arrived with Tsuyu. Izuku rushed to her and enveloped her in a warm hug, which she returned, both feeling immense relief. He set her down and noticed a cut on her arm but was relieved to see nothing more serious. Ochako looked at him, noticing he was covered in blood, but he seemed fine, which eased her worries. "You're drenched in blood again," she remarked, hugging him once more. "Yeah, my mom is going to be upset about another ruined outfit," he replied, prompting a laugh from her. "I'm alright too, but whatever," she said as Tsuyu left them to themselves, moving closer to the portal. Izuku had kept the portal open the entire time. More heroes arrived, equipped with quirks suited for the forest and locating people. They secured the now normal-sized Muscular to a gurney and transported him away. The other two villains, Spinner and Magna, were also apprehended and taken away. Soon, both classes were accounted for, with many heading to the hospital due to smoke inhalation, but all were alive. Aizawa appeared tired and slightly burned but unharmed. He found Izuku sitting on the stairs, being checked by a first responder, with Ochako leaning against him, unwilling to leave his side. It turned out that being thrown by a muscle-enhanced villain had left Izuku bruised, with 2 ribs affected, requiring low-priority healing. Aizawa approached the 2 students and settled down after the first responder departed. He asked if their parents were aware of what had happened. Ochako, still leaning on Izuku, replied that her parents had been worried but felt more at ease knowing she was with Izuku and that everything had turned out all right. Mom cried a river of tears but knew her child could take care of himself. Despite that, she was frustrated about the ruined favorite shirt. As he observed the bustling activity around him, he felt a sense of relief that everyone was safe. Aizawa, having regained his composure, returned to his duties. Izuku smiled at him, feeling grateful that Aizawa was unharmed as well. He concealed his smile in his scarf as he left. Once everyone essential had gathered at the camp, Izuku and Ochako were sent back through the portal to close it and head to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Ochako asked if she could see his phone again as they boarded the van. Izuku looked at her suspiciously, questioning her motives. She explained that she had left her phone at the camp with her belongings. He was hesitant, recalling the last time he had lent her his phone after a villain attack, which resulted in her texting Rumi. When she lunged for the phone, he quickly pulled it away, narrowly avoiding her grasp. Just then, the van came to a stop, and the doors swung open to reveal Mirko. She took in their awkward position and slowly closed the door again, teasing them about finishing up. Both of them protested, their faces flushed. Izuku stepped out and asked Mirko what she was doing there. She explained that upon hearing about their class being attacked again, she had called Inko to find out which hospital they were going to, knowing Izuku wouldn't reach out to her. Inside the hospital, they found many of their classmates on the same floor, some already reunited with their parents. Rumi stayed behind, prepared for any potential villain threats. After a quick examination, Izuku and Ochako were cleared and ready to leave. Mirko accompanied them as they checked on their classmates, relieved to see everyone in good hands. When they finally returned home, 𝐭 enveloped them in a warm embrace, checking them over with concern. After the tears had mostly dried, 𝗧𝗧𝗪 asked if her parents could come over, as they were worried and waiting at her empty apartment. 𝗭 readily agreed and instructed 𝗧𝗂 to bring them through the portal. Two skeptical figures stepped through, unfamiliar with the portal experience, but rushed forward upon seeing their daughter. They hugged her tightly, and while it was a strong embrace, it was nothing compared to 𝗭's bone-crushing hugs. After ensuring their daughter was all right, her father turned to 𝗧𝗂, noticing the blood-stained shirt he wore. Alarmed, he questioned what had happened. 𝗧𝗂 reassured him, explaining that it wasn't his BLD and that he was fine. Meanwhile, Kana, 𝗧𝗪𝗪's mother, remained unfazed by the BLD and hugged 𝗧𝗂, expressing her gratitude for looking after her daughter. 𝗭, noticing the state of the kids, suggested that 𝗧𝗪𝗪 take a shower, followed by 𝗧𝗂. Introduced herself warmly to Kana, who was equally eager to meet the mother of the boy who had stolen her daughter's heart. They quickly bonded, sharing laughter and stories. Rumi, watching the two women chat like old friends while munching on a carrot, felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment. 𝗧𝗂 decided it was best to steer clear of the situation before they started sharing old photos. Rumi promised to check in on 𝗧𝗂 and 𝗧𝗧𝗪 later as she was called away. After a refreshing shower, 𝗧𝗂 and 𝗧𝗧𝗪 found 𝗭 and Kana on the couch, chatting and laughing. Meiko, 𝗧𝗧𝗪's father, sat in a recliner with tea, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. 𝗧𝗂 settled heavily onto another couch, with 𝗧𝗧𝗪 leaning her head on his shoulder. They both reflected on the day's events, grateful that no one from their class had sustained serious injuries. However, the weight of what had happened lingered in their minds. Noticing the somber mood, Meiko felt concern for the challenges the two teens would face before graduation. The mothers, wanting to lift their spirits, decided to cook. 𝗭 suggested they prepare a meal, and Kana enthusiastically agreed. The two mothers headed to the kitchen, and 𝗧𝗂 and 𝗧𝗧𝗪 exchanged smiles, appreciating their mother's camaraderie. They all gathered for a comforting meal of katsudon and plenty of mochi for dessert. The food helped distract them from the earlier events, although thoughts of the attack occasionally resurfaced. 𝗧𝗂 focused on his classmates' well-being, while 𝗧𝗧𝗪 grappled with the reality of her recent encounter with Toga, reflecting on the intensity of the situation. Later, as they settled down to watch a movie and digest their meal, a knock at the door startled both families. Tension filled the room as 𝗧𝗂 approached the door, ready for anything. To his relief, it was Aizawa and a police detective, the same one from the USJ interview. Relaxing slightly, he greeted them and inquired how he could assist. The detective had an expression that 𝗧𝗂 found difficult to interpret. He informed them that they were there to take statements from all the students, and that 𝗧𝗂 was next. He also inquired if 𝗧𝗂's mother was home. 𝗧𝗂 opened the door and called out that their teacher and a detective had arrived to take their statements. 𝗭 greeted them with a somewhat strained smile and invited them to the kitchen table. Upon entering, they noticed 𝗧𝗧𝗪 and her parents already present. The detective expressed his apologies for the unexpected guests but suggested it would be efficient to take 𝗧𝗧𝗪's statement while they were there. Everyone agreed that the sooner they could finish, the better. They moved to the living room, with the teens taking two kitchen chairs to sit down. The questioning began with 𝗧𝗧𝗪, who was asked where she had been during the attack, who she had been with, who she had fought, and when she had returned, among other inquiries. Her parents squeezed her hand as she recounted her encounter with Toga and how she had managed to subdue her. 𝗧𝗂 felt a swell of pride for his girlfriend's bravery, but he offered her comfort when he noticed her hand trembling slightly. Once they finished with her, they inquired about their classmates. Aizawa reassured them that most were home and safe, though a few remained in the hospital due to a smoke-related incident. Next, it was 𝗧𝗂's turn, and he took a bit longer to share his perspective. He recounted his encounter with Muscular, his efforts to save Koda, and the subsequent battle at the evacuation portal. The detective asked similar questions but appeared more serious about the situation. Meiko and Kana looked somewhat pale as they listened to 𝗧𝗂 describe his opponent's attempts to harm a child younger than their daughter. 𝗭 felt a sense of pride for her son's courage in protecting someone, but the expressions on the faces of the detective and Aizawa indicated there was more to the story. The detective thanked 𝗧𝗂𝘁 for sharing and explained that his quirk, lie detector, had not activated during the conversation, which was reassuring. He then delivered the difficult news that Muscular had died in the hospital due to BLD loss and a severe concussion. He assured 𝗧𝗂𝘁 that he would not face any legal consequences, as it was a clear act of self-defense to protect a child, especially given the circumstances of the attack at the camp. The detective paused, waiting for 𝗧𝗂𝘁's reaction. The 𝗬𝗓𝗪𝐴s were shocked and saddened that such a young person had to take a life. 𝗬𝐽 felt anxious, not for the villain but for how her son would cope with the news. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 remained calm and waited for them to continue. Once they finished, he inquired about the plan for UA and when they could expect to return to classes, showing little concern for Muscular's death. To him, it felt akin to defeating another Nomu. Both the detective and Aizawa were concerned about 𝗧𝗂𝘁's reaction, fearing he might be shutting down or avoiding the topic. Aizawa spoke gently, expressing his sorrow that 𝗧𝗂𝘁 had to take a life and suggesting that therapy could help him process the experience. He emphasized that avoiding the issue wouldn't be beneficial. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 reassured them that he did not regret his actions against Muscular. He reiterated his commitment to being as safe as possible while fulfilling his role as a hero, even if that meant taking down a monster. 𝗬𝗏 felt relieved that her son seemed untroubled by the incident. Meiko, however, was concerned about 𝗧𝗂𝘁's mental state, while Kana shared 𝗬𝗏's belief that he would be alright and that her daughter would be safe. Aizawa scrutinized Midoriya for a moment, searching for any signs of deception but found none. He glanced at the living lie detector, whose expression confirmed that Midoriya was indeed at peace with his actions. Aizawa adjusted himself and moved on, stating that he did not yet have information about UA's plans but would keep them informed. He advised them to stay home as much as possible and take care of themselves before standing up to leave. The detective followed suit, tipping his hat as he departed alongside Aizawa. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 suggested returning to their movie, and everyone agreed, settling back in with 𝗧𝗂𝘁 and Ochako leaning against each other once more. As they grew tired, Meiko and Kana decided it was time to head home. Ochako was reluctant to leave, but 𝗧𝗂𝘁 proposed a compromise. He would create a portal waypoint at their home so she could visit her parents whenever she wanted. This way, Ochako could spend time with her family while still being close to him. After 𝗧𝗂𝘁 used a portal to retrieve her bag from the camp, a few hours later, he and the 𝗬𝗓𝗪𝐴s arrived at their home. Meiko patted 𝗧𝗂𝘁 on the shoulder with a smile, and Kana gave him a warm hug goodbye. Ochako, however, pouted, not wanting to sleep alone. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 assured her it was just for a little while and encouraged her to enjoy time with her parents. They exchanged farewells, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 opened a portal back to his room, announcing his return before flopping into bed. The next morning, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 awoke to find Ochako curled up beside him. Confused, he wondered how she had ended up in his bed instead of with her parents. He gently shook her awake to ask how she had gotten there. She stirred, her hair tousled, and asked what was going on. When he inquired about her presence, she explained that she had requested to be portaled to him in the middle of the night, showing him the texts on her phone. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 realized he must have opened a portal in his suit. Although he didn't remember it, he shrugged it off, hugging her around the waist and settling back down. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗏 burst into the room, phone in hand. She began to ask 𝗧𝗂𝘁 something but then paused, realizing Ochako was there. She confirmed that Ochako was alright, putting her mind at ease. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 hung up the phone and raised an eyebrow at his friends, placing the blame on her for waking him up. In response, she playfully punched him in the ribs, prompting him to crawl away and open a portal to Kana, who was waiting with the door ajar. She raised an eyebrow at the sight of 𝗧𝗂𝘁 on the floor, holding his ribs, while her daughter lounged on his bed with messy hair. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 remarked on her daughter's tendency toward physicality. After everyone cleaned up and had breakfast, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 asked Ochako if she wanted to visit their classmates in the hospital. They set off from his house and arrived in about 30 minutes. Although 𝗧𝗂𝘁 considered using a portal, he decided against it, fearing it might be mistaken for another villain attack. They approached Yaoyorozu's hospital room, where she was recovering from inhaling smoke during the attack. To their relief, she was awake and most of their classmates were already there, chatting with her. Everyone exchanged greetings, and Ochako rushed to Yaoyorozu to give her a warm hug. They discussed the recent attack at the camp, with the 5 students who had been taking remedial lessons feeling guilty for not being able to help. Izuku reassured them that everything turned out all right. After some time, most of their classmates left, leaving only Izuku, Ochako, Todoroki, and Ida. Yaoyorozu then shared her insights about a tracker she had placed on a Nomu during the attack, which had left with the villains. She informed them that the heroes had the tracker and were planning to rescue Ragdoll, who had been taken during the chaos. Izuku commended her for her foresight but noticed a concerning look in Ida's eyes, reminiscent of the time he had rescued him from Stain. Once they were alone in the room, Izuku spoke to Yaoyorozu, instructing her to give Ida another tracker for the Nomu, with an additional tracker installed, and to call him when Ida had left the room. Yaoyorozu was taken aback by his request, questioning why Ida would need another tracker. Izuku had previously shared the story of Stain with Ochako, and she quickly understood the implications. He expressed his concern about Ida's demeanor, urging her to ensure she could track Ida's location. Though confused, Yaoyorozu agreed to his plan. They left the hospital, wishing her a swift recovery. As they walked home, Ochako asked Izuku if he thought Ida would act recklessly. Izuku hoped he was wrong but admitted he didn't like the look in Ida's eyes when Yaoyorozu mentioned the tracker. He suggested they focus on enjoying their time off from classes and training when possible, pulling her into a comforting hug. Ochako giggled, enjoying the warmth of his embrace, but noted that he seemed preoccupied. Izuku shared his thoughts about the potential usefulness of his portals for the hero's rescue operation, contemplating contacting Eraserhead to offer his assistance with transportation. He worried about how Ochako would react to his idea. She fell silent, knowing he was strong and capable but still feeling uneasy about the situation. However, she recognized the value of his portals in a rescue operation and urged him to be careful and avoid any reckless actions. Once home, Izuku approached his mother to discuss his longing to help. Although she was initially unhappy about it, he managed to convince her to support his decision. He then went to his room to call Aizawa, utilizing his position as class president to access all his classmates' contact information, including his teachers. After a few rings, Aizawa answered, sounding tired yet alert. He expressed concern about Izuku's safety, having heard about the recent villain encounters. Izuku clarified that only one incident counted as an attack and assured Aizawa he was unharmed. Aizawa then inquired about the purpose of the call. With determination, Izuku expressed his longing to assist in the operation to rescue Ragdoll, emphasizing that he would only be involved in transportation, not combat. A long silence followed, and Izuku patiently waited for Aizawa's response. Finally, Aizawa agreed to bring up the matter at the next opportunity and promised to contact Izuku with an update. After the call ended, Izuku noticed 2 women peeking around his doorway, revealing the curious nature of his household. He and Ochako spent time training and relaxing at the beach while awaiting news from school or Aizawa. Izuku felt uncertain about any improvements to his quirk, but he noticed that Ochako seemed to have enhanced her time and weight limits. They tested her abilities by having her float a boulder at the beach, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Rumi visited them, initially hesitant due to her knowledge of muscular and unsure of how Izuku would react. Once she confirmed he was all right, she returned to her usual self, engaging in sparring with them and playfully teasing Izuku as an older sister would. She expressed her frustration when Izuku mentioned his offer to help with the operation, likely feeling left out. Another day passed before Izuku received a phone call from Aizawa, instructing him to come to UA to discuss his role in the operation. After hanging up, Izuku quickly prepared, bidding farewell to his mother and Ochako before creating a portal to UA's entrance. Aizawa waited to escort Izuku to the office, scanning him for any new injuries since their last meeting. He nodded, and they walked through the door together. Upon entering the principal's office, Izuku was surprised by the presence of more people than he had anticipated. Yagi Tashinori, the stand-in for All Might, sat next to Nizu's desk, still looking unwell. Mr. Nizu greeted Izuku with a smile, offering him tea, which he accepted without hesitation. Nizu explained that this situation was quite unusual. While students usually participated in raids and other hero activities with provisional licenses, Izuku did not possess one. Therefore, They would treat this as an impromptu internship. His role would involve using his quirk to transport heroes and personnel to and from the combat zone. He was instructed not to engage in combat unless absolutely necessary, and he would open portals wherever needed. Izuku understood the instructions clearly but was curious about Yagi's presence. He asked who Yagi was, pointing to the blonde man. Yagi appeared nervous and quickly clarified that he was one of the planners for the operation to rescue Ragdoll. Izuku stared at him, questioning why he seemed anxious and if he was indeed All Might's representative. Before Yagi could elaborate, Izuku opened a portal to retrieve his notebook, which contained information about heroes and their key personnel. As he opened the portal, Yagi flinched, as if expecting something unexpected. Izuku paused, observing Yagi's reaction and the strained smile on Nizu's face. Aizawa, standing nearby, seemed to share his concern. Izuku retracted his hand from the portal, realizing that Yagi was not All Might's representative, or perhaps there was more to the story. Aizawa confirmed that they would leave it at that and asked if Izuku had any further questions about his role in the operation. Izuku inquired about what he would be wearing and whether he should have the portal waypoints ready before they began. Aizawa kicked forward a suitcase, explaining that he would be taken to the necessary locations the following day, just before the operation. He and Nizu would not be part of it, as they would be conducting a live interview during the raid. Aizawa emphasized the trust they were placing in Izuku and urged him not to let them down. Izuku nodded, lifting the suitcase effortlessly, promising he would not disappoint them. Afterward, he opened a portal to his apartment. Small Might sighed in relief just as Aizawa lightly tapped the back of his head, expressing his frustration at how obvious Izuku had been. Izuku, feeling the weight of the situation, muttered that Yagi's powers were intimidating. Back at his apartment, Izuku set down his suitcase, and his mother, Inko, along with Ochako, looked up from their tea. Inko asked how the meeting went. Izuku shared that he would be participating in an internship mission the next day but suggested they keep it a secret. They gathered on the living room couch, enjoying movies and snacks together. As night fell, everyone headed to bed, and Ochako decided to stay over. In bed, she expressed her concern for his safety, and he reassured her with a promise before they fell asleep. The next day, a knock at the door announced 𝗵𝗲's arrival. He wore his usual scowl and informed Izuku that he was there to take him to get his portal locations. Izuku quietly returned inside to grab his suitcase and bid farewell to his loved ones, receiving hugs and kisses goodbye, especially from Ochako, who held on for a moment longer. Once outside, Izuku joined 𝗵𝗲 in the waiting car, and they drove to his agency for Izuku to change into his hero suit. The suit still bore the scratches and dents from previous internships, which Izuku appreciated for the character it added. Their first stop was a hero-specific hospital, followed by a regular hospital for civilians, both located in Kamino, the confirmed site of the villain base. They then visited a large park near a police station designated as an evacuation point for civilians, with another point planned for heroes during the raid. As the day progressed and darkness approached, the two heroes spoke little, only when necessary. They agreed it was time for lunch and enjoyed the meal they had brought. Afterward, they headed to meet the other heroes participating in the raid. Upon arriving at a large police station, Izuku knocked on 𝗵𝗲's arm, asking whether he should remove his helmet inside or if it would be rude to keep it on. 𝗵𝗲 merely scoffed and walked in, leaving Izuku to decide to keep it on for now. He took a seat next to 𝗵𝗲, waiting for the briefing to begin. In the room, he recognized Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Tiger, MT Lady, and Kamui Woods. The only unfamiliar figure was a short old man dressed in yellow gloves, boots, and a cape over a white suit. He appeared grumpy, prompting the curious boy to glance at 𝗵𝗲, hoping to discreetly inquire about the old man's identity. Soon, the same detective who had interviewed him earlier in the week approached the podium to commence the gathering. The detective expressed gratitude for everyone's attendance and explained that they were there to initiate a rescue operation targeting the lair of the League of Villains. The individual they aimed to rescue was Ragdoll, who had been kidnapped during an attack on a training camp for UA classes 1A and 1B. During the chaos, one student, with assistance from another, managed to place a tracker on a 𝗏𝗵𝗲, leading them to a potential location where Ragdoll was being held. The detective provided some background on the league, mentioning that the former leader, Tomura Shigaraki, was now imprisoned after he attacked a UA student during an outing. Fortunately, the student sustained only minimal injuries before the police arrived. The old man interrupted, inquiring about the student who had subdued Shigaraki. The detective's gaze briefly flickered to Izuku before returning to the old man. He revealed that the student's name was Izuku Midoriya, a first year in UA's hero course. This prompted murmurs among the heroes and police present, and the old man followed the detective's glance toward Izuku. The detective continued, stating that even after Shigaraki's capture, the attack on the training camp persisted. This suggested that either someone was orchestrating events behind Shigaraki or that the attack had been premeditated. All Might would make an appearance at the beginning of the raid in case the mastermind showed up, his expression turning serious at the mention of this figure. He detailed the remaining villains associated with the League of Villains: Kurogiri, Dabi, Twice, Toga, and Compress. He emphasized the urgency of neutralizing Kurogiri and Dabi quickly, as Kurogiri could teleport individuals using a black mist, while Dabi wielded a powerful fire quirk. Twice had the ability to create duplicates of others, and Compress could shrink items and people into small blue marbles at will. Toga had the unsettling ability to drink the blood of others to alter her appearance, although she was reportedly severely injured during the training camp incident. MD Lady then asked how severe Toga's injuries were, wondering if it was merely a broken leg or something more serious. The detective explained that Toga had been forcefully thrown to the ground by a student and had not gotten back up. A hush fell over the room, and a quiet exclamation was heard. Izuku stifled a chuckle, drawing the attention of both the detective and the old man, who increasingly focused on him. The detective continued, warning that they might also encounter 𝗏𝗵𝗲, bioengineered creatures with multiple quirks and a singular purpose to follow orders. He recounted the first appearance of a 𝗏𝗵𝗲 at the USJ, where it had been sent to eliminate All Might. A student had ultimately defeated it by tearing it apart until its head was removed, which ended the threat. The room fell silent at this revelation, as they had been informed about the USJ incident but not the specifics of how it had been handled. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐻 then questioned the capabilities of the current batch of hero students and asked who the student responsible for defeating the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 was. Izuku felt embarrassed as the heroes discussed him, even catching Endeavor's side eye. 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝐻 chimed in, recalling that Izuku was the same student who had won the sports festival that year. The detective confirmed this and reiterated that 𝗏𝗵𝗲s would be captured if possible or eliminated if necessary, as they were akin to mindless beasts with deadly quirks. He explained that they would split into two teams. One would target a bar where Dabi and other suspicious characters had been seen, while the second team would head to a warehouse indicated by the tracker. Team Bar consisted of 𝗵𝗄𝗄𝗄𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏, Gran Torino, Endeavor, and All Might, while Team Warehouse included Best Jeanist, MT Lady, and Tiger. Someone inquired about Izuku's role, noting that he seemed familiar. Lady pointed at him, acknowledging his presence. The detective introduced Izuku as 𝗵𝗃, who would assist both teams by facilitating quick transportation and evacuation once they located Ragdoll. Izuku stood and offered a slight bow to everyone in the room, remaining silent. Lady suddenly recalled that Izuku had been the one to take down Stain, the hero killer, and her voice trailed off as everyone turned their attention to him. Gran Torino expressed his recognition, stating he was certain that beneath the helmet was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku complied, removing his helmet and waving at the heroes and police, greeting them with a smile. Once the room settled, the detective resumed speaking, acknowledging that while it was unusual for someone so young to be involved, Izuku's ability with portals would be an invaluable asset. 𝗵𝗄𝗄𝗄 raised a concern about how Izuku would defend himself in a crisis, questioning the viability of his teleportation ability in the field. Izuku sensed that the concern stemmed from his age or perhaps a lack of awareness regarding his past actions at the USJ. He clarified that he had been the one to tear apart the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 meant for All Might at the UI. His quirk allowed him to rip through space to create portals, and he had successfully defeated a 𝗏𝗏𝗄 and even disarmed Muscular. He assured everyone that he would be fine, emphasizing that his primary objective was to assist with portals, and he had received permission to defend himself if necessary. The detective confirmed that 𝗵𝗃 had designated portal locations to evacuate civilians and heroes as needed. He would report to 𝗵𝗃 and maintain communication with the detective to ensure he could be directed where assistance was required. 𝗧𝗂 scrunched his nose at the thought of being under 𝗵𝗃's command, mirroring the displeasure he sensed from the seasoned hero. The detective, observing their expressions, let out a snort. He informed them that the raid would commence in 1 hour. The two hero teams dispersed to their designated locations, and 𝗧𝗂 swiftly created a portal for easier access between the two sites. Once that was accomplished, he returned to the detective's side, where 𝗵𝗃 was intently monitoring the warehouse on a computer. The area surrounding both the bar and warehouse had been discreetly cleared of civilians to prevent any collateral damage. 𝗵𝗃, however, was reluctant to attack directly at the bar, expressing his frustration like a child. His role was to apprehend any villains that might escape during the initial assault. 𝗧𝗂 found himself distracted by a live interview featuring UA's staff. Aizawa, looking sharp, was joined by Nizu and Vlad King, as they addressed the public, apologizing for their failure to keep the students safe. 𝗧𝗂 believed they had done remarkably well given the circumstances. The press bombarded them with questions, many of which centered around UA's reputation and its ability to educate its students. One question particularly caught 𝗧𝗂's attention, concerning the recent events at the UA training camp. The reporter asked why the students were allowed to fight back using their quirks. Aizawa, clearly displeased, responded that it was a matter of self-defense. They had to fight or risk being unable to escape. Another voice chimed in, questioning Aizawa's approval of a student being responsible for a villain's death. 𝗧𝗂 felt a knot tighten in his stomach as he listened. He turned to the detective, inquiring if the news about Muscular's death had been announced yet, sensing the tension in the air. Aizawa defended his student, stating that while the death was unfortunate, it was preferable to allowing a child to be harmed. He emphasized that 𝗧𝗂 had acted heroically, protecting others in the face of danger. 𝗧𝗂 felt tears welling up at Aizawa's words, filled with pride. As the interview continued, the atmosphere shifted. A reporter shouted out information about 𝗧𝗂, linking him to past incidents. Guards quickly intervened, skirting the woman away, but not before she made another accusation. 𝗧𝗂, trying to lighten the mood, commented on the situation, drawing bewildered looks from those around him. Nizu addressed the reporters, emphasizing the importance of respecting student privacy. Aizawa continued to defend 𝗧𝗂, proclaiming him one of the best students he had ever taught. The questions about 𝗧𝗂 ceased, and he wiped away tears, thinking he should get Aizawa a coffee mug as a token of appreciation. With the countdown nearing its end, 𝗧𝗂 donned his helmet, ready to take action. He opened a portal to the warehouse, preparing for the raid. Empty Lady initiated the assault by smashing her foot through the warehouse, allowing heroes to rush in. They quickly located Ragdoll, who was unconscious and unresponsive. 𝗧𝗂 created a portal to transport her to safety before being called upon again by the detective for another portal to the bar. He was tasked with transporting captured villains to a civilian evacuation point for processing. As the last few villains were sent through the portal, chaos erupted. A loud explosion resonated from the warehouse, and 𝗏𝗵𝗲 began to emerge from the surrounding sludge. One landed directly in front of 𝗧𝗂, prompting him to react swiftly. All Might, instructed by 𝗵𝗃, leaped away to assist another team. 𝗧𝗂 engaged the 𝗏𝗵𝗲, battling fiercely as they attacked indiscriminately. Unbeknownst to him, the creators of the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 were growing frustrated with his effectiveness and had programmed them to target a specific scent, his. 𝗧𝗂 shouted in confusion as the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 converged on him. He fought valiantly, dispatching them one after another. The other heroes and police attempted to assist, but friendly fire became a concern amidst the chaos. 𝗧𝗂 was nearly obscured by the swarm of 𝗏𝗵𝗲, and while some BLD sprayed out, it was unclear whose it was. The detective watched in growing panic as 𝗧𝗂 faced overwhelming odds. Reports came in that All Might was engaged in a tough battle, but soon after, the last of the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 fell, revealing 𝗧𝗂 standing atop a pile of defeated foes, a testament to his determination and strength. He was breathing heavily, drenched in blood, some of it his own, but much more belonged to others. He stood like a god of war atop a small mound of fallen foes. The onlookers were in shock, even 𝗵𝗲𝗏 appeared speechless. Once 𝗧𝗂𝘁 realized the area was clear of enemies, he stumbled off the mound and into an open street. He needed to tend to his wounds and assist wherever he could. The warehouse raid had spiraled out of control, prompting All Might to intervene. The detective and 𝗵𝗲𝗏 rushed to his side, with the detective being the first to speak, urging him to clean up before the blood could cause an infection. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 had already planned for this. He tore open a long, narrow portal to the ocean and stood before the saltwater pressure washer, having ensured his armor was waterproof for this very reason. After cleaning himself up, he took the first aid kit from 𝗵𝗏𝗏 and bandaged the numerous cuts on his arms. His armor was scratched and battered but still intact. Once he finished, he looked up and asked about a portal to the warehouse. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 nodded, and they both stepped through. The police remained in disbelief at the scene they had just witnessed, murmuring words like, "monster." However, they were relieved that the young hero was safe. Upon arriving at the warehouse, the area resembled a war zone. The entire place was flattened, and in the center, All Might was engaged in a fierce battle with a villain who seemed to possess an endless array of tricks. This villain was likely the mastermind behind the League of Villains. He exhibited multiple quirks, which explained how they could create the 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏. Having a man with quirks to spare was a significant advantage. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 ordered the others to evacuate the area, declaring he would assist All Might. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 began tearing open portals near the fallen heroes, pulling them through despite the fierce winds generated by the ongoing clash. Once he had rescued all the heroes from Team Warehouse, he opened another portal to the hospital, where medical personnel were already prepared for the situation. They swiftly began placing the heroes onto stretchers. After ensuring everyone was safe, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 continued searching for anyone trapped beneath the debris. He managed to pull out about 5 individuals before the winds finally ceased. Glancing back at the fight, the situation looked dire. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 was nowhere to be found, and All Might appeared to be struggling. He seemed to deflate and revert to his true form, Yagi Tashinori. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 understood why All Might had flinched when he opened a portal in front of him. The supervillain was monologuing, growing larger as he prepared for another attack. Even 𝗧𝗂𝘁 could see that All Might was at a disadvantage, so he resolved to help in any way he could. Observing the mask on the villain, which appeared to be part of a complex system on his back, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 formulated a plan. He tore a portal to the villain's back and moved his hand forward toward his spine. The villain sensed the portal forming and the hand shooting forward, activating multiple energy shields to protect himself. Once he believed the threat had been neutralized, he turned his attention back to All Might. However, in that moment of distraction, All Might seized the opportunity to strike with everything he had. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 tore through the protective barriers the villain had erected, slicing through them effortlessly. He felt the moment he severed the villain's spine, causing him to arch his back in pain. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 quickly pulled back as All Might prepared to deliver a decisive blow. As the strongest gust of wind surged past him, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 ducked down and plunged his hand into the ground. When the air cleared, All Might stood over the villain's defeated form, having reverted to Yagi but still steady on his feet. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 heard distant cheers and felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he didn't have to face that monster alone. He would have surely lost. He resumed searching for anyone trapped under the rubble until All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 greeted him, acknowledging the connection he had made between his hero persona and Yagi. All Might expressed gratitude for 𝗧𝗂𝘁's continued search for victims but insisted he needed to rest and have his injuries examined. Pointing at a wound that was weeping and bandaged, he urged 𝗧𝗂𝘁 to take care of himself. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 agreed, feeling the adrenaline fade and the pain from his wounds and bruises settle in. As the sun began to rise, he made his way to the medical center, where many civilians were being treated, some with serious injuries. He informed the medical personnel about his quirk and sent the most critical cases through to the hospital. Soon after, the detective found him and instructed him to go through a portal to the hospital himself, stating he had done enough for the day and needed to be checked out. He patted 𝗧𝗂𝘁's armored shoulder, congratulating him on his efforts. With a sigh, 𝗧𝗂 complied and stepped through the portal to the hero hospital, where he was examined after they removed his dented and slashed armor. Though it had protected him well, his arms bore the brunt of the cuts and bruises, and he had sustained additional injuries from the impact. Overall, he was fortunate to be all right. Aizawa entered the room with Nizu perched on his shoulder just as the nurse finished bandaging 𝗧𝗂. Aizawa commented on the state of 𝗧𝗂's armor, teasing him about his appearance. 𝗧𝗂 responded with a light-hearted remark, and Aizawa, in turn, expressed concern for his well-being, acknowledging the commendable job he had done during the battle. Underneath his armor, 𝗧𝗂 wore a black tank top and leggings for comfort, revealing the bruises that dotted his torso. He explained his frustration about being overwhelmed by the 𝗏𝗵𝗲, feeling as though they had targeted him specifically. Aizawa and Nizu listened intently, concerned for their students' safety. They were concerned about the implications of the recent events, but their worries were somewhat alleviated since the source of the quirks had been captured. Nizu spoke up, noting the oddity of the situation. He mentioned how the attackers had turned on their own, and then 𝗧𝗂 had become their target, leaving the police injured and vulnerable. 𝗧𝗂, anxious about the situation, inquired about what Nizu meant by 𝗧. Nizu revealed that someone had recorded 𝗧𝗂 during the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 attack and shared it online, making him an unexpected sensation. He displayed a paused image on his phone, showcasing 𝗧𝗂 standing atop a mound of defeated 𝗏𝗵𝗲, looking quite impressive. 𝗧𝗂 was taken aback by this revelation, especially with the added stress of a reporter leaking details about his actions. Just then, 3 women burst into the room, startling the 3 men present. 𝗧𝗂, instinctively preparing for a confrontation, was quickly tackled in a warm embrace by Ochako and his mother, 𝗏𝗄. Rumi stood over him, commenting that he didn't look too worse for wear. 𝗧𝗂 groaned under the weight of their affection as they checked him over, similar to how the doctors had done earlier. Once satisfied, Ochako playfully punched him in the ribs, causing him to double over in surprise. Ochako expressed her concern, reminding him of the dangers he faced while rescuing people in a chaotic situation. She was both proud and worried, especially after seeing the footage of the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 swarming around him. 𝗧𝗂 defended himself, explaining that he had acted as he was supposed to, but Ochako insisted that it was still a perilous situation. Aizawa cleared his throat, reminding everyone that they needed to debrief 𝗧𝗂 and ensure he was fit to leave the hospital. The girls agreed, and they exited the room, passing a weary-looking detective. As part of his impromptu internship, 𝗧𝗂 was required to undergo an interview with a police official. He changed into clothes Rumi had left for him, and they settled in to begin. The questions were straightforward, especially since he had been close to the detective during the chaos. When asked what he did in the warehouse area, 𝗧𝗂 explained that he had helped injured heroes and searched for civilians trapped under debris. The detective pressed for more details, prompting 𝗧𝗂 to hesitate as he considered how to explain his actions without admitting he had disobeyed orders. After a moment, he mentioned that he had intervened in the fight to give All Might an advantage. Aizawa's surprise was evident as he processed this information. 𝗧𝗂 clarified that he had acted out of concern for his own safety, believing that if All Might didn't win, he would be in danger too. He felt a sense of pride in his reasoning, hoping it wouldn't land him in trouble. The detective connected the dots regarding the injury All Might had sustained, and Aizawa expressed his disbelief at 𝗧𝗂's actions. Nizu, however, seemed pleased with the outcome and reassured 𝗧𝗂 that he hadn't done anything wrong according to the rules set for him. After wrapping up the interview, the detective thanked 𝗧𝗂 for his assistance and left to inform his colleagues about the unexpected heroics. Once discharged from the hospital, 𝗧𝗂 reunited with his loved ones, feeling utterly exhausted. The weight of his armor added to his fatigue, but he was grateful for Ochako's gravity manipulation quirk to help him with it. As he stepped outside the hospital, he was met with a throng of reporters clamoring for attention. Overwhelmed, he quickly turned back, deciding to avoid the media frenzy altogether. He opened a portal to their apartment, bypassing hospital regulations, and the 4 of them hurried through before anyone could stop them. Once inside, 𝗧𝗂 sank onto the couch, letting out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to relax, Ochako insisted he shower and rest in bed if he was so tired. He trudged to the bathroom, and the hot water felt rejuvenating. Despite it being mid-morning, he didn't care and fell asleep almost instantly after hitting the bed. Izuku awoke later, feeling disoriented and hungry. He realized he had slept for nearly a full day. As he made his way to the living room, he found Ochako and his mother relaxing on the couch, engrossed in a book. He asked how long he had been asleep, and Inko informed him that it had been about 24 hours. They had let him rest, as even Ochako couldn't rouse him. Although he felt it was excessive, his immediate thoughts were only of food and water. After devouring a whole chicken and a liter of water, he felt satisfied. Once he had settled, Inko mentioned that she had received an email from UA, indicating that they were planning to transition into a boarding school. She noted that a representative would be arriving later that day. Izuku's curiosity piqued, and he snapped his fingers, eager to learn more about what this meant for their future. Izuku remembered he needed to find a nice mug for Aizawa, especially after seeing him on television recently. Ochako corrected him, reminding him it was actually 2 nights ago. Inko, Izuku's mother, expressed her support for his hero aspirations while also reminding him to take care of himself. She hugged Izuku tightly and pulled Ochako into the embrace when she was close enough. About an hour later, Ochako had to leave because the UA representative was with her parents. Izuku created a portal to her front door, startling Small Might. Aizawa remained stoic, though Izuku noticed him tense momentarily. Izuku greeted them, stepping aside for Ochako to give him a quick peck on the cheek before she walked through the portal. Small Might patted his chest and acknowledged Izuku, while Aizawa merely nodded and knocked on the door. It opened a minute later after Izuku closed the portal behind him. As he grabbed his coat to leave in search of the mug, Inko stopped him, suggesting he cover his face and hair. Concerned, Izuku asked what was wrong with his appearance. Inko laughed and showed him a video of a Nomu swarming him, revealing a view count that made him uneasy. Realizing he would likely be recognized, he muttered in frustration and went to find a mask and hat before heading to the store. At the store, he found the perfect gift, a box set featuring a comically large mug and an even bigger thermos. The only issue was the inscription that read, "Number 1 Dad," which he planned to change with a 𝗧𝗪𝗲. After leaving the store, a strong gust of wind sent his hat flying away. He regretted speaking aloud, lamenting his lost hat, and then stood still long enough for people to notice his hair. Suddenly, a girl around 10 years old approached him, looking up with excitement. She asked if he was Izuku Midoriya, and to his surprise, she wasn't scared at all. He confirmed his identity and crouched down, noticing the murmurs around them. The girl had tentacle-like hair with barbs, which he found fascinating. She excitedly recounted how she had watched him during the sports festival and how impressive he was when he faced Stain and fought off the monsters. She asked for a picture, and Izuku smiled and nodded, posing with her for a photo. After the picture, the girl squealed in delight and hugged him repeatedly, thanking him before running off to a woman with similar hair, who smiled gratefully at Izuku. Soon after, more people began to approach him, asking for pictures and questions about his armor. He kept his responses brief, mindful of safety. After 15 minutes of this unexpected attention, he found himself overwhelmed. One woman even threw herself at him, prompting him to gently place her back on her feet while insisting he had a girlfriend. His display of strength only seemed to attract more attention. Eventually, he escaped into an alleyway and created a portal to his safe house. Inko watched as her son emerged from the portal, his hair disheveled and his jacket askew, looking somewhat overwhelmed. Concerned, she hugged him and sat him down. Izuku described the chaotic scene, explaining how it started with one girl asking for a picture, which led to a crowd forming around him. He had expected a different reaction from people. Inko, realizing the humor in the situation, burst into laughter, struggling to catch her breath as she found the whole ordeal amusing. Izuku, trying to maintain his seriousness, insisted it was strange to have so many girls hanging off him. Inko continued to laugh, and after a while, she finally calmed down, still chuckling occasionally. Meanwhile, Izuku sat at the kitchen table, crossing out Dad on the mug and thermos with a 𝗧𝗪𝗲, replacing it with Teacher. Once he finished the gift for Aizawa, he sat down to read through the hero news. Most articles focused on 𝗕𝗏𝗀 and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏's smaller form, along with discussions about his retirement after being the #1 hero for around 40 years. Izuku noted down the most intriguing theories about 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏's quirk in his notebook. At some point, Izuku created a portal for Ochako to join him, though he couldn't recall exactly when. He only realized she was sitting on his lap, using him as a desk while she played on her phone. Time passed quickly until there was a knock at the door. 𝗏𝗏 opened it to find small Might and Aizawa standing there. They were welcomed inside and settled in the living room with tea. The main topic of conversation was the construction of dorms at UA. If Izuku wanted to attend, he would need to stay in them. 𝗏𝗏 listened attentively, already knowing she would sign the necessary papers. All that was left was to pack and prepare for the move to the dorms. Once everything was settled, Yagi stood up and looked at Izuku, expressing his gratitude. He mentioned that his friend, the detective, had informed him of Izuku's actions, and he thanked him sincerely. There had been a moment when Yagi doubted his ability to win, feeling the weight of having someone else confront the villain. However, Izuku's quick thinking had turned the tide in his favor. Yagi continued to express his thanks, unaware that Izuku was shaking his head in modesty, bowing deeply in respect for the help he had provided. Ochako, who had been silent until now, asked what Yagi meant. 𝗏𝗏, too, was curious about the conversation. Izuku hesitated before admitting that he had left out a crucial detail during Yagi's battle with the villain. When 𝗏𝗏 prompted him to elaborate, he revealed that he had intervened by striking the villain from behind, which had shifted the momentum of the fight. Although he had taken a hit to the ribs, he had anticipated it and managed to block it. However, he hadn't been prepared for the subsequent punch that connected with his side, leaving him on the floor. He remarked on the situation, questioning why Yagi hadn't mentioned his contribution sooner, especially as Ochako and his mother loomed over him. Izuku simply replied that he had forgotten. Ochako, now less angry, helped him up and reminded him not to leave out important details in the future. Aizawa then presented Izuku with an envelope from Koda and the 𝗵𝗃. Inside, he found a handwritten letter from Koda expressing gratitude, along with a note from the others. Touched by the heartfelt messages, Izuku showed the letters to Ochako and 𝗏𝗏, wiping away tears of appreciation. He then handed Aizawa a box set as a thank you gift for his care and the supportive words he had shared during the interview. Aizawa, turning away briefly, sniffed before returning with his usual stoic expression, thanking Izuku and promising to put the gift to good use. As the two teens began to pack their belongings, they organized everything they needed and arranged for the movers to use the portal for convenience. They were even offered jobs due to Izuku's quirk, should he decide that hero life wasn't for him. After everything was sent to UA, Izuku shared a heartfelt goodbye hug with his mother. She urged him to visit often, reminding him not to forget about her. He promised he wouldn't, holding back tears. 𝗏𝗏 expressed her longing for grandchildren but emphasized that she didn't want them to sacrifice their careers for a mistake. Izuku protested, but she reassured him that she understood. Ochako faced a similar situation with her parents, and Izuku opened a portal for her to say her goodbyes. It was less emotional for her since she had been living alone earlier in the year before moving in with Izuku. 𝗏𝗏 insisted that Ochako stay in touch as much as she wanted. After their farewells, Ochako stepped through the portal to Izuku, waving goodbye to her parents. She wiped her tears and waited for Izuku to finish his goodbyes. Once he was done, 𝗏𝗏 embraced Ochako, treating her like a daughter, which left both teens feeling a bit embarrassed. They then walked through the portal to the UA dorms. Upon arrival, they were greeted by Kirishima, who excitedly shouted at Izuku, announcing his newfound fame. He had even created a poster featuring a dramatic image of Izuku standing triumphantly over defeated foes. Jiro, intrigued by the poster, expressed her longing for one as well, admiring its striking appearance. Yaoyorozu quickly printed a copy for her, and soon others, including Tokoyami, Mina, and Todoroki, requested their own posters, offering favors in exchange. Izuku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as his classmates celebrated his achievements, trying to ignore Ochako sneaking off to get a poster for herself. The class buzzed with excitement, sharing stories and discussing Izuku's participation in the raid at 𝗕𝗏𝗀. He answered their questions honestly, recounting the events without hesitation. Just as he was about to share more, Aizawa approached, holding the gifted mug. He announced that a new student, Shinso Hitoshi, would be joining the hero course and would be training with him until he caught up. Aizawa urged everyone to welcome him as one of their own, stepping aside to reveal the nervous newcomer, who had visibly gained some muscle. Shinso greeted the class with a slight bow, and Izuku couldn't help but comment on Aizawa's abrupt introduction of the new student into their lively class. Many of his classmates nodded in agreement, while others debated the characterization of their group as chaotic. Yaoyorozu insisted they could be orderly when needed, but Mina pointed out that given their recent experiences, something was bound to go awry. Tsuyu countered that they had faced the same group of villains multiple times, highlighting the unusual frequency of their encounters. When Sato asked Izuku how many times he had faced villains since the year began, he took a moment to tally them up and replied that it was 5, including the Kamino raid and internships. Shiro humorously referred to Izuku as their chaotic leader, to which Izuku playfully protested. Shinso observed the arguing class and then glanced at his favorite hero, who sat with a blank expression while sipping coffee from a mug that read, "Best Dad," with "Dad" crossed out and "Teacher" written above it in marker. He felt uncertain, realizing he might have made a mistake. This class was quite chaotic. Once the argument subsided, Izuku stepped forward and waved at Shinso, welcoming him to the class and offering assistance if needed. Shinso accepted the handshake, still feeling apprehensive about what lay ahead. Behind the class president, a chant began to build. "One of us. One of us. One of you is." Mina, Kaminari, Shiro, Hagakure, and Dark Shadow waved their arms in the air as if participating in some dark ritual. Aizawa, passing by his eccentric class, muttered to himself as he guided them through one of the rooms, pointing out the utilities and food setup. He instructed them to write down any specific items they wanted, and they would go shopping for them later as a class. They received a card for groceries and necessities, which Izuku quickly took and stored away to prevent any of his classmates from getting too carried away. Once the tour was over, Aizawa left them to settle in. Everyone dispersed to organize their rooms and adapt to their new environment. Shinso was situated across from Izuku, which meant any issues with the new student would be close to the class president. Izuku arranged everything to his liking and lay down on his new bed. After a moment, he got up and approached Shinso's open door, knocking gently. Shinso looked up from his work. Izuku asked him how he felt about his new class so far. Shinso replied that it was a bit loud for his liking and then expressed his apologies for his earlier comments at the sports festival. He explained that he had used his quirk on Izuku out of resentment towards hero students, as his quirk had been viewed as villainous in middle school. Izuku reassured him that it was no problem, sharing that he understood the feeling of being made fun of when his own quirk first manifested. Curious about Shinso's quirk, Izuku inquired further. Shinso explained that he could rip and tear anything he touched, creating portals by tearing space to another location. He demonstrated by creating a portal near Shinso, who was intrigued. Izuku offered his phone number for the class chat room, which could get chaotic quickly, but it was a good way to connect with everyone. Shinso asked about the consequences if something were to get caught in the portal when it closed. Izuku casually replied that it would be cut off, prompting a dark chuckle from Shinso as he wondered if Izuku had ever tested it on a person. Izuku looked away, not responding, which left Shinso questioning if he was joking. Deciding to change the subject, Shinso suggested they head to the kitchen. Izuku opened a portal to the living room, marking the area with green tape to indicate where his portals could safely open. Tsuyu was already in the living room and watched Izuku work. When she asked what he was doing, he explained that at home, he had a designated spot for his portals, an off-limits area to avoid any accidents. Noticing that Shinso hadn't followed through the portal, Izuku closed it and reopened it in the marked space, pulling Shinso through before he could protest. He reassured him that no harm was done with a friendly pat on the shoulder. Kaminari then asked if anyone had seen Yaoyorozu, as he needed something to patch a hole in his wall. Izuku was incredulous that Kaminari had already damaged the place on their first day. Shinso muttered to himself about the chaos of the class. Tsuyu, munching on a sandwich from the couch, echoed the chant, "One of us." After asking around the dorm for help with the wall, 𝗧𝗂 resorted to watching a tutorial video, and with Yaoyorozu's assistance, they managed to fix it before dinner. During dinner, the class agreed on a simple stew, and Gshinso remained quiet, still trying to gauge his new classmates. Kirishima checked in on him, asking if he was all right. Gshinso admitted he had never been in such a situation before and had a question about their class president. Kirishima leaned in, curious. Gshinso expressed his concerns about 𝗧𝗂's portals and his earlier comment about cutting someone apart, noting that 𝗧𝗂 hadn't answered. Kirishima waited for more context, but when nothing else came, he tilted his head, asking for clarification. Gshinso bluntly asked if 𝗧𝗂 had ever used his quirk on anyone. Kirishima stared at him, expecting a punchline, but when he saw Gshinso's serious demeanor, he realized he was not joking. Kirishima chuckled, trying to keep a straight face, and asked if Gshinso was unaware of the news or rumors surrounding 𝗧𝗂. Gshinso admitted he only kept up with significant events online and avoided rumors. Kirishima, still amused, pulled out his phone to show Gshinso a video of 𝗧𝗂 taking down Stain and then defeating a flying Nomu. 𝗧𝗂, noticing the two, approached them with a hint of suspicion. Kirishima shrugged and explained that they were just sharing clips of 𝗧𝗂's impressive feats. 𝗧𝗂 suggested they should ease Gshinso into things slowly, but Sato and Shoji intervened, arguing that it was too late for that. 𝗧𝗂 pleaded with them not to overwhelm their new classmate. Mina suggested that it was best to get things over with quickly, anticipating Shinso's reaction. He remained silent, holding his arms tightly. 𝗧𝗂 charged forward, aiming to convince Gshinso, while Kirishima struggled to hold him back. The effort was intense, and they were losing ground. Meanwhile, Kirishima played the next video showcasing 𝗵𝗃 battling a swarm of Nomu at Kamino. Gshinso was transfixed, his eyes glued to the screen, oblivious to the struggle occurring nearby. Kirishima noticed the slipping feet of Shoji and Sato, feeling anxious. A tongue wrapped around Midoriya's waist, pulling him forward, while Tsuyu was also being dragged along. Kaminari, astonished by the display of strength, questioned how someone could be so powerful. The final video featured an interview with Yue following the attack at the camp. The rest of the class watched as 𝗧𝗂 steadily approached his goal. When a reporter asked if Yue approved of 𝗧𝗂's actions in defeating Muscular, 𝗧𝗂 halted his fight, and the combined force of everyone pushing back sent them all tumbling to the ground in a heap. Gshinso stood up, pointing at 𝗧𝗂, who was sprawled atop a pile of students, exclaiming that 𝗵𝗃 was indeed him. 𝗧𝗂 nodded in acknowledgement, explaining that he wanted to ease Gshinso into the idea of his abilities so he wouldn't be frightened. Gshinso contemplated this for a moment before responding that it was acceptable, but he hoped 𝗧𝗂 didn't use such methods during class fights. 𝗧𝗂 smiled, relieved that it wouldn't cause any issues, and asked if everyone still had all their limbs. The students waved their arms in confirmation. The chant began again, echoing through the room, with most joining in. Gshinso remarked on their insanity, feeling a surprising closeness to the class. Kaminari faced punishment for breaking the wall, tasked with cleaning the dishes after dinner, while the rest of the class relaxed in the common room, watching TV. Once Kaminari finished, Mina suggested they show each other their rooms for fun, and most agreed, though Tokoyami was reluctant but was eventually swept along. The idea lightened the mood and helped everyone feel more at home in the new building. Gshinso, still curious about 𝗧𝗂's portals, asked if he could open one to any place. 𝗧𝗂, intrigued by Shinso's interest, explained that he could create portals to anywhere he had been or could see. Gshinso expressed excitement, realizing this meant 𝗧𝗂 could return home whenever he wanted. The class's attention shifted to 𝗧𝗂, who defensively stated he would never invade anyone's privacy unless it was an emergency. Ochako narrowed her eyes, challenging him not to do anything inappropriate. Kirishima backed 𝗧𝗂, declaring him the most trustworthy person in the school, and soon the rest of the class agreed. Mina jokingly suggested she wouldn't mind a midnight visit, which prompted a glare from Ochako, causing Mina to quickly clarify it was just a joke. As bedtime approached, the class prepared for training the next day. With the training camp cut short, Aizawa decided to continue their sessions on campus. Izuku and Ochako fell asleep together as usual. In the middle of the night, Izuku awoke feeling thirsty. He carefully disentangled himself from Ochako and made his way to the kitchen, momentarily disoriented in the unfamiliar environment. As he descended the stairs, he transitioned from a sleepy state to full alertness upon hearing a noise in the common room. Without thinking, he reached out toward the sound, only stopping just in time as he recognized Shinso on the couch. Izuku relaxed, pulling back his hand and asking what Shinso was doing awake in the dark. Shinso, still shaken, explained that he was an insomniac and preferred the living room when he couldn't sleep. Izuku awkwardly apologized for nearly startling him and headed to the kitchen for a glass of water. After finishing, he returned to his room, wishing Shinso a good night. Back in his room, he wrapped his arms around a sleeping Ochako and quickly fell back asleep. The next morning, Ochako woke up first and got ready for school, believing Izuku had fallen back asleep. She left a gentle kiss on his forehead as she exited his room. At that moment, Shinso was also leaving his room and caught sight of Ochako wearing one of Izuku's shirts. He blushed, unsure of what to think, and stumbled over his words, apologizing for being in the hallway. Ochako reassured him, explaining that Izuku was her boyfriend and that they enjoyed sleeping in the same bed. Living with the Midoriyas had made her feel comfortable, and now she found herself leaving a boys' dorm wearing an oversized shirt of his, with only her underwear underneath. It might have seemed inappropriate to anyone who noticed. She resolved to change in his room from now on. As she walked to her own room to prepare for the day, she tried to shake off the embarrassment of the morning. Shinso thought to himself that the class truly was chaos incarnate. Most of the students gathered in the kitchen, where Sato had prepared pancakes for their first morning together. Izuku, with his signature messy tie, received help from Ochako, who adjusted it as if it were a ritual. Yaoyorozu, with a plate piled high with pancakes and a delicate teacup in front of her, asked Izuku why he didn't learn to tie a tie. Izuku shrugged, claiming it was an excuse for Ochako to be close to him, earning a playful jab from her. Mina, curious and slightly frustrated, raised her hand and inquired if they were the only couple in the class. Most of the students nodded, but Sato, the cook, chimed in with a no. He explained that he had a girlfriend who worked at his parents' bakery, showing a picture of them together, which drew the attention of several classmates. Mina, eager for more gossip, shouted for anyone else with a secret partner, but silence followed, except for Izuku, who reminded everyone that Aizawa would be upset if they didn't leave in 5 minutes. The group quickly devoured their breakfast and sprinted to the classroom. Izuku was already seated when the others arrived, and he noted that he would have opened a portal for them if they hadn't rushed off. Aizawa, emerging from his sleeping bag, surveyed his class with a tired expression. He took a sip from his mug, which caused some students to stifle laughter. He informed them that their training would continue, especially since they were now preparing for their provisional licenses, which would typically happen in their second year. As Aizawa filled his mug again, someone in the class snickered, prompting him to ask if something was funny. When no one responded, he muttered a comment that only a few heard. He instructed the students to get suited up for Gym F, leaving them to ponder the seriousness of their situation. Shinso, bewildered by the casual attitude of his classmates, remarked on the previous incident at training camp, while Shiro joked that being around Izuku often led to dangerous situations. Izuku defended himself, explaining that he had simply startled Shinso. Jiro chimed in, advising everyone to avoid surprising Izuku, which made Shinso question the class's dynamics. Kaminari pointed out that Shinso was now part of their chaotic group, with Izuku leading the way. Shinso felt overwhelmed, realizing he was thrown into the deep end of this unpredictable class. Izuku's armor, damaged from the Kamino raid, bore many scratches and dents. The support department had reinforced it with a metal web to prevent collapse, though it was now heavier. Once suited up, he looked like someone who had fought fiercely to escape a battle. He left the locker room with his helmet in hand, joining Aizawa, Ectoplasm, and Cementos, who were waiting for the class. Aizawa explained that they would be working on ultimate moves, techniques that could turn the tide of a fight, whether offensive or defensive. He turned to Izuku, asking if he had an example to share. Izuku tossed his helmet to Kaminari, who struggled to catch the unexpectedly heavy object. 𝗧𝗂 then approached a pillar 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had created for practice and prepared to demonstrate. He tore a small portal into the pillar and declared his move, envisioning a dramatic effect. The class flinched at the thought of the move's potential impact on a real opponent. 𝗧𝗂, pulling his hand back from the pillar, turned to Aizawa, who was trying to suppress a laugh at the name of the move. Aizawa instructed the class to work on their own ideas, emphasizing the need for less lethal techniques. He reflected on his expectations. The class was spread out in the gym, experimenting with their quirks and developing their ultimate moves. Shinso was undergoing intense training with Aizawa, pushing his limits. Ectoplasm had created multiple clones to assist, whether as practice targets or providing advice. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was busy repairing various things around the gym. 𝗧𝗂 found himself sparring with Kirishima, who had called him over for a match. They stood in a designated fighting arena, with an ectoplasm clone observing. Kirishima remarked that they had never fought before. 𝗧𝗂 acknowledged this and suggested they test something first. He asked Kirishima to raise his arm and harden it as much as possible. Kirishima complied, focusing all his energy into his forearm. 𝗧𝗂 approached and gently poked it, feeling the resistance similar to when he faced a formidable opponent at 𝗬𝗏𝗄. However, the pressure caused a small crack in Kirishima's hardened skin, and he winced in surprise. Kirishima exclaimed that 𝗧𝗂 was overpowered. 𝗧𝗂 reassured him that it was all part of training and that one day Kirishima would be even tougher. They squared off and charged at each other simultaneously. Kirishima threw a powerful right hook, but 𝗧𝗂 dodged and retaliated with a punch to Kirishima's hardened abdomen. Kirishima grunted at the impact, surprised by the force of 𝗧𝗂's hit. He noticed 𝗧𝗂's knuckles were bloodied, prompting 𝗧𝗂 to think he wouldn't repeat that move. As they continued, Kirishima unleashed a flurry of punches. 𝗧𝗂 evaded what he could and absorbed the rest with his armor. The only way for 𝗧𝗂 to inflict any damage was to use his quirk, which he did with gentle pokes. He executed a palm strike, making contact where he would have hit. 𝗧𝗂 had to admire Kirishima's endurance, but ultimately he emerged victorious, with Kirishima showing signs of wear from minor cracks on his skin. Kirishima, catching his breath, expressed how awesome the match was. After hydrating, he thanked 𝗧𝗂 and requested another spar, this time with someone else. Many classmates watched from above the ring. Yaoyorozu called 𝗧𝗂 over after he finished. She handed him a piece of metal, heavier than it appeared, and instructed him to use his quirk to test its durability. 𝗧𝗂 complied, feeling resistance similar to Kirishima's arm but more intense. He focused and tore through the metal effortlessly. Yaoyorozu observed and handed him another piece, lighter than the first. He tore through that one even more easily, leaving her incredulous. She asked which piece was tougher to tear apart. 𝗧𝗂 replied that the first one required more focus, while he recognized the second as steel due to his familiarity with it. Yaoyorozu revealed that the first piece was tungsten, the hardest natural metal in the world. She had hoped to see if 𝗧𝗂 could use his quirk on it. 𝗧𝗂 mused that he had trained his quirk on various materials, recalling a tough fight with All Might during the midterms. Yaoyorozu commented that he sounded a bit odd discussing All Might's bones, to which 𝗧𝗂 joked about keeping interviews brief to avoid misunderstandings. They returned to testing their ideas for ultimate moves. 𝗧𝗂 had several concepts but nothing groundbreaking. He thought about redirecting attacks with portals and his favorite spear technique. As the day came to a close, he focused on training his body, knowing his quirk needed tougher materials than what Yaoyorozu had already tested. Everyone left, but Shinso needed assistance getting back to the locker room after Aizawa's rigorous training. They headed to the dorms, where classes hadn't officially started, but training was still mandatory. 𝗧𝗂 and Ochako flopped onto the couch as Kaminari eagerly grabbed the remote. He cheered for cartoons, but Tsuyu quickly snatched the remote with her tongue and suched it to the news. Kaminari pouted but sat down. The news featured a video of 𝗧𝗂 with a little girl, capturing a moment of him being surrounded by fans. The reporter noted that 𝗧𝗂 Midoriya was one of the most talked about individuals that day, having won the first year's sports event. 𝗧𝗂, feeling a mix of embarrassment and surprise, quickly used his quirk to create a portal and snatch the remote back from Tsuyu, suching it back to the kids' show everyone enjoyed. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 teased him about his newfound fame, while Mina playfully questioned if he wanted them to feel bad for being the first to attract fans. Izuku admitted he was shocked by their enthusiasm, having expected to be viewed negatively. Ochako leaned against him, affirming that it was nice to be admired, just like the little girl had been. Todoroki chimed in, noting that if people looked up to his father, it made sense they would look up to Izuku too. Izuku expressed that he believed his classmate was far superior to his father while sitting on the ground, engrossed in cartoons. He smiled at his supportive classmates who were cheering him on. In the background, 𝗧𝗏 was attempting to lasso Mina down from the roof without sticking tape to the ceiling. The week passed with the class training diligently and then heading to their dorms for meals, more training, or rest. On the final day of their training, Vlad King interrupted them, announcing that it was their turn for the day, with Class 1B following behind him. Aizawa, not particularly concerned about his colleague, told them they still had 10 minutes and to wait elsewhere. Monoma began to speak but was silenced by Kendo, who covered his mouth and pulled him into the classroom. She had witnessed Midoriya's fierce confrontation with Muscular and was not shy about admitting her fear of him. If Midoriya had a bad day and Monoma decided to provoke him, it could end poorly for Monoma. Although Izuku did not see the group, he could hear the annoying blonde before someone managed to quiet him. He thought to himself that it seemed someone had finally learned their lesson. The rest of Class 1B was also intimidated by the class president of 1A after hearing about his actions from the news and their classmates. Vlad looked at Izuku with a gaze that suggested he wanted to take him into custody right then and there, clearly disapproving of Izuku's previous actions. Izuku felt certain that Vlad was speaking negatively about him behind his back, especially given the way some of his classmates looked at him. The two stood about 20 feet apart, and without his helmet, Vlad's eyes bore into Izuku's without any hint of remorse. Izuku shrugged it off and returned to his training, which only seemed to irritate Vlad further. He growled, demanding that Izuku show his teachers some respect. Izuku simply replied with a firm no, as if he were being offered something unappetizing. Vlad, still growling, threatened to teach Izuku why he should show respect. Just then, Aizawa was about to intervene when Vlad excitedly declared that he hadn't fought a hero since Mirko. Aizawa hesitated, unsure whether to stop the impending clash or let Midoriya fight. He was uncertain who would come out on top, a pro-hero or a natural fighter known for his ferocity. A text from his boss decided the matter. Let's see what happens. Both classes gathered around the edge of the makeshift fighting ring, with all three teachers from Class 1A close by in case they needed to step in. Izuku clapped his hands to signal the start of the match, but was interrupted when Vlad charged at him with an axe made of his BLD. Izuku dodged the overhead strike while simultaneously tearing the head from the weapon and countering with a punch to Vlad's face, causing him to stagger back and break his nose. Izuku wondered if he had won. Vlad was taken aback by Midoriya's speed. Although Vlad's quirk granted him enhanced strength and speed, Izuku felt confident in his abilities, especially compared to Muscular and Mirko. Vlad charged again, this time with claws formed from his BLD. Izuku dodged once more, but Vlad managed to grab him by the chest plate, attempting to lift him. However, Izuku delivered a headbutt to Vlad's already injured nose, preventing him from throwing him as intended. Instead of finishing the fight, Izuku waited for Vlad to regain his composure. When he did, he formed a spear of hardened BLD. Izuku executed his ultimate move, redirecting the spear aimed at his chest toward Vlad's calf, where it penetrated deeply. Izuku closed the portal, severing the weapon. As Vlad looked down at his injured leg in pain, Izuku placed a hand on his head, declaring him defeated and suggesting they fight again in the future. Aizawa remained stoic, while Ochako was the first to break the silence, applauding Izuku for the mash. This snapped Aizawa out of his stunned state as he and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 jumped down to assist Vlad through the portal that Izuku had created to Recovery Girl's office. She was startled by the sudden tear in space and rushed to see Vlad's injuries. Izuku explained that they had sparred, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 helped Vlad through the portal, albeit reluctantly. Recovery Girl examined Vlad critically, suspecting he was hiding injuries to make it seem like he had won without any consequences. She continued to scrutinize him until he finally relented, sighing heavily as he removed his helmet and upper armor, which thudded against the ground. He turned around to show her his condition, but still, she looked unconvinced. He pulled off his tank top with another heavy sigh, momentarily forgetting that 2 classes were watching. Many girls blushed and looked away, while a few remained only to feel Ochako's piercing glare. The boys admired his well-defined muscles. Recovery Girl finally urged him to put his clothes back on, still skeptical that he had truly defeated a teacher without sustaining injuries. She believed he must have taken it easy on Vlad, especially given the latter's reputation. Meanwhile, the students were in shock over the outcome. Class 1B was frightened by Izuku's ferocity, but even more so by his ability to defeat a trained hero. Class 1A knew Midoriya was strong and fast, but defeating a hero was an entirely different matter. One of the more intimidating students from Class 1B asked Aizawa about the fight, but he simply turned his back and walked away, telling Izuku to put his clothes back on. As Izuku counted heads while everyone boarded the bus, he realized there were only 19 students. Confused, he remembered that the class had 20 members. He took a seat next to an already sleeping Shinso. They soon arrived at a large building bustling with other schools. After disembarking, Izuku scanned the area for anything unusual, but was interrupted by Aizawa, who instructed them to change into their suits and gather in the meeting area for the exam briefing. Izuku urged his classmates not to embarrass Yue as he scanned the room. A chorus of affirmations echoed back, and he took the opportunity to deliver a brief motivational speech. He reminded them that they had trained diligently and that while new challenges awaited them, they would overcome them just as they had in the past. This day was just another hurdle, and they would get through it, no matter what. His rallying cry to kick names and take names elicited surprised laughter, but the enthusiasm was contagious, and they cheered. Izuku noticed the tension easing from their shoulders, pleased that his words had an impact. In the background, Aizawa's voice cut through the excitement, reminding everyone of their focus. Just then he grabbed Izuku by the shoulders, requesting an immediate portal. Trusting his instincts, Izuku opened a portal to the beach. Before Aizawa could step through, a woman with sea-foam green hair tackled him in a hug, exclaiming her delight at seeing him and jokingly proposing marriage. Mina squealed at the unexpected proposal, while Aizawa, with his characteristic deadpan expression, sought help. Izuku seized the moment to tease Aizawa about his supposed infidelity, claiming that his mother would be furious. The class froze at Izuku's bold statement, struggling to maintain their composure. The woman, realizing the implications, released Aizawa in a panic, expressing her surprise at his supposed marriage and child. Aizawa, with a reluctant nod, clarified that he was not married and that Izuku was not his child, introducing the woman as Ms. Joke. Ms. Joke, recognizing Izuku, masked her nervousness with a smile and laughter, commenting on his protective nature. Most heroes were familiar with the reports of the Kamino raid and Izuku's role in it. Just then, a class from Ketsubutsu Academy approached, led by a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Izuku. He introduced himself as Yo Shindo, expressing admiration for Izuku. However, Izuku, unimpressed by Shindo's forced smile, advised him to work on his emotional expression. Ms. Joke observed the interaction with concern as Shindo's smile faltered, leaving an awkward silence. Izuku, sensing the lack of authenticity, decided to turn away from the class. Yaoyorozu questioned the wisdom of his actions, suggesting they should try to make allies. Izuku dismissed her concern, stating he had no interest in forming connections with those who did not show their true intentions. Yaoyorozu contemplated his words and nodded in agreement, reflecting on her own experiences with insincerity. Ms. Joke remarked to herself about her unexpected impression of Izuku, prompting a chuckle from Aizawa. As they prepared to represent Yue, another voice chimed in enthusiastically, startling Izuku. A taller teen with a shaved head introduced himself as Inasa Yurashi from Shiketsu High School, expressing his admiration for Yue. Izuku shook his hand, though he noted Inasa's stiff demeanor. A girl named Kami approached, flirtatiously introducing herself and getting a bit too close for Izuku's comfort. He gently pushed her back, asserting his boundaries. Ochako eyed Kami suspiciously, but Izuku maintained his composure, wishing them all good luck before heading to the changing rooms. While changing, Izuku inquired about Inasa's glare directed at Todoroki. Todoroki explained that Inasa had dropped out of the recommended entrance exam to attend Shiketsu instead. Izuku advised him to keep an eye on Inasa, sensing potential rivalry. Once the class regrouped, Izuku gathered them in an alcove to share his thoughts. He reminded them that UA televised the sports festival each year, meaning their abilities were well known. Despite the unease among his classmates, he assured them that they would face the same scrutiny as professionals and would not let anyone take advantage of them. With renewed determination, Izuku encouraged them to embrace their strength and confidence. He donned his helmet, and the class followed suit, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They walked into the designated room with their heads held high, exuding an intimidating presence. As they awaited the proctor, a man who appeared even more exhausted than Aizawa explained the exam's new passing rate of 10%. Despite the murmurs of discontent, Izuku's class remained resolute, undeterred by the challenge ahead. The proctor emphasized the need for selectivity following All Might's retirement, highlighting the importance of quality over quantity. The exam took the form of a dodgeball game, where each participant had 3 targets placed on their bodies. If all targets were hit, they would be eliminated. To pass, one needed to knock out 2 opponents, a straightforward task. As his class prepared, Izuku chose to place his targets on critical areas: his heart, head, and the location of the femoral artery. Yaoyorozu regarded him with a curious expression, and Izuku simply shrugged, explaining that he was training to avoid being hit there. The arena was vast, even larger than the stadium used for the sports festival, featuring various terrains such as forests, urban areas, industrial zones, and plains. His class decided to stick together and move to a high stone mound in the plains. Izuku asked Yaoyorozu if she could create communication devices, knowing they had time to set up before the exam began. While she distributed earpieces, Yaoyorozu cautioned that their position might make them a target. Izuku countered that they would be targeted regardless, and this location would be ideal for his strategy. He explained that their visibility would draw attention, allowing him to use portals to position teams behind their attackers while they appeared to take cover. Yaoyorozu agreed that 2 teams sounded good, and the rest of the group concurred, except for Todoroki and Shinso, who preferred to operate independently. Izuku opened portals for them to their chosen locations, a water tower for Shinso and an open plain for Todoroki. He would lead a group consisting of Ochako, Ida, Kirishima, Jairu, Hagakure, Mineta, Kaminari, and Tokoyami, while Yaoyorozu would lead the others, including Mina, Aoyama, Shiro, Shoji, Koji, Ojiro, and Sato. They organized their teams with specific roles. Mineta, Tsuyu, Shiro, and Ochako would focus on capture. Shoji, Jairu, Hagakure, and Koji would handle reconnaissance. Midoriya, Shoji, Sato, and Tokoyami were designated as heavy hitters. Ida and Mina would ensure mobility, and Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Ojiro, Aoyama, and Kirishima were tasked with damage over time. As they settled into their positions, Jairu and Shoji listened for incoming attacks, while Yaoyorozu constructed defensive structures and prepared smoke grenades. Aizawa observed from the stands, aware that his students had placed themselves in a precarious situation. He was confident they had a plan, as Midoriya had taken on a leadership role, rallying the class with a motivating speech that even gave Aizawa goosebumps. As the exam commenced, 4 different schools launched their attacks on UA, including one class from Ms. Joke's group. The mound soon filled with smoke, obscuring UA's movements. In a matter of moments, UA's class found themselves flanked, leading to swift eliminations. Rip N. Tier, a fierce competitor, stood victorious with his classmates, all targets marked green as passes. He casually tapped a ball against a fallen student's target before walking away with his team. Aizawa remained relaxed, sipping coffee from his favorite thermos, while Ms. Joke expressed her disbelief at the chaos unfolding. Aizawa acknowledged that his students had learned much on their own, even if it wasn't all good. Izuku directed his team to focus on incapacitating opponents rather than worrying about targets. Once the exam began, the schools attacked, and Yaoyorozu's defenses held long enough for them to escape. Izuku opened a portal behind one of the attacking schools, allowing Yaoyorozu's team to launch a surprise attack. The ambush was swift and effective. 𝗬𝗪 disoriented their opponents, followed by Kaminari delivering a controlled shock that stunned them. The team moved in to eliminate any threats. The last standing opponent was Yoshindo, whom Izuku quickly subdued with a decisive move. After ensuring no threats remained, he tapped the targets and dropped the unconscious boy to the ground. His team celebrated their successful ambush, meeting up with Yaoyorozu's group and congratulating each other for not losing a single classmate. Though they had a few bumps and bruises, they healed quickly. Ochako was thrilled to have fought so openly, holding Izuku's hand as they made their way to the exit. Izuku remarked on her impressive move of using another person as a projectile in zero gravity, but before she could respond, Tsuyu chimed in, teasingly suggesting that Izuku was a bad influence on her. 𝗬𝗪 expressed her concern about a certain classmate's influence, recalling how Kirishima had struck someone during a moment of intensity, and she was certain she had seen a tooth fly. She wondered aloud if they might face disqualification for using excessive force. Yaoyorozu, feeling anxious, shared her worries. Izuku took a moment to think before dismissing the concern, suggesting that excessive force would involve kicking someone when they were down or causing serious injury. He jokingly asked if anyone had lost a limb, prompting Ojiro to challenge him, asking if he had. Izuku replied that he didn't remember anything like that happening. The class shared a laugh at their dark humor and was among the first to reach the exit. 𝗬𝗪 called out to Shinso and Todoroki, letting them know that the whole class had already passed and they would be waiting in the exit room. Todoroki acknowledged her, while Shinso expressed his surprise at how quickly time had passed, noting that it had been less than 10 minutes. Izuku chose not to respond and settled onto a bench, which creaked under his weight. He enjoyed a snack that Ochako had managed to gather from the snack table. With a hiss, his helmet unlocked, and he took a moment to rest before the next part of the exam.